Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in our beautiful world. And welcome back to TopstepTV. Happy Monday, everybody. It's the trader's favorite day because we get to get back to the markets. This is the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. And to the far right, we got Amanda, Topstep VIP trader of the Mindset Hunters, and a great market analysis. Amanda, Hoag, good morning. How you doing this morning?
Good morning. Happy Monday. It looks like few things have changed over the weekend. It is going to be a fascinating and hopefully profitable day today and entire week. Why not? Let's go for the whole week. We're all making money this week. Let's go for it.
Let's do it, Hoag.
Amanda, how are you doing?
I'm ready for anything. We've had some federal government news overnight, so yeah, bracing myself for an up or a down.
Absolutely. Should be an interesting week for sure. Starting with the opening range trade in gold. We have a poll up in the chat. Which opening range trade are we taking? Is it the 1 minute or the 5 minute? Right now, 132 votes, 60% going to the 5 minute. Make sure you get your votes in there. And again, if you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll be taking either the 1 minute or 5 minute opening range trade. If it's a 5 minute, we're waiting for a 5 minute candle close. Above the high of the range will be long. Below the low of the range will be short. Gold looking like it might be making a run here soon, Hoag. Let's take a look at that chart really quick. Anything you're seeing on gold for this opening range trade?
Sure am. We've got some pretty serious overnight inventory to the long side, but we are also at risk of leaving an island bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days below a session gap. Opening above that session gap creates the island bottom here. We're looking at some potential new buying coming in, and we did see a whole bunch, 24,000 new contracts on Friday on a small range like that. There's a lot of energy in this market. I'm looking forward to continue this move to the upside, but anything can happen. So much is dependent on what they do in Washington today.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Hoag. Well, we are officially open here in a second in gold. It looks like we are taking that 5 minute opening range trade, 60% of the vote going to the 5 minute. So Hoag, I will let you know while we're going through charts if we do get a trigger in there. But before we do that, let's take a look at the economic calendar. See what we might have to look out for today. We got some Fed speakers. Fed member Daly speaking at 7:30 a.m. Central Time, so in about 10 minutes. Then we have Musalem speaking at 8:45 Central Time, right into the open. We know the Fed speakers always have potential to get the markets moving, so we'll take a look there. We got a 3-month and 6-month bill auction. We have the WASD report. I think that's this week. I got to check to make sure the calendar on that one. I think the WASD report is on Friday this week, but if you're an ag trader, make sure you watch out for that one. That is like CPI for ag traders. And we have a 3-year note auction today at 12 p.m. Central Time. Also, like we've said, the government shutdown may be coming to an end sometime soon. We may get a vote on that. So like JD says all the time, keep one eye on the ditch. And as far as headlines go, we'll keep you up to date on TopstepTV for any market moving news. Again, if that government shutdown does end anytime this week, the markets have the potential to react to them. So make sure you watch out there. That's what we got on the economic calendar. Hogan, I'm going to throw it back over to you for the checklist. Let's make sure we're prepared for the day.
Absolutely. First thing you want to do is definitely take a look at the market state. Do your pre-market research. That's what we're doing here, always focusing on context, risk management, and patience. Check on that. Morning checklist. Got your coffee, got your water, got your exercise. Check on that one. Always check your mindset. You want to make sure you are in the proper mindset for trading before risking anything. Put your check mark on that. Trade entry checklist. Got my pen, got my paper. Going to write those down. Going to review them at the end of the day as part of my post-market checklist. Check your trades, check your emotions, do your journal, prepare for the next trading day. And that is the Topstep Daily Checklist.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. Amanda, you got your coffee ready?
It's always ready. I wouldn't be here without it.
We're ready to go. I got to fix my lighting over there. And Mayor Charles in the chat says, I love Coach Jay and Hoag the GOAT, but I came here for Amanda. Amanda is going to stick around with us, and we'll go through some equities levels. But Let's get to some news first. Let's get to some news. We can run that clip on that government shutdown, and then we'll get into the gold charts. We are officially in the longest ever government shutdown, but over the weekend we may have made some progress on that. So we can run that clip.
The longest government shutdown in U.S. history might be approaching the end. That's after the Senate voted to advance a stopgap funding bill last night. The chamber is set to work on amendments to it today. The agreement is a compromise between centrist Democrats and Republicans. It does not extend expiring Obamacare subsidies, so many Democrats opposed it. Republicans do agree to vote on the subsidies by early next month. The bill funds much of the government through January. The broader deal has longer provisions for military construction and veterans affairs, the legislative branch, and agriculture. The plan funds SNAP through September. For federal workers, the agreement ensures shutdown back pay. It reverses recent mass firings and prohibits any more this fiscal year. If the plan becomes law, federal employees like air traffic controllers will get paid again.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. And shout out to our government figuring it out, getting closer to a deal. It still has to go through a final Senate vote and then clear the House as well. But it sounds like we are making some progress. We still got a minute or so on this 5-minute opening range to close here in gold. Hogue, do we want to go into the charts?
Sure. Let's do it.
Amanda, I know you also said you have some gold levels, so I think we should definitely talk about those if you have them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Hogue, you go first. I want to see how my analysis is compared to yours.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
Let's see.
I'm here to see you too. So, so as usual on Mondays and Fridays, I like to start with the longer time frame. We're looking at the monthly chart here, and yes, the upside auction is intact so far this month. If we were to end the month now, would be an inside month, indicating that the market may be falling into some sort of range. And on the weekly chart, we're starting to really kind of see that. We've established a high up around $4,400. We've established a low down around $3,930, $3,920. We're right in the middle of that now, but things have possibly changed. Last week, a lot of indecision on that doji, the weekly doji right there. We do see some excess on these lows. So, I think a lot of folks have had expectations of the market kind of falling into range, and that might be actually happening, although that may be changing now. Anytime, Amanda, there's something that you want to talk about on these longer time frame charts, please just pop in, but I'm going to go to the daily now. So we had a narrowing range last week. There was a lot of speculation, including myself and others, that we may just kind of fall into a range similar to maybe what we did back in April through August into September. But that appears to be changing a little bit here. Now, Fridays, it's kind of a narrow range. The market has been offering wonderful day time frame opportunities. It's been a very, very good market, offering some really good kind of bigger opportunities. We added 24,000 contracts on Friday. That was our first look above this little kind of weak little trend line on the narrowing balance that we were currently in. That is the highest change in open interest from September 2nd. Jay, you know what day September 2nd was? That was the breakout of that 4-month-long area of balance that we broke out of.
This was
on September 2nd. So now we've got more information of some new business coming in, and we're seeing the buyers coming in now. So, Amanda, is there anything on the daily chart that you wanted to mention?
Yeah, one of the things that I was just looking at, because we've had such a strong push up during today's session, the overall volume on today is pretty low for how dramatic of a move we've had, and historically, especially with this push back down into this range that you've been talking about. I feel like daily volume's a little bit low, so I'm interested in seeing if this move is warranted or if we're going to keep floating kind of to the upside back towards high of day, but I'm not super impressed with that's kind of behind this move right now. So there could potentially be some opportunity for rejection to get us back towards the top of that trend line that you have marked. But I don't know.
Okay.
We'll
Yeah, I
see.
Yeah.
agree. You got to watch the volume is what drives price, and if where you get this kind of
Yeah.
breakout and we don't bring in volume, or at the very least more open interest coming in today, then
Right.
then this little rally we had in the overnight would become a little bit suspect and a
Hmm.
little bit
Hmm.
hollow. And right now, it is kind of looking that way. I'm going to move on to the 30. And again, if there's anything that you want to mention, you bust right
Oh,
in.
really
Yes, sir.
quick on this daily, or on the daily, if
Yes.
we can. The daily candle I'm looking at now is that October 21st candle. We're testing the low of it right now, 40.93, and that
Hmm.
20-day moving average is sitting right there as well. So I'm kind of with
Mhm.
Amanda, right? We've done we said this before. The quote unquote easy part is over, right? Where we broke out of this range a little bit, but now we're testing into an area where we've seen some heavy selling coming in. That was one of the most aggressive days we've had in gold all year. At one point, we were down 7% on that day. So we're accepting price into that now, but does the volume trade there? I'd want to see VWAP
Hmm.
above 40.95 to believe this move at all. It looks like a good start, but for today, gold's already up 2.5%. That's a daily ATR move. How much room is left today? It might be a decent spot to look for a short.
Hmm.
So what you're saying is there's a chance. No. uh,
Absolutely.
so we say this quite often is if we are going to see continuation of this breakout to the upside, we need new business. We need volume.
Mhm.
We need buyers coming in. And we saw a bunch coming in on Friday. If those were definitely buyers, we'll see if we can see that on the 30-minute chart, what kind of direction a lot of that
Hmm.
open interest came in on Friday. But if that's the case, if they were buyers, we may have awoken the bull again here, and we are going to see what this looks like here on the 30-minute chart now. So Friday wasn't a huge range. It was a neutral day. It traded both sides of the initial balance. It looked higher, rejected, looked lower, rejected, with all this open interest coming in. What direction did that open interest come in? The only thing that we can really kind of lean on is the fact that value closed overlapping to higher. So that would tell me if value is moving higher, it was more new longs coming into this market than anything else. So overnight inventory, we've got a bunch of it. I'm going to have to even move this lower. Overnight inventory. I mean, we are very long. Okay, that's a given the price action last night. What are the nuances in and around what is happening right now? So we had the narrowing balance. We've broken out above that. We had a session gap here from the 24th through it was a kind of a weekend, right? And that gap goes from 4,064.80 to 4,073.40. So we haven't closed this gap in regular trading hours, and now we're going to open back above that gap, outside of regular trading hours is when we move back through there. So that if you were to look at this on a regular trading hour chart, leaves an island bottom. Island bottom can be a powerful reversal pattern. So as long as we can hold, I think we may see this market continue this move to the upside. Technically, the nuances are kind of pointing that direction. We just need those buyers and the open interest to continue to come in to the upside. So potential for an island bottom as far as these levels are concerned. If we can pull back and close this gap, that's going to change things a little bit. We've got to get down to 40.64.80 to close that gap.
Hmm.
Session gap, we have to get come all the way back down to 40.35.80 to close the session gap from Friday's high, and we'll see what it looks like from there. But with the nuance, with the potential for the island bottom, for the buyers that came in on Friday, I'm looking for an opportunity to buy a pullback. I don't know what you think, Amanda. Let's hear what you say.
Yeah, I do agree. With how overextended gold is today, particularly, my eyes are on where that like what I would consider that max range or max trend, or what I would see as like a low probability of continuation up.
Uh,
Saying day over day, we struggle to move, past this range. So I'm kind of on the same place with Jay, where like 4130 to 4140 is a little bit of a last line of defense on gold today. Anything above that, there's a lot of room, I think, to the upside. And so if anyone is still trying to play bear in this market, 30 to 40 could be a potential place to see resistance. But I think I will be a perma bear even if this thing goes up forever. But I think that would be one area I would look at for resistance. But again, you have to be so careful on really strong uptrend days like this to not be just taking every resistive zone you see as a reject, because after 20 different paper cuts trying to short a long trend, all of a sudden you could be down, 2 grand a day and lose
oh
your
yeah.
pants. So I'd be very, very cautious for any sort of rejects, but I'm kind of seeing 30 to 40 as kind of a last line of defense, similar to what Jay was looking at with like that 30, that like 27 level.
I love those levels. We got 41.27 is the weekly kickoff high. Looking
Hmm.
for a longer time frame to adjust inventory there. And then we've got another naked point of control, a point of chill up at 41.3875. So that really suits
Hmm.
your levels there very nicely.
Hmm.
Amanda, Jay, do you have any thoughts?
The only thing I would think here, Hogue, is if I do find myself short gold, reasonable expectations for the outcome of that trade, right? Right now, we are in an uptrend. If I'm shorting gold and I'm looking for 100 points, I might have my eyes might be
Go
bigger than my
home.
stomach.
Go home.
Right, right. But just looking at what shorts have been able to take out of this market so far today, and the further extended we get, that might mean higher probability for a bigger move to the downside. But VWAP is in an uptrend, so I'm just keeping that in mind. That again, if I do find a short, it is counter the daytime frame trend and counter what gold has been doing for the past 2 years. So we were in the green room talking about, do we see all time highs? It might not be a one directional move to the upside. There could be some opportunities for sell side, but just want to stay reasonable with those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're already past the ATR, the daily ATR in the range that we're in so
Right.
far. So, possibility of continuation dwindles a little bit because of that. But hey, ACH, man, anything can happen. I was reading somewhere over the weekend, and I don't know if this is bullshit pardon my French, but because it was on the internet, it must be true. But Robert Kiyosaki says gold is going to $27,000 an ounce. I doubt that's going to happen today.
Are we
Probably not
sure he
today.
wasn't maybe talking about Bitcoin or some other crypto? Like, when
I
did
know,
gold become a
right?
crypto?
Right?
Right.
Right?
The
So,
opening range did just trigger a short here, Hogue. We closed that
okay.
last 5 minute candle closed outside of the range.
Okay. We're short.
All right. I'd say stop. What price you get there?
4109 and a half. Just two.
Stop at 17, 41.17.
17. Okay.
And we'll look for 40.90s as a target. That'll put us at somewhere
Oh,
near a 2 to 1.
just took us out. We're back in. So we're short two,
All right.
4109 half.
41.09
Exact same.
half. Awesome.
Exact same spot.
Sounds good.
17 is the stop.
And if you're wondering what trade that was, we take the opening range trade every morning. Very mechanical trade, probably the most mechanical trade you'll see taken on TopstepTV. We poll the chat and say, which trade are we taking? Is it a 1 minute or a 5 minute? In this case, we took a 5 minute opening range. We got a candle close below the 5 minute opening range, which triggers a short. And we will look to see if the market agrees with that trade idea. But anything else you guys got on gold? I just took a quick look at silver, which also made all-time highs this year, back above that $50 level. So shout out to all our silver traders. Anything else you got on the metals?
No, nothing from me.
The brave silver traders. The
Yeah,
brave, bold.
yeah, they
God bless them. All right. So we're short two.
$25 a tick.
That's the old S&P tick value. The big S&P is 25 bucks a tick. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, house count is short too. We're gonna talk some oil. We'll get the poll up in the chat, and then we'll come back for the equities. Oil doesn't open for another 23 minutes or so, but want to make sure we have some time to talk the equities because they are doing some interesting things. But before we get into that, oil prices up just a little here. Analysts were concerned. This is from Reuters. Analysts were concerned about any impact from flight cancellations on U.S. jet fuel demand. Airlines canceled more than 2,800 U.S. flights and delayed more than 10,000 on Sunday in the worst day for disruptions since the start of the U.S. government shutdown. But it does sound like we are getting closer to a resolution of that shutdown, which might mean more demand for oil. Hogue, what are we seeing? Are we seeing the demand in oil on the daily chart? What are we seeing, or are we still in a range?
You know, Jay, I looked real hard over the weekend and this morning on anything that I could find that was interesting in crude oil. And I mean, you can see on my notes here, you know, the bottom one is gold, top one is crude
Okay.
oil. They're really just, you know, weekly, monthly it's balanced, weekly it's balanced, daily it's balanced. It's difficult to really find anything that is that interesting because it is very short time frame controlled, very range bound. It's a tough market. I mean, you know, we had 79 tick range on Friday. The opening range was the dead high of the session, but at max, we got 1-to-1 reward over risk on that trade if we took it. So it's been a tough trade.
Yeah, been a very tough trade. And I think it's going to continue to be a tough trade. And, you know, if you're a range trader, can you identify the extremes of the range? They're there, right? Somewhere up near 60-50 right now and 58-50 at the lows. But it's almost a set and forget trade if you're going to take that one, which to me kind of feels like a 50-50. It could go either way. And, you know, we don't have any certainty in the market, right? We establish a position, establish risk, and see if the market agrees with their ideas. But crude is it's a tough one. It's a tough one, Hope.
Yeah. Yeah. We're in counseling. We've got another meeting with the counselor this week. And you know, we'll see how it goes.
All right. Anything you see on the 30?
All right, let's take a quick look. So yeah, I mean, monthly, here it is. Range, weekly, range, daily, range, 30. So there's our nice narrow little regular trading hour session range on Friday. I've been just kind of cleaning up short time frame levels. We cleaned up a gap from a previous week, last week to the you know, it's been just very respectful of shorter time frame levels, and I'm kind of watching until that changes because you know, until that changes, we're going to be really looking at shorter time frame control in these markets in crude oil. Let me get this up here. And all right, so what are we looking at on the 30-minute chart? No real overnight inventory. If we're looking at short time frame levels, a lot of those short time frame inventories might be somewhat important, maybe a little bit long, but we're still inside the range, a little bit above value. I'm really just going to be biding my time here. If we take the opening range trade, absolutely we should do that because that's just what we do. But you know, even the opening ranges when they've been working haven't been all that gratuitous, if you will. You know, we had an opening range on Thursday that did offer some decent opportunity. For Wednesday, no. Tuesday, yes. This was a pretty good opportunity, but again, the opportunities have been kind of small, especially with the size of the opening ranges we've been having. You really have to ask, is the juice worth the squeeze? And you know, on Friday we had, let's see here, we had 11, we had a 30 tick opening range on an 80 tick day session range. is that worth the squeeze? If we're going to see those kind of small ranges, do we look for smaller opening ranges to take to get into, or I'm not sure where we're at with this. And again, we're in counseling. We are talking, and we'll
We're
see
gonna
what
figure it
happens
out.
as far as yes. What do you think,
We're
Jay?
gonna figure it out. On the 30, the one thing I see is we're sitting right at that $60 level, which is also the 200 moving average, which is kind of sloping to the downside. But yeah, it looks like the barrel is dry in crude oil. I don't know. I don't see too many opportunities there. But if we can, I think I have my chart shared production team. Hogue, we've been talking about
Mhm.
natural gas being an interesting energy market, while crude oil is kind of been imbalanced. Just looking at this natural gas chart, real quick analysis, we're coming up on this 200-day moving average, which we've been under for a little while now. It's the white line on my chart here. The
Mhm.
white line, that's a moving average, not the trend line. I'll just take that trend line off of there. But we're coming up on that 200 moving average. We've been under it pretty much half of the year. And we're coming into, talking to Coach Hoop, potentially a seasonality trade. If you look at last winter in natural gas, right around November going into December, we started a pretty nice rally. First, getting a candle close above that 200-day moving average, and we are about 6% off of it right now. Natural gas is moving pretty fluidly. If we take a look at the 30-minute chart, this is over the past couple of days. We've gotten a couple tests of the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. Right now, we got overnight inventory pretty short, but in a market that is kind of looking like either short covering or inviting some new buyers, I want to watch the market's reaction to this 200 moving average. We talked about this one on Friday as well, and we can see what the reaction was. Pretty nice bounce from there. Natural gas does like to do this thing where every Sunday it opens with a gap, and I think that's why it's called the Widowmaker. I would not suggest holding a position over the weekend in natural gas because you never know where that gap is going to happen. But it is a pretty fluid energy market if you're looking to trade energies. There are also micros. You can trade MNG, which is the micro contract. And yeah, pretty interesting market here.
All right. So maybe natural gas would be the better energy market to try and trade. It looks like, huh?
It may be so, Hogue. I traded it all January this year, December and January this year, and I got to give again a shout out to Coach Paul to putting it on my radar. And it moves. It has the potential to move huge percentage wise, right? We're talking about anywhere from 3 to 10% moves in a day, which may sound scary, but that's why we manage our risk as traders, right? Trading the micros, not over leveraging, and that kind of just goes with any trade that we take. But interesting market for sure.
Absolutely. If we can, just for 1 second, Jay, you
Mhm.
mentioned a kind of a profit target that you were kind of thinking about in this
In
gold
gold,
trade. Yeah. What were you thinking?
I was thinking 40-90, and that kind of just puts us at a 2-to-1 on the
Okay.
risk. But 4100
I'll
might be
plant
tough
it.
to get through here.
I'll plant a seed here at 40.91, and we'll see what happens.
40-91, awesome.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Here we go. You know what I would really like on that target for Gold Hogue? VWAP, but that's all the way down at 40.72. We got some work to do to get down there.
Maybe we'll get that. Maybe we'll let the runner get out there.
Right. We got some work to do. Last trade in gold, 41.0350. We have that poll up in the chat for crude oil. 155 votes, 65% going to the 5-minute. Again, crude doesn't open up for another 15 minutes or so. So I will let you guys know if we do get into that trade. Let's bring back in Amanda for some equities analysis. You ready, Hogue?
Absolutely.
Let's
That's
do
what
it.
we're all
Let's
here
talk the
for.
S&P. That's what we're here for. Let's talk the S&P.
All right.
I just have to say I'm impressed with this gold opening range trade. It's actually doing just fine.
Yeah, it's
Looking
going
pretty
pretty
good.
well,
We just
huh?
talked
So
about how
good.
scary it was to short gold, and you're like, "We're short gold."
Well, it's mechanical. If this,
Yeah,
then that. And sometimes it just works, and
heck
sometimes
yeah.
not. We'll see how this plays out. But on the monthly and the S&Ps, obviously we're still one time framing higher highs, higher lows. We've got an inside month started still the very beginning of the month, only 1 week through. So we'll see how this plays out. But again, the weekly chart a little bit more ominous. We had a kind of um, right a falling star up here, whatever it was, shooting star, whatever it was. We had a pretty decent pullback last week. A lot of excess on this low on this weekly chart. I don't know if you look at that, Amanda, but this is where auctions go to die, is in excess. Take a look at the daily. A lot of excess on the daily chart on Friday as well. So we've got a
Mhm.
shooting star, or as you might say, there's a hammer. There's all different kind of words for it. You could say a dragonfly doji, a pin bar, morning star, whatever term you want to use. It's a reversal pattern. We're seeing the market reverse from that level. Amanda, please, what are you thinking? What do you like? What don't you like here?
Well, I think it's interesting, right? Because that weekly excess that you were looking at is literally just from Friday, right? We
From
came down
Friday.
and tapped that low, and it just came straight back up to actually end the day green, which is incredibly impressive. The one thing I want to say is we're less than 150 points from high of day, right? More or less. And that seems like a lot on the ES, but even just looking at Friday's daily candle, I think we kind of covered probably more than that range. And so anything is possible. I think high of day isn't that far away. All-time highs, excuse me, is actually not that far away. And one of the things that I'm really, really watching today and this week is the fact that the government shutdown could potentially be resolved with some continuing resolution this week. And
Right.
we could have some, from a fundamental perspective, right? Some pretty crazy wicks from just that news of being, good news and having sentiment want to push this market up. So I'm going to be practicing really, really tight risk management, especially because generally our range on the daily has been pretty large. Like we've seen really good volatility. So I'm probably going to be sizing down as we get closer to understanding clarity on if the government will be reopening, just because there could be some tape bombs and there could be some wicks that could potentially, knock you out of a position that otherwise technically or mechanically was really, really smart. So definitely going to be pretty tolerant of my risk and where it's at this week, but we're less than 150 points away from all-time highs. I don't think it's going to be that hard to get there if we see some good news this week.
Man, I was writing something this weekend, and I was like, it's hard to believe. It seems like it was a long time ago that we just put in the all time high, which is basically just a week and a half ago.
Yeah. I
It
know,
seemed
I
like,
know, and it's like whenever you see a red candle on the S&P 500, you're like, the market's crashing, the bear market's here, and it's like, all right, everyone, take a deep breath, zoom out. On the monthly, we just see green, you know? And so it's like, unless we can see some big macro sentiment change, I always just get a kick out of people getting really scared about any sort of bear markets until we can see some sort of large correction. But
Mhm.
I mean, we've had a lot of float overnight, and we're getting pretty close to, max ranges in these areas. Again, this is a kind of a scary one to want to try to find rejections on, right? But
Mhm.
in terms of areas of like what I would be considering as last lines of defense, probably around like 836 to 840, 6836 to 6840, kind of similar to what we were looking at in gold. I know it's fundamentally different, but we've seen pretty similar price action across these two instruments.
Mhm.
Surprisingly, we're trending up. And what I would consider as a last line of defense is a little bit up here past our maximum range. I'd probably consider a little bit of a short here, but the reality is above this zone, I'm seeing a pretty decent amount of space to the upside. So I'm going to be very, very picky on any rejections, but we've been riding that trend up, similar to what we're seeing on your guys' chart, right? VWAP has just been trending up pretty strong, and we've been respecting it. So to Jay's point on gold, if you're looking at shorting something like this today, really, really set your expectations straight on where those profit targets could be. And obviously setting stops to break even if you are rejecting into green. So I see
Yeah, well,
38, 36 to 40. Yeah.
as far as that gold trade, we are at 1 to 1 right now.
Wow. Moral of
Right.
the story, short the trend up.
Yeah. It works until it
Not financial
doesn't, right?
advice. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You see the volume on Friday in the S&Ps actually was pretty decent, especially for an up day.
It was decent. It was.
Especially for an
Yeah.
up day, adding
Yeah.
2,700 in open interest. Jay, is there anything on the daily you want to take a quick look at? There's a lot to go through on the 30.
Yeah, on
Mhm.
the daily, what I'm looking at is, do we get a daily candle close? I think we got the necessary pullback that we were looking for in this market hug. We had that gap up. We made all-time highs, and then we pulled back to 50% of that October 10th candle. And we've been talking about that for a while. You see what the market's response was down there. That is an extremely that's a huge wick on that daily candle, right? To kind of close us
Mhm.
back to where we opened on a day Friday, where it looked like, hey, the sky is falling. So what I'm looking at now is this daily, do we close back above 68.02, which is the 20 moving average? If we do that, then I think we're talking about all-time highs. Potentially by the end of the week, we're less than 2% off right now. So
Mm.
yeah, it needs to close above this 68.02, 68.06 zone on the daily. And yeah, I'm extremely bullish this market, especially after this response.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a quick look at the 30. Couple of nuances that I'm always pointing out, and is the fact that we've got overnight inventory to the long side. We do have a weekend gap to possibly fill. There is no session gap here, where there is in the Nasdaq, which could be leaving a fail downside. Wait, excuse me, a a island bottom, but a couple of things. We get the V bottom. We got the excess on the daily chart. We got a late spike to the upside on Fridays. So the late spike is when the market puts in a new high right at the end of the day, closes, doesn't give the market enough time to show acceptance through time at higher pricing. So you watch where the market opens the regular trading hours the next day. We're opening above the base of the late spike, which indicates potential acceptance of higher pricing. We're also opening with a gap above the session, which also can indicate acceptance of higher pricing. Those are the nuances that I'm kind of focusing on right now. The base of the late spike in the S&Ps, there's kind of two of them, 67.4475, and then the initial balance high, 67.23 half. We do manage to get a pullback to those levels. Those would be very interesting spots for me to limit risk. We got a lot to do before then. Overnight inventory is again long. Session gap close would take us to basically 67.55. We do have a naked point of control that was not rechecked during regular trading hours, down at 67.60. So a lot of confluence down at a gap close. Wouldn't mind seeing that for an opportunity for a long. Amanda, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'm thinking about for a bounce is exactly where your guys' heads are, right? We do have a little bit of a gap from Friday close to last night's open. I mean, are we going to come back and fill that today? Is it going to come back and fill tomorrow? It feels like it's really, really far away, but we were able to climb all that during ETH. So it's not probably super unreasonable to come back to a little bit more of a neutral open to potentially fill that gap as well. So on the downside, I mean, there is potential there, but yeah, John, like Hogue, to your point, the fact that they did accept that really late spike on Friday is interesting, right? It wasn't a fluke. We're continuing to the upside, so I'm not too bearish on this right now, to be totally honest.
Jay, what do you think?
Looking at the 30, where we are, we're back above the 200 moving average on the 30. We gapped up. So, do we need to close that gap? We don't need to. Right now, I'm seeing the S&P up above 1% on the day already. And a lot of times we'll just see that gap continue. So, actually, am I looking at the right market here? Yeah, I am. Yep, above the 200 moving average. I was looking at Bitcoin. Sorry, I was looking at Bitcoin and the equities look exactly the same. But yeah, here we are above the 200 moving average. 67.89 is that price. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a pullback. Let's see if we got volume. Yeah, VWAP's above that 200 moving average as well, right at 68.02. I'd be looking for a pullback into that 6800, 68.02 area. If no volume for the New York session sells below that, then I'm looking for longs, maybe back up to 68.40.
Okay, as far as targets, above 68.50, naked point of control,
Yep.
68.78 and a half, basically weekly kickoff high, 68.80. Some pretty good visual targets above there. We do have a week high. Amanda, I know you like these week highs, and there is one here from the 5th of November. We gotta see if we can't take a look at that. That could kind of take us up to that 68.50 naked point of
Yep.
control up there. So we will see.
Yep.
We will see. All right, we're getting pretty
Uh,
close to open here.
Yes, we are. And gold is kind of hanging around this 4,100 level, 4,102 last trade in gold. We got some questions in the chat. There is a holiday tomorrow. Tomorrow is Veterans Day. The markets will be open. Stock markets are open. Futures markets are open. The bond markets will be closed. So just bond markets closed tomorrow, but we will be here trading. Shout out to all our veterans. Tomorrow, November 11th, is Veteran Day. I had an opportunity to talk about the weather. We try not to talk about the weather too much, but we got some cold weather in Chicago, in the Northeast as well. And that natural gas we were talking about, coming into the winter, natural gas could be an interesting trade. We got some news about Chicago's weather. Hogue, you got your coat?
An Arctic air mass is causing freezing temperatures in much of the eastern United States on Monday. The polar plunge is bringing potentially record-setting lake-effect snow to Chicago. An intense but narrow band could dump 3 or more inches an hour. That's too much for snow removal workers to keep up. Forecasters also say the wind could cause near zero visibility at its peak.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. The winter is here. It's not even the winter's coming anymore. The winter is here, and I'm not ready for it. I am not ready for it at all. Amanda, shout out to you living in a place where it doesn't snow often. But every time it snows, I ask myself, why do I live in the Northeast? You have the option to live wherever you want in the world, but
don't worry. I asked that. I asked that for you guys too. I'm like, why do you guys live there? Just kidding. I do love Chicago. Right? It's a great city. Just move. Yeah.
Well, you can see some snow falling during the Bears win yesterday. So that was definitely some good football weather for the game yesterday.
Definitely so. Wow. Definitely so. Alex says, "Is it just Chicago or more cities?" I think it's a couple of cities, but we're a Chicago-based company here, so shout out to Shy. Shout out to the Shy.
Yeah, Chicago,
all right, let's talk.
Michigan.
Let's talk the NASDAQ. What are you guys seeing over there?
All right,
it's going up.
It's going up.
Technical analysis. It's going up.
Okay, so there's not much difference, monthly, weekly. It's so far it's an inside month weekly. We did get our pullback. Everybody was waiting for. Seems to be almost setting up an area of potential balance on the weekly chart, the daily chart. We do see our excess low. All right, that's that halfway mark of that October 10th bar that put in that low on Friday, and a V bottom, excess low, decent volume. We only added 600 in open interest on Friday in the NASDAQ. There's more, I think, interesting information on the 30-minute chart when we get there. But Amanda, is there anything that you want to point out on the daily here in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I want to note is not necessarily the NASDAQ itself, but that we did technically have a divergence between the NASDAQ and the ES kind of as the weekend turned over. So the NASDAQ did technically close red on the daily, whereas the ES did close in a new high. The candle closed green on Friday. And so that's just something I'm watching a little bit. I think that's probably an attestation to the heavy positioning of the tech stocks that the NASDAQ has compared to the ES. But there's just a little bit of a divergence between the NASDAQ and ES on that, which is giving me a little bit of caution in maybe watching the NASDAQ today for confluences on shorts or bounces in the ES, for example. That's the only thing I'm noticing on the daily, though.
We did have some pretty serious tech companies take some pretty deep hits last week, and the S&P never made it to 5% off the all-time high, where the NASDAQ actually did. The NASDAQ was a lot weaker, last week. Does that mean it has more room to go to the upside? Jay, what do you think?
More room to the upside in the NASDAQ. I am with you here. We are trading above that 20-day moving average. Little less than 3.5% off the all-time high. I love this rejection that we saw on the daily. Again, we tested the 50-day moving average. No selling below that. We tested 50% of the October 10th candle, and we're trading above it now. looking for spots to buy this, Hogue. I don't know what can keep these equity markets down. I'm looking at the Mag 7 right now. And in extended trading hours, Meta's up 1.5%, Amazon up 1.5%, Apple up 0.5%, Google up 2%, Broadcom up 2.5%, Microsoft up 0.8%, Nvidia up 3.3%. And those are all heavily weighted components of the NASDAQ and the S&P. And if those are up, the NASDAQ's going to be up as well. So I am looking for opportunities to buy if the market presents that. And of course, anything can change, right? We could get a headline or anything that comes out that says, hey, you know what? This is not such a great reason to buy, but, can't keep the equities down for too long.
No. All right, let's take a look at the 30. There's a lot of nuances, even more so in the S&Ps that say this is good to the upside. All right, let's take a look. So we have the session gap and the weekend gap. So the session gap from Thursday to Friday, we're going to be opening above that gap, which creates an island bottom here in the NASDAQ. The weekend gap, of course, offers the opportunity for the market to come back and recheck that weekend gap. But with the session gap and the island bottom, and we got another late spike to the upside. So if we're stacking nuances, we've got the session gap, we've got the island bottom, we've got the weekend gap. If we can't close these gaps, well, there's only one thing that can happen. It's either going to range and create value higher or continue this move to the upside. Overnight inventory is long. Again, I think the nuances, profile nuances, the other nuances are stacked for this market to continue this push to the upside. The base of the late spike, 25, 127, 75, and it's very kind of packed there, just kind of similar to the S&Ps. We got the 5% off the all-time high. We got the initial balance high. We got value high right in that area. We got the late spike again, 25, 127, 75. So anywhere between 25, 100 and 150, there's just things that are really stacked up there. Lots of new love of kind of confluences there. If we even get the chance to see it, would be a very interesting area for price to give us to advertise, at least for a period of time. Amanda, what do you think?
Yeah, I think similar to the ES, like longs are probably what we're looking for to try to catch a trend up here. I'll tell you, I am so uninspired and risk averse to trying to short the NASDAQ that any sort of level that I'm looking at is all the way up at like 25,905 to like 25,920. So we have like a whole other, 400 points to the upside that I'm looking at before I see any sort of high probability rejection for what I would want to be taking for a short. So to your point, like it's scary to try to short tech stocks with how we've been for the past couple years. And I think because the NASDAQ in general was a little bit weaker than the ES on Friday, that could give us a little bit more potential to see a little bit more movement from that for the day. So my chart's pretty uninspired because I'm looking for longs. And then the only place that I would think about shorting this is up at, this 905 to 915 truly.
Okay, back up to that session gap up there, 50,
Pretty
25,
much.
880 to 626,006 even. Then we've got weekly
Yeah.
kickoff high of just above 26,105. All right. Jay, what do you think?
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm staring down this gold trade here, Hogue. We're getting pretty close. We're getting pretty close to our target. I'll get back to the Nasdaq in just a second. But what I was going to say in gold is if we pop back above 4100s, I would say take one off and then leave the runner for view up. But I don't
Yeah,
want
we
to
took
really
one
see this spend too. You took one off?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, then I think we're good
Ooh, yeah.
from there.
You know me. I
41.
I just execute, man.
Yep. 41. I don't want to lenny this trade because it's a pretty good one, but if we don't see the selling pressure below 4100s, this could just pop back up. So I don't know that this needs to get back to our entry without taking some money off the table. So
Well, we did.
there we go. I think we leave the last one.
Okay. Do we want to like put the risk at break even, or what are we doing with the risk?
I was looking at 4105. If this gets back above 4105, I don't know that I like the short anymore at all. So I think take whatever money 4105 gives us if we get back up there.
All right. 4106.
There we go.
We'll give it a
Let
little
it,
room.
let it cook. Let's go to zero. All right. Let's go to zero. Okay, back to the Nasdaq. Sorry about that. That trade was distracting me a little bit. All right. So looking at the Nasdaq, what I'm looking for is we have VWAP trading above the. Actually, no, it's not trading above the 200 moving average. So this is a little bit of a divergence from what we're seeing in the S&P. The S&P, we have VWAP, which is this red line on my chart, above the 200 moving average already, and the Nasdaq we don't. So what I'm looking for is, again, a pullback to VWAP 25,456. Ideally, what happens is when we get into the New York session, if I'm looking for longs, the volume that comes in for the New York session pulls the full day VWAP above the 200 moving average, which tells me that not only is price advertising higher, but there are actually actual buyers in this market. So looking for a pullback to VWAP for a potential long. But this is an potential area of rejection here, 25,600s.
Yeah.
The S&P looks a little cleaner. Yeah. There's definitely some targets to take out above there, but the S&P looks a little bit more defined as far as a long trade goes. Maybe we were just looking for a little bit more of a pullback in the Nasdaq here, just to prove that it can hold these 500s. Yeah.
Prove it, Nasdaq.
Prove it. It is up almost 1.5% on the day. So, it's the overnight session has done its job. The question always is, Hogue, when we come in for the New York session, when that volume comes in, are they okay with these prices higher, or do we need to see lower prices before we attract those buyers for the New York session or those traders for the New York session? So that can be an interesting one here for sure.
That's the question. And that overnight inventory is the one thing that keeps you from trying to jump into it right away. You'd like to see a little pullback to a support level before getting in, but we'll see. What's the Jay? What's the ATR daily on the Nasdaq?
Daily ATR is 443 points. Right now we are at 299 half.
Right. So we got space.
Yep. Yeah, we got some room. All right.
We got nothing in Crude here, huh?
The 5-minute is getting ready to close here, and it looks like it might be nope. Well, for a second, it looked like we were going to close outside of that 5-minute range. It's pretty big range here, 22 ticks, but it looks like we're going to close inside. Yep, close inside that range. No trade yet. There was a headline that came out. Ukraine special forces say they hit Russian oil depot in occupied Crimea. So we did see a little bit of a spike there, but crude is still very much in this range. Very much in this range. Wow, look at natural gas. Continuing to sell here. And house count is still short one gold contract, 41.90.50. We're short gold. Last trade in gold, 40.98 evens. Last trade in crude oil, 60.19. Again, we are looking for that 5-minute opening range. I'll let you guys know when we get into that trade. Take a look at the NASDAQ, 25,546, and the S&P trading 68.17 quarter. Anything else you guys got in the NASDAQ chart?
I wouldn't say the NASDAQ specifically. Another thing I'm just thinking about from a little bit more of like a, to be fair, right, a fundamental analysis perspective is like, with this government shutdown potentially ending, a lot of that federal economic data that we've missed in the prior month is going to start trickling out. So that's just another thing that I'm really interested in seeing, and like how long it takes for that data to come out, and if it sort of supports the thesis of what the FOMC was doing over the past month and things like that. So I am just kind of, my head is looking forward to seeing that open and seeing that increased volatility with like a lot of that federal economic data trickling out as well. So just a couple things to keep in mind, that if we do get that stuff passed, we could potentially see some pretty interesting movement. So
yeah.
Make sure you protect yourselves.
Yeah.
What have we missed?
I'll be keeping my eye on the Wall Street Journal a bit more. Yeah, we missed 2 NFPs.
2 NFPs.
PCE.
Unemployment. Yep.
PCE, employment. Was it 2 CPI readings as well?
2 CPIs.
I know they gave us 1 PPI because the Fed needed that, right? We were depending on that data, so we got one of those. But There's a lot. There's a lot. It's like
Yeah, I mean,
turning in
which
all your
is
homework at the end of the semester and seeing if you can still pass the class. It's like
that's what I'm saying. It's really interesting, right? The FOMC kind of, in my opinion, rode blind, right? I think we talked about it the week of FOMC that was a little unprecedented for them to make a decision without that much federal economic data. So it'll be very interesting to see if their decision, if that data supported the decision, and if we see any sort of shift in sentiment with that. So if we do get continuing resolution and a reopening of the government, I will be closely watching when that data is expected to come out. So.
could
And we
be
don't
as
really know
early as
how
this
they're
week.
going to be putting all that out, do we? I mean,
I know. It might be a while, honestly.
they're not going to just like bleh, throw it all
No,
out there.
no.
One report
Oh,
every
yeah,
5 minutes
I
until they
hope
get it
not.
all out.
Yeah, to the gulag for everybody. Just good luck.
Right. Hey, here you go. Read it. Algos would have fun with that, I'm sure.
Oh
Gold
Oh
my
my
selling a little
God, I
bit
know.
here. Uh,
Yeah.
we tested up to those 4100s. We did take one off, but still short a one lot 4093 last trade here. We are coming into that area where we were saying, hey, potential response these 4090s. But if we can get a sell here, Hogue, I think this is could just be one that we trail all day,
Oh.
at least until we get to VWAP.
Yeah.
4074 is where I have VWAP right now.
4074.
Looking pretty good.
Yeah, micros 4071. I don't know. We'll see.
Let's see what we do.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, let's think back to what we were thinking when we were looking at these charts. And when we were looking at this, we were thinking any short should be see money, take money. Didn't we say that earlier?
We did.
I don't remember that. I think we should hold it till the end of the day. I definitely don't recall that.
Someone rewind the tape. Rewind the tape. What did
We're in
we
the
say?
green. Hold this thing.
Yeah, we're not
I
going to
lied.
do it. We won't lenny it. We'll just let it play and we'll see what happens. If we got our risk in, it's a free trade. It's a profit no matter what. So let's let it fly. Is there a target that we would think about taking this? VWAP?
VWAP, yeah. VWAP. What I would say on this trade is if we get below 4090, I would say nothing above 4097 half. Right. So just trail it as it goes, right? Take some of the money off the table. So if we get below 4090s, 4097 half, and then VWAP down at these 75s would be a nice spot to look. Crude also just triggered a long. See if do we want to take that one?
Oh my goodness. I don't know. What
Do we have to? It's like our vegetables. It's like eating vegetables. I mean,
Your guys' relationship with Crude is my favorite. It's so toxic. Need a
Yeah,
little reality show.
right.
Yeah.
Surviving
right.
Crude.
As the oil turns.
This is it did trigger a long, Hogue, but Bob R says we're over trading if we trade Crude. All right, so we won't take it. There we go.
There you go.
We won't take it. Let me go through the schedule on the day. Someone asked in the chat, is Dakota on fast markets today? Well, good thing that you asked. I got a schedule for us today. Let me actually make sure I'm looking at the correct day here. There we go. All right, coming up for fast markets, we got Andre, Jack, Hogue is sticking around. We got Braden and Dakota. That is sure to be a good show. If you saw the last time these guys were trading on together, Braden with arguably the trade of the year on TopstepTV. We don't expect him to do it again because that's unfair expectations, but he's Braden. So I'm sure we're going to get some good trading. And we got Dakota back in his live account, so make sure you stick around for fast markets. After that, Hogue is going to come back with the morning recap. Then we got power players, George, Dolby, and myself for power players. We got a shoulder tap with Jack and Ben, group coaching Hogue and Marie this time for group coaching, and Coach Hoop. That should be a good one. Make sure you get your questions in there for Anne Marie, who does our market kickoff every Sunday. Good to see Anne Marie back on the show. After group coaching, we got trade with Topstep, Jack, Alfie, and Dolby. And then to wrap up the day, Andre, Mo, and Dolby. It is Mohammed Monday. So make sure you stick around for Power Hour. And then to wrap it up, at the buzzer, myself and Coach Paul to review what happened in the markets for the day. Ton of great trading lined up ahead for you today. I see the team already getting ready there in the background. Braden is locked in. He's focused and ready to go. We are locked into this gold trade right now. 40.91 last trade here in gold. Nice trade we got going on. One more piece of news also. We can get to that. Say, sure, we all have experienced or watched or have our favorite characters from this show, but we got a birthday today. We have a birthday. If we can bring in that clip.
One of the most beloved TV shows for generations of children and their parents is marking a birthday on Monday. Sesame Street turns 56. The public television show is the brainchild of Joan Cooney. She was a former documentary producer for PBS. Cooney wanted to create a show for preschoolers that was both entertaining and educational. She also wanted to help underprivileged 3 to 5-year-olds get ready for kindergarten. Sesame Street featured the Muppets. Cooney hired Muppets creator Jim Henson to create a cast of characters for the show. Some of those iconic figures, Big Bird, Cookie Monster, and Bert and Ernie, are still popular today, and the show lives on. It is estimated that some 80 million Americans have watched Sesame Street since its debut in 1969.
Hey, who's your favorite character, Amanda?
Favorite character? I mean, I'm a pretty huge fan of the Cookie Monster, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It definitely has to be Cookie Monster for sure.
He's solely focused on food, and I definitely understand that.
Yeah, it's like, I like this guy. Give him cookies. He's all good to go.
Like the one E-mini S&P. Cool.
There we go.
Cool E-mini S&Ps.
Two gold shorts on a long trend.
Oh man. Of course, we got so many people in the chat. Crawdad, I never really liked Sesame Street. There you go. It's not for everybody. But shout out to Cookie Monster. Someone said Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah, Oscar's
one
good.
of my Oscar's good. But let's see here. 40.91.70 last trade in gold. Do we want to do anything with this trade at all? I think we said below 40.90s. We didn't get below 40.90s, so we're going to sit there and wait. And I also see in the chat, birthdays. Got a shout out to the Marine Corps. Also the Marines' birthdays. My brother is a Marine.
Wow.
So shout out to the Marine Corps as well. 250th anniversary, 250th birthday. U.S. Marine Corps. So shout out to you guys.
Sun Tavern. Shout out to all you Marines.
There's 40.90. There is 40.90 in gold. Any alternative markets that you guys want to look at? Anything interesting that might have caught your eye? I saw someone in the chat says, you guys never talk about the Dow.
Well, I was going to bring up like Bitcoin and crypto in general too. I mean, I know I don't, and I'll be curious, like if Jay or Hogue, you guys kind of watch this at all, but like I'm looking at a lot of potential like new regulation that's coming out with crypto, and like if the government ends up passing some of that additional regulation, is that going to push additional liquidity into that market in general? With a little bit more clarity on what it means to kind of have crypto as a security in the United States. And so from a technical perspective, I don't really know where Bitcoin is, but that's been something interesting that I've been reading on to see if crypto kind of becomes a more, accepted security that people hold long-term potentially.
Amanda, how much do you know about Bitcoin and the whole blockchain and all of that? I mean, I'm kind of a unfrozen caveman trader.
Yeah.
Crypto
I mean, I'm
uses me.
Yes. You know what? One of my friends, he was like, Bitcoin's fake money, crypto's fake money. And I was like, honey, like the US dollar, you could probably argue is a little bit fake, because when you think about cash in circulation versus overall value of the US dollar, the cash in circulation is quite small. So if you're touching paper money, like that's a very tiny percentage of like what the US dollar actually is. And so I always kind of go back to him by saying, like, is crypto really any faker, right, than any sort of like non-fiat based currency? But I'm just one of those who kind of dollar cost averages into, Ethereum, Bitcoin, like a couple things like XRP and Avalanche, and I'm going to hold it till the end of time. Like I have never short-term traded anything like that. I'm just holding it as long positions and maybe we'll be retiring off of it, in my 50s. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Why not? I mean,
What about you, Jay?
it, it could be the thing. Jay?
Yeah?
I do have, and it's not a whole lot, but I do have some longer term crypto holds. I do have some Solana that I think we bought in the 20s, in the $20 range, and I think it's somewhere up near 200. I haven't even checked because, like you said, Amanda, it's not so much that I'm just like, man, I need this to work, or I'm not going to be able to eat. But it's, hey, if this
Correct.
continues to go in that direction, yeah, why not hold on to it if you got it at a pretty good price? I think with Bitcoin, there's so much institutional money that came into it. We can talk a little bit about the technicals. What I'm seeing right now on the daily, micro Bitcoin is sitting right at the 200-day moving average. It's like right on it right now. So there is a decision making area here. We did see micro Bitcoin trade under 100,000 3 days last week. So that was a test, and it hasn't tested that 100,000 since we traded above it. It passed the test so far, right? Can we accept back above the 200-day moving average? We do have that triple top up there in the 125s. So it's an interesting trade for sure. I know we've seen Braden traded a couple times on fast markets. For a day trading perspective, I think it's one of the best day trading markets that we have, especially with Topstep accounts. It's 50 cents a tick. And it's not going to cost a whole lot unless, of course, you over leverage. But yeah, it's a great market to trade. But we will see what our traders trade today on fast markets. Any final thoughts, Hogue? Do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
Okay, awesome. Amanda, as always, pleasure having you here. Thank you for your knowledge and experience. And Jay as well, thank you again for your knowledge and experience. Love spending the mornings with you guys. And yeah, we are going to be heading into fast markets pretty soon here. But as always, gotta call the top of the chat here. We had Yabber Dude. I don't know if I caught the top today, but pretty close to it. Hopefully, rolling with Kevin Shubham, Steve-O Zero, Anastasios, Dan Trader, chillin' once again, Alexandre, and yes, today is the 250th anniversary of the Marine Corps. Happy birthday, Marine Corps. It is also the 50th anniversary. I don't know if you guys know about this, but the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, the famous song made famous by, of course, Gordon Lightfoot, and a big deal here around the Great Lakes to remember the 29 souls that were lost on the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. But on that note, let's remind ourselves to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in our trading today. As always, pray for peace every day. We are headed into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn the machine back on! Turn the machine back on! Turn the machine back on! Turn the machine back on!
Whoa. That got me.
As Hogue mentioned, it's been 50 years since the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Welcome to Fast Markets. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Oh, Jack. That's all she wrote. Jack, you can have the rest of the day off. That was absolutely incredible. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. That was absolutely incredible. Look at that. Man of many talents. All right, let's get into it. This Monday. Wow, that was incredible. You have to do that again, Jack. Lower right-hand corner, Mr. Dakota in the house. Lower left-hand corner, Braden. Upper right, showing off man of many talents, Jack in the house. Did you and Hogue work on that? Did you guys plan that? That was absolutely fantastic.
Planned it yesterday.
Incredible. Okay, man. All right, happy Monday. Braden, do you have anything that could top that by any chance? That was absolutely fantastic. Braden, what's
Hey,
up,
Andre,
man?
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we can hear you, but
Cool,
that was
cool.
absolutely incredible. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Braden.
that was
Happy
awesome.
Monday. Let's
That
go
was
into this
awesome.
trade.
Round of applause. Yeah, I mean, it's been Last time I was on Fast Markets, we were, not here. We're 800 points off that low, just kind of melting up. I don't do well mentally trying to kind of process like how quickly these markets can recover, but that's what we're seeing. Kind of want to fade the top a little bit today. That's just kind of my inner trader telling me what to do, but I'm going to be very patient, look for very good opportunities, and be a little surgical today.
That was absolutely fantastic. Dakota, we got 2.5 minutes till the opening bell here.
Man,
Thoughts coming in, man. Thoughts coming in. That was just.
I'm still processing what just happened.
He nailed it too.
Jack, man.
That's how I feel about the markets today too. I feel like we got to process what's happening right now.
I mean, you could put the milk in before the cereal all you want if you could do that. Yeah, no judge on my end. But long gold right now. I'm long gold from 93.8. During slow markets I was down, but had a bullish bias on gold, and gold just kept going up. So we'll see what today brings. I wonder how Michael Burry's feeling with these markets just pumping.
Yeah, take a look at gold. Gold overnight highs 41.15. Take a look at the ES trading 68.15. Nasdaq trading 25,535. Crude oil $60.10. Jack, making sense of these markets. We got about 90 seconds till the opening bell. How do we make sense? I took a look at another peek at the 10-year. We're well above 4.1% again. Thoughts, Jack? Time to process. What are we trying to process?
Some time to kind of process what's going on with this continuing resolution or whatever. I don't know if this like buys us 90 days and then we're doing the same thing again. But yeah, 10 years right around 4.11 right now. Stocks are obviously way up. I got to wait for the open, man. We'll check some options levels.
Right on. Sounds good. House account is long. Short 1 micro gold. 1 micro gold. 41.09. Half last trade 40.93. Looking good there. Take a quick peek at the calendar for the day. What do we got? Got to see daily speaking earlier. Musalem's scheduled to start 5 minutes ago, but nothing yet from Musalem. Let's get ready to rock, everybody. We got 25 seconds. Braden, any prices of interest? Any prices of interest in the NQ or other markets? Last time you were on this, you're trading crude. Sometimes you trade micro Bitcoin. What markets are you looking at today?
I think NQ, but I want to see what the sentiment looks like out of the open. If not, we'll start browsing for other markets. But yeah, from a pattern recognition standpoint, we're in a downtrend on the hourly a little bit. Obviously, our time frames are still holding EMAs. We're still in an uptrend. It's still a bullish market. But if we continue, and obviously you have an 800 point bounce off the low, that's no joke. But if we continue moving down, we've seen kind of as we come down and break under support, we test it as resistance to the upside and hold. So we might see a play like that. Obviously, I have a level here at like 660s. If we come up here and prove to put in resistance there, maybe some short trades off of that rejection to the upside. But that's what we've been seeing. You also have kind of a channel on the hourly. But sometimes we forget these things whenever you see such an aggressive bounce off the lows. But we'll see.
Yes, we will. All right, we are now open about 60 seconds into this New York session. Take a look. Little buying here in the NQ. Popping it up to 25,560. ES gunning for overnight highs. 3 points, 2.5 points to go. ES trading 68.21.
Nasdaq hitting it too.
Yep, new session highs in the Nasdaq. 25,576. ES.
Nvidia's up almost 4%.
Buyers jumping in the equities right off the bat here. Nvidia popping there, Dakota?
Yeah, up 4%.
Got smoked on Friday, right? This is a no-brainer.
Yep.
Again, we were talking about possible resolution. Stopgap funding bill in the Washington D.C. Is the government open? I'm not sure. We'll touch on that here in a little bit. Let's take a look. We did pop it up to 68.24.5 in the ES. Nasdaq, same story over there at 25,584. Take a peek at micro Bitcoin. Micro Bitcoin selling off a little. 106,330. Very quiet on the ladder right now. More buyers
Our
stepping
whale
in.
covered their Bitcoin, but is
Oh,
still
really?
sitting up about $6 million in their Ethereum trade.
Okay.
I'll have to check where they
They're into
covered, but
Ethereum now.
they're just slinging whatever makes money.
Huh?
Truly something to behold.
Doing a little browsing Braden style. I like Braden when you said that, even you chuckled to yourself a little bit. You're gonna do a little browsing.
Christmas
better.
shopping.
Yeah, the Christmas tree is up, looking fantastic. That's one of three, of course, in the Braden household.
Wait, you said that's
Yeah.
one of 3 trees?
That's correct,
Yeah.
right, Braden? Yeah, that's one of three.
Yeah, that's correct.
He goes hard.
Okay.
The Braden household goes hard on Christmas. They skip over Thanksgiving and just go straight to Christmas in terms of the decoration. I love it. Absolute pro ball move. All right, we are beneath $60 now in crude oil. $59.94. NASDAQ holding bid, 5 or 6 points off the recent highs just put in there. 25,580. 580. 580.
Nasdaq's holding these highs.
Yes, it is. New highs. NASDAQ, called 590, 25,590. Yes, looking to do the
Well, we're right at
same.
6,800 in the SPX right now.
6,800, okay. NASDAQ's holding bid 5,580. Again, waiting for perhaps Salem. A little sell off in gold. Let's trade 40.87. 40.86 is now print. Oh, just something. We got a daily. Nothing yet. Now gold continues to sell off a touch. 40.85 last trade.
Just up 1% in the ES, 1.67% in the NQ. RTY is up 1.2%.
This is all like because the government's reopening, more or less.
Yeah, kind of. Just looking for a reason.
Hmm.
Yeah. Are we open? Is it official? I saw the headlines.
All right, I'm
talk
taking a
about
short
the-
from 576 here.
576.
2 micros.
Short 2. MQ 576.
Yeah, I see Nvidia's pulling back a little bit, seeing some
Right.
other stuff pull back. So maybe look for
Ooh,
a
look at
retest of
Crude.
where we opened.
Yep, Crude is selling off 59.82 now. House has to
Okay,
vote.
added to
Thank
that.
you. Short, how many?
4 micros from 74.
Okay, short 4 from 574. Thank you, Emmons. House still has to vote on it. Still shut down. Okay.
Crude.
So,
Wow.
Yeah, we're not getting
59.
that pullback yet.
Not
I'm
yet.
going to bail out early.
Got unbroken moves in the chat early. Passed my first combine last night. Slow markets. Nice. Broken moves. Let's go is right. New highs ES 68.25 half. New highs NASDAQ 25,594.
Right back up.
Yeah.
Yep. We're holding the
Nvidia right back up too.
I don't want to step in the way of this today.
Yeah.
No, not now that we held this. No. Nope. It looked like we had a chance to run back to those 540s. But nope, this is a clean breakout.
Yep, 25,602. 602 just print 603 half in talking NASDAQ here. ES new highs 68.27, now 28s. Dow
Pound
straight
is up 5%.
We are
Okay.
in.
I actually did, and this will be a side trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do anything else. I've just got a really small position, 5 micro short crude, looking for this daily candle to kind of build a body on it. We haven't really seen this bottom wick get filled and pushed to the downside. That's under 59.70s. Kind of looking for maybe a break at 59s, stop above the daily high wick. 5 micros, $300 a risk, and that's it. I'm not going to get too motivated by that trade because once again, Crude doesn't love to show a lot of follow through, so that's literally just going to sit there, and that'll just sit there the entire session. Hopefully, I'm not going to touch it.
Whoa, you're short 5 micro crude from $59 and
Let's see. 80, where do we get? 82.
very good. 82 short 5 MCL 59.82. Dakota flat. You're still in that gold
Flat.
trade. Okay, flat.
No, flat.
Dow straight up. New highs Dow 47,408. Nasdaq might be looking for another push to the upside here, about 20 points off the now 10 points off recent highs, now 9. Again, last trade Nasdaq 25,592. 592. Yeah, here we go. Buyers are not finished just yet. New highs ES 68.29 quarter. Crude selling off. New lows there 59.70.
I don't want to think about getting short until like 68.75 or something. So might be sitting around today. Or does that mean I should just buy it?
Oh, great question. Get that a lot. Well, if you're looking to get short up there, why not get long on the way up? Well, you got to know it's got to get there first. There's no guarantee it will get there.
I feel like we have not been filling gaps in the near term on the indexes. Like we'll leave them for weeks, session gaps. Like we gapped on Sunday night. And even last week we saw a couple gaps and we didn't fill them or it was the week before last. We didn't fill them until the end of last week. So
Took 2 weeks to fill that gap.
Yeah.
The reopen
No rush.
yesterday gapped up higher on the reopen. We'll get those prices here, but we got more buying in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq 25,608 now, 609. These are all new highs. ES just put a new high at 68.30 quarter. More buying coming in. Still just about 9 minutes into this New York session. Speaking of New York sessions, see pin at the top of the chat that says Topstep daily levels. Those levels, click on that link. New highs. Not done buying up the Nasdaq. 25,617. Call it. ES new highs. 68.32. Just prints. Those Topstep daily levels. I'll cut to the chase. Indicators tab at the top of Topstep X there. Click on that. Type in Topstep daily levels. You'll have them overlaid right there on your charts. Again, update and refresh before every New York open. Crude continues sell off here, 59.63. What's your downside target on this trade? I know
on crude.
Yeah.
I'll look to see what would have that been like Friday's daily candle low, maybe under 59.30. So let's see, maybe 30 ticks here. I don't expect a ton of follow through. This is just kind of where I want to put on a trade, have the risk in, don't do too much to it, but kind of just be holding a trade with the general sentiment, which I believe is bearish here. Continued exhaustion wicks on the daily candles to the upside. 60s can't hold. Just kind of want to be exposed to it short, not too much size, not the best entry ever, but just kind of let that chill out. Kind of like the house account trades their crude. Just kind of let it chill out. That's how I need to manage my crude trades.
Continuing to pump higher here. New highs. Yes.
Crazy.
Yep. New highs ES 68.33. New highs Nasdaq 25,623. Looking at about when that bell rang, the New York bell rang, we're up about 100 points in the NQ, the first 10 minutes of the New York session. Look at the ES, up about, call it 20 points or so since that bell rang. Still just nothing really jumping off the tilt. And we are holding bid. Nasdaq holding bid, ES holding bid as well. Can't get much of a pullback or turnaround for now. Anything from Musalem, haven't seen much. Again, we've got Fed speaker Musalem scheduled to start about 15 minutes ago. Still haven't seen anything from them. Okay. Holding bid. The Dow pulled back a little bit. On MBT. I know a lot of people are watching a micro Bitcoin last week. We did dip beneath 100,000. the 99,000 handle. We're now trading 105,875, right around session lows. Right now, we're watching equities just stay bid. Looking for prices.
There we are. Hanging around high of the day.
Yes, we are. 25,660. Still keep an eye on that level, Braden, in the NQ. Well, still about 40 points away, but 25,660 was your initial price of interest up there. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing on the hourly. We'll break the lows, and then as we test it to the upside, tend to find resistance and fade it lower. But I mean, all things in context.
All right, you guys, I shorts. 12
I
minutes.
still like a retest of where we opened.
Huh?
I could be wrong, and I might just pay for it here. We'll see.
Do let us know. Take a look at gold. 40.88. What price are you short from?
617.
617. Okay.
All the Mag 7 is green. Who are leaders here? Amazon up nearly 3%. Google up 3%. Nvidia up 3.75%. Everything's looking good.
Yeah, a lot of those stocks were down on Friday. I should say for like the first 2.5 hours of the New York session, we were selling off, methodical, technical sell-off. And then the buyer stepped in. It was around 11 o'clock, 11:05 a.m. Central Time Friday, and they just got all the way back up and made new highs. On the
VIX is back way below 20. We're at 18 right now.
I mean, this could be.
There's up 6.5 almost.
Mm-hmm. Look at him buy this.
It's because Burry's short.
New highs.
I feel like every time he gets short, some market it pumps like very hard.
New highs, Nasdaq 25,000. 6.3 Kramer inverse. 6.35s now. Print Nasdaq new highs. ES look at them about 2 ticks off the highs in the 68.34. All right, here we go. We're cooking. Buyers.
I almost want to put in a micro short at like 660, a micro short at 720, a micro short at 770 if things start to get like really dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to short this market with a ton of size. It's just difficult, just melting up. But I mean, if things got really dramatic, to kind of get a feel, I would put my average somewhere in the 700s. But we'll see. Because things are dramatic right now. I mean, we're 900 points up.
Yes, we are. We're in the 24 handle. More buying. They continue to hold this bid. ES 68.34 half. New highs. 68.35 now. Nasdaq not done. They're still buying the Nasdaq 25,643. Gold turning around a little bit here. 40.91. We're just trading 40.83. So buyer stepping in there in gold. Musam speaking. Thank you, Emmons. All right, Musam, hit the wire. The labor market is around full employment and has been cooling. I am very much looking forward to seeing official data. We'll talk about that. Well, first we need a deal. I feel we have a pretty good sense of where the economy is. This is Musam hitting the wire right here, right now. 10-year is staying a bid. Again, 10-year prices go up, yields go down. Salem. Companies say labor market has softened a little bit. Things look reasonably okay. Still holding bid.
Reasonably okay. All right.
Well done there. Any other Fed speakers? Nope. That's it for now. Again, the Fed speakers have been known to just kind of parachute in out of nowhere sometimes. They have a message to deliver, but keep you posted on that because you'll tell you what, we have 4,100 people watching all across the globe here on TopstepTV right now. Be so kind. Please click subscribe, click like, click the bell, which means notify. Closing in on 189,000 subscribers. See if we can get there by today. They are relentless with this buying in the equities. Anything more from Musalem? Lower income folks are taking on more credit card debt. Consumer balance sheets are okay. Higher income households consuming from wealth effect.
Yeah, because they got all that NVIDIA.
Yes, they do.
Got 1,000 lot offered 68.33 in the ES.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, it is. 2 points to go to the 2 points away. 1,000 at 68.33 on the offer. They're staying there. Let's trade 68.32.
You hear about these 50-year mortgages?
Yeah, the banks are just licking their chops. They cannot wait if that goes through.
Are you going to take one,
discourse.
Jack? Are you going to take one, Jack? Are you going to take a 50-year mortgage?
No. I already have one.
Filled.
Thank you very much.
You got a 50-year fixed? Build. 50-year fix. Yeah.
I could see a fixed, not maybe a 50-year variable. Oh, that would get me.
That's the top right there.
Pretty much. The bank's like, yes, please. Before we get interest from them. All right. Could he still short?
I tried it again, and I'm flat now.
All right. Pulling back about 30 points in the NASDAQ. Let's trade 25,615. Yes, last trade 68.29 half. We did see that 1,000 lot filled on the offer at 68.33. Anything more from Salem? Salem, what say you? Companies selling to consumers are having more difficulty passing on higher prices. Interesting. Companies tell me uncertainty has plateaued with inflation closer to 3% than to 2%. The labor market has cooled in an orderly way. Salem hitting us with the headlines here. Rating just short the 5 on micro crude right now.
Yep.
Did not get up to those 660s. 25,660, that is. Got within about 13 points or so. All right. 10 minutes till the top of the hour. Vandra, if you're ready, if he's ready, and I know I'm ready, Mr. John Hoagland, come on in, Hoag. Talk to me. What's happening? Happy Monday. You heard Braden talking about those gaps on the reopen yesterday, but let's do a little breakdown here, Hoag. Let's go ES, whatever you got. Let's rock it, and let's talk about those gap prices also.
Absolutely.
Monday,
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So we talked on the opening call this morning about a lot of the nuances stacking to the long side for the equities. There's the weekend gap. There's the late spike to the upside yesterday. And now we've also left the opening range, 1 minute opening range at the dead ass low of the regular trading hour session. Doesn't mean it has to go, that way, but to close the weekend gap. Now, people look at these in a little different ways. The way I look at the weekend gap is from the high of the regular trading hour session on Friday to the low of the overnight last night. So I'm looking at a weekend gap close would be down to 25,173. To get into the gap, we've got to get below 25,269. Other people might look at closing the gap at settlement, which would be 25,166 quarter. There is so much confluence at the highs from yesterday, and we can go through those maybe later on if we want to, but that's what we're looking at. We also have a session gap island bottom in the NASDAQ. So we gapped lower on Friday, never closed that session gap, and we've opened above that gap with the late spike to the upside, with the session gap island bottom. To me, the nuances are stacked for longs for equities. Let's take a look at the E-mini S&Ps now. So again, we don't have the island top. Okay, we don't have that, but we do have the late spike to the upside that occurred on Friday. The base of that late spike, 67.4475. We've opened above that, indicating that price is attempting to accept higher pricing. The weekend gap close. Oh, I got to get this here straight. The weekend gap close. To close the weekend gap, we've got to get down to 67.55 half. That's the high of the regular trading hour session from Friday. The low of the overnight session was 67.72. So to close that gap, we've got to again get back down to 67.55 half. And again, there's a lot of confluence. There's the IB high. There's the late spike to the upside. There's all kinds of confluence if we were to close this gap. But again, with all these nuances saying that price is attempting to accept higher pricing and the opening range at the dead low, the opening range, the dead ass low, is from 68.13 half up to 68.21 half. As long as that remains the low, I'm probably not going to be looking for too many shorts. As long as that remains the low, this market could easily pull back, close the weekend gap, test back to the late spike to the upside, but it's still probably going to be developing a value either higher or outright higher, overlapping to higher or outright higher by the end of the session today. That's what the late spike means. So we're looking for the market to be accepting of higher pricing. We added Friday 2,700 in open interest on a V bottom. So the bottom, the buyers that came in accumulated new longs. Are those longer time frame buyers? We don't know that for sure. But as far as the nuances are telling us that value by the end of the session today will be outright higher or at the very least overlapping to higher from Friday's session. Look, the way it looks now, I would have to say probably outright higher. Love to see the opportunity to close this weekend gap, see if we can find some buyers down here, maybe around settlement, 67.5375, or at the base of the late spike to the upside, 67.4475. So right now, I'm not looking for any shorts, especially with the opening range at the dead ass low. That's that 1 minute opening range in the equities. And both the S&P and the NASDAQ have left that 1 minute opening range at the dead ass low. I'm looking for opportunities for longs, folks.
For longs, all right. I'll tell you what's selling off right now. Micro Bitcoin. A little bit of now trading 105,002. No, 104,000 handle prints.
Yeah, the spot's at 104,684.
Okay. 68.28 last trade in the ES. The NASDAQ holding bid. 25,608. Last trade at NASDAQ. 612's per trade.
Yeah, this just looks like we're trying to base here. 600s put in support. Look for high day break.
Right. Seeing what you guys are saying there in the chat about some chart issues. We will look into that. $25,620 last trade. Now 621s in the NASDAQ. Take a look at the tilt. And the tilt's still 50-50. 68.27.
Can we get more than a 10-point pullback?
Still
kidding.
short. Still short gold here. We're trading right at the IB low, which is 4,090.40. Like to see us press down below that for this next 30-minute bar opening.
And seeing what you guys are saying, we are on it. We're working on it right now. Reporting those issues. Thanks for tuning in. Hang with us. We'll keep you updated here in real time with those chart issues. I am not seeing Happen to see them on my chart just yet. I'm seeing gold trading 40.94. I got ES trading 68.27. I got NASDAQ trading 25,623. Again, about 20 points off the highs. 50-50 on the tilt. Anything more from Musalem? Musalem? Oh, yes. Musalem. Stock prices and house prices are elevated. It's not our job to opine on particular market valuations. Financial conditions are very accommodative. We need to lean against inflation. Said actually twice. It is important to tread with caution with limited room to ease policy further. And monetary policy is closer to neutral than modestly restrictive. Yep. In gold. I am not seeing it. At the top of the hour here in about 3 minutes. We got buyers stepping in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ pushing higher here. 25,642. About 5 points off, though 3 points off the session highs. Yes, looking to make another run. Push higher here. 68.31. 68.31. Last trade.
Got that pullback now, it's just pumping. I mean, that's the pullback I wanted to see, but I got chopped up a little bit. So hands on butts for me.
Again, we are. Yep, we're seeing that. Seeing what you guys are saying there in the chat. We're working on it right now. Charting issues. I don't happen to be experiencing them right now. However, they are aware. And we have notified those. We'll correct. New highs here at NQ, 25,653 quarter. 653 quarter. Buyers stepping in the NASDAQ. What was that? 1,000 lots? 1,000 lot again filled on the offer at 68.33 in the ES, that is. We're trading there right now. 50-50 on the tilt. Braden's still short of 5 micro crude. $59.82. About 12 cents in the money right now. And if you remember last week, Braden with a 400-point banger, 400-point banger, over $6,000 with micros.
With micros.
I can.
That was fun.
Another little
Braden, let's do that again.
Yeah, that was
Which
pretty
way?
awesome. Well, I was on the right side of the market when we took that trade. Right now, it seems like buyers have full control of it. My bias is a little bit short, though. Just trying to kind of fade and give some of this back in the form of retracement. It's hard for me when we're up almost 1,000 points. It's hard for me to be in that mindset of looking for buys. Doesn't mean I should just short, but I'm trying to be very patient with it. Like, if we can get into the 700s and I can kind of fill some orders through there with a stop at that hourly high at 835, that to me is worth the risk, and maybe look for a retest of the lows at 600s. So, risk 100 points for 100 points. After we've rallied 1,000 points is an okay trade, I guess.
Let's see. So here we go. 76% long on the tilt in the ES. Same story in the NQ. Average price long of 68.27.
All right. So
we're
short gold. We've got a failed downside auction.
We do.
Am I lennying it if I take the profit now?
No, you're cashing in. I think we're
flat.
We're up money.
Great.
Up 231.
231. Well done. All right. Gold flat in micro gold. Again, 76% long on the tilt in the ES, 76% long tilt in the NASDAQ. These prices down. ES trading 68.30 and NQ trading 25,636. Micros. Nope. Made with micros. Correct? Braden? That was
Yep.
micros. Yep.
Mhm.
Just 10 micros.
It was fantastic trade. And once it got going, it got going. All right. Again, we're aware. We're aware. We're seeing we're looking into it. We are all hands on deck behind the scenes. And we'll keep you posted as we get updates here. Top Step TV. We got gold pushing. Whole house account is flat now. And
Yes.
no crude trade, correct, Hogue?
No, we did not take it. It would have had us long, which would have been a loss. We opted out of it. It took forever for it to trigger. And by that time, we were pretty much done with opening call. And we just said, nope, we're not going to do it, which was a good thing. Good call. Good no take.
Gold closing at 4,100. 40.98 last trade.
Yeah, we're kind of stuck up here just above the 6,800 SPX. Looking for it to make some sort of bigger move.
Again, we are aware. Thanks for here in the chat. We're aware. Everyone is aware and hanging there with us. We will resolution and updates here as soon as we get them. Do understand your frustration 100%. So let it out here, and we'll keep you updated. Yep. Hogue, those gap prices one more time. You got those gap prices. We gapped open higher. Like Braden said, it takes weeks.
The way I look at weekend gaps is from the session high from Friday to the low of the overnight. So in the NASDAQ, that would mean the weekend gap is from 25,269 down to 25,173. 25,269 to 173. And in the S&Ps, the way I look at it, that would make the gap. Oh, let's see here. 67.55 half to the overnight low from last night, which is 67.72 even.
Yes, okay, very good. Asking what the high in gold is. High in the session, thank you, Hogue. On the session in gold is 41.15. Crude might be looking to take another run to the downside here. $59.61 last trade. Oh, 59.60 trades. All-time highs in gold. Oh, just underneath 4,400 bucks. 43.96, somewhere up there. Got more buyers jumping in the NASDAQ. About 8 points, 10 points off session highs as we trade 25,646 in the NQ. Yep, again, we are aware about the charting issues. I am not necessarily having that issue yet on my end, but we have noted and we've passed it along, and I can assure you, working all hands on deck.
Yeah, some chart glitches, and if you absolutely need to see the prices, for me, the tick charts are working with no gaps or anything like that. So, in the meantime,
yes, the longer time frame charts are also fine. Just some of the shorter time frame charts.
All right. Well, okay. So we'll keep quoting prices here. Look at the charts in the ES again. 68.29. We did see a 1,000 lot. 1,000 lot filled on the offer at 68.33. Crude down ticking now. New session lows in crude, $59.55. Bitcoin trading 105,475. Did bottom out at 104,960.
Nvidia's back up nearly 4%.
Good job.
Yeah, it
Are
is.
we above 5 trillion? 5 trillion market cap?
No, I don't believe so. But it traded as low as like 180 on Friday.
Huh.
$15. That's 300 something billion in market cap. Great stuff.
Palantir's up 7.25%.
Uh, 40 I call 40.99 last trade. In a 40.90. Looking to test those 4,100 evens in gold. Remember gold 40.40. It's a lot of resistance up there. Big magnet around 4,000 in gold. We have been able to break out of that range. We're in there for about a week or so.
Yeah.
Jack, you got your options data. What are you looking at? I know you're looking up at the 80s, 68.80 in the ES, about 50 points higher from
right
where we're at.
now.
What do you got?
So, like right now, the big level we're around is 6,800, but we're
Okay.
about 10 points above it right now. So we're trading about 68.10 in the SPX right now. So 68.50 would be around 68.70 in the futures, which is where I said, like, I don't want to step in front of this at all for now.
Right. All right, we got U.S. House Speaker Johnson hitting the wire here. The Senate vote on Sunday opened the door to the government reopening. We'll call House to return to Washington, D.C. when the Senate's done. And also, I want a vote as soon as possible in the House on passing the bill to reopen the government. Again, keep in mind, we have not had the last 2 non-farm payroll data releases, and we've got to get at least one of them, not both of them. The jobs. Did have ADP come out last week? It did come out better than expected. However, layoffs. I'm hearing and looking at the data saying layoffs are at a pretty high number compared to the last few years. So, yeah, when the government does get a deal done, we'll look to see when will we get that data, right? Get that jobs data. That's very, very important. We hear all the Fed speakers referring to the labor market, inflation as well. Yep.
And we could get the September NFP like this week, maybe.
That would be wild.
Yeah, because it's Monday, so it's what, 2-3 days after they open.
Well, we get the revisions as well.
Yeah.
They can revise it all in one. Don't need to revise it, right? If you just come on 2 months late.
Mm-hmm.
59.56 last trade in crude. And we're aware of the issues, the charting issues. However, not seeing them, but we are working on it. So we're looking to push this thing higher. New highs. Nope, not quite yet. About 2 points off the highs in the ES, 68.33. I think Max Verstappen's a beast, Rude. 25,652. 652. Last trade in the NQ. Another push. Nope. A little rejection up at 660. Brain, was that your level? 660?
Yeah, it was like 660, but I don't really like the price acceptance we're seeing at it. So I will be looking to get short if we can get a new high day break and kind of bleed up into the 700s. I'm going to start trying to get some sell orders filled for maybe a move back down into the opening range, or maybe the 9 EMA on the hourly is 600s for me. Just kind of like an overextension play, then I'll try to fade the tops. But I've got very patient entries up there in the 700s. If we can take high day and get a little bit overextended, I'll look to try to fade. But yeah, this was kind of the level I was interested in. I don't like to see so much consolidation around it, especially at such a high volume time. I want to see it go test that level, and then I want to see sellers step in hard, and they aren't. We're just accepting price here, and buyers are still in control. But I will try to short above 700s.
Above 700. All right. Oh, we got about 40
All
points to
right.
go there in the NQ. Got 18 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Bottom of the hour, we'll get those initial balance high and low prices in ES and NASDAQ. Again, we're aware of the charting issues on TopStep X. We're looking into it. We're giving you updates as we get them here in real time. Do you understand your frustration? We'll continue to call out the prices. For those who keep you informed and updated here in real time. 68.33. Let's trade in the ES. And that's 76% long tilt in the ES as well as the NASDAQ. Paired back to 67% now. Home bid. Nothing. I'm looking. Nothing on the ladders. Looking for size here. We got okay. Got 2 hard lot in the NQ up at 66.62.
Braden, you're looking good on that crude. Pretty much holding below the
Don't
initial
jinx me,
balance
Hope.
low. Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't
No,
say
you're
anything.
good. We'll see. I mean, we've got, like I said, at least to take Friday's session lows at 59.30s would be a good enough trade. I'm not looking for anything crazy. But yeah, no, this looks good. Looks good.
25,644. 644. NASDAQ. Anything more from Musalem? Musalem. House Speaker Johnson. I think, what was that? Little song coming in here in the NQ. House Speaker Johnson. I think we have the votes to pass the stopgap.
I think
I
the
don't know why
market will
they're even
continue
trying.
rallying with that. I think it does. I think we'll make a run to all-time highs.
All-time
They said
high.
I
All-time.
think, not that we do have.
Uh-huh.
It's
Doesn't
only
it seem
90
like
days or something.
it seemed like all-time high was like weeks ago? It was less than 2 weeks ago.
I heard you talking about that in opening call with Amanda. Yes, it was not that long ago. And like Amanda said, see one red candle and it's like, oh, the markets are falling apart.
Bear market.
Yeah.
Well, that end of day pump on Friday actually brought
Incredible.
us within 3% of the all-time high. So it's been over 5 months since we have closed more than 3% away from the all-time high in the ES.
It's a fantastic stat. Holding bid in the ES right now. 68.29 last trade in ES. You go with gold, 48.95 last trade in gold. Micro Bitcoin holding above 105,000. 105,440 last trade. Yep, we're aware of the charting issues here. Hang with us. I understand your frustration. Let it out in the chat. Let us hear it here in the chat. So we're here for. Completely understand the frustrations with the charting issues. We are working actively behind the scenes to update you with information as well as updates, timeframes, all that. We are aware and we are working out. We'll pass along info as we get it here. Topstep TV.
Well, pretty orderly here.
Yep. Engineering is actively looking into the issue at the moment. Now, what we got here? The upside. Still got that 200 lot at 25,662.
Yeah, in Q here is
holding.
it's just in a slow bleed up, right? It's not getting where it's going in any type of exciting way, but sure enough, we are just marching up, little 20, 30 point rallies, price acceptance, and then repeat. And then we just continue to do that. You just got to be so patient in a market like this, especially if you're waiting for the short entries like me. I'm so patient. See a little pullback, but I'm not FOMOing into anything. I want above 700s. Above 700s feels very dramatic. I think that would be 1,100 points off of Friday's low.
We get
So
down
that,
to.
no,
What's
that was
Friday's
about
low?
1,100 points.
What did we get down to? 24,000?
705.
705.
706.
Okay. Market's in a bit of a holding pattern right now. Looking around. Yep. $68.31. Looking at the ES. NASDAQ 25,640. Did see those sellers step in there. Couldn't really get more push. Follow through to the downside. Buyers jump back in. Pretty much consolidating around the highs here. Both the ES and the NASDAQ. Take a look at Dow. Dow has some very strong buying when that New York bell rang. All right, a little more selling. We're going to try to sell it here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's 25,628. Look at the 5 minute. This is the lower end of the range on the 5 minute. Gold train 40.
Just hanging around here.
We are. Jack, when you came in, you said you're trying to process everything. Maybe what do you.
I mean, it's
What are we
tough when
trying
you come in on Monday and
Oh.
it's gapped up and kept on buying last night. I don't know. It's kind of fragile. I'm not convinced in buying it, but at the same time, I definitely don't want to short it. So I'm kind of waiting to see something develop.
I got another 1,000 lot here in the ES offered at the
There we go.
68.30. About 4 points higher from here. No, 3 points higher. We are in.
I'm in one micro long looking for high a day. Just one micro. Kind of like Jack. I'm not crazy about longs either, but we're just seeing so much price acceptance here. Nice kind of flag. Take one micro back to high a day. Why not?
Okay, what price are you long from?
621.
621. Thank you. Plus one. I'm in Q for 25,621. Trading 627s. ES closing in on that 1,000 lot again. 1,000 offered at 68.30. We did see first 1,000 lot come in at 68.33, and that was filled again. Well, this on the offer 68.33. Again, same story here. 1,000 lot at 68.30, but 2.5 points away to the upside. Looking for high a day there, Braden. That would be 25,660.
I just took it off. I took it off. Yeah, we're 10 points off. That was a quick 20 point play. So I'll get back in though if we hit 620s again.
1,000 on the offer, 830 in the S&Ps.
A point away from it. Can we get the fill? First fill right there, 2 ticks away. And fill 1,000 times. 1,000 times. 68.30. First one was at 68.33. Second one, 68.30. NASDAQ. Anything on the NASDAQ ladder. Braden, you are flat. You got long?
Yep.
Took
flat
it?
in Q.
Very good. You still short gold?
Still short crude.
Yeah, sorry, crude. That's right. I do still do that.
I do that too. It's like they're the same. Crude, gold, whatever.
The charts are right next to each other.
Yeah, gold's hanging around 4,100 too.
Huh? Is that the new magnet for the next week?
I don't know. I think we keep going on gold. I think we broke out of the range that we were trying to be in, and I think we keep this uptrend. I think we could see 4150s.
Gold now 41.50. All right, gold is finally above 4,100 by about $2. 41.02, 41.02, 41.01 right now.
See what this volume is like today.
Yeah.
I mean, we did add a whole bunch of open interest, I believe. 24,000 was the estimate. And this was on Friday in a smaller range. Ooh, no. Only 2,600, only 2,700 new open interest. I thought that was a little bit outrageous on that preliminary, but still a pretty decent jump.
Well, we've gone from extreme fear to fear in the market.
Whoa, what happened? What are we fearful of?
Everyone.
Yeah.
I think this whole country just has an anxiety problem. But it was crazy. We hit that extreme fear just like, as I said, a little more than 3% off the all-time high.
Yep. We'll talk about that intro a little bit later, Jack, once we get some resolution to these charting issues. But that was a fantastic intro. We started fast markets. We got the bottom of the hour here in about 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Again, we are aware of the charting issues. Engineering is working on it. All hands on deck. I can assure you that. Just hang with us. We'll pass along information as we get it here in real time. You can completely understand your frustration. Okay, how many times are you going to say it? No, I'm going to quote prices. I'm going to quote prices. Just, there's one per. Just stop being annoying. I'm going to quote prices. Okay. 25,645. Understand your frustration 100%. However, the markets are moving, and there are traders that are listening to this and looking to us for price information. So with that being said, 25,648. Again, apologies for what's going on. However, the markets are moving, and if we were able to relay those prices onto all the traders here, we have to. So apologies, but we need to keep it moving because the markets are 68, 40, 34 last trade. We are actively working on it behind the scenes. Completely understand your frustration. However, got to quote the prices. My apologies. 68.34. With that being said, last trade in the ES.
Seems so simple in retrospect to buy every point or every 10-point pullback in the ES.
Yeah, we keep pushing up. We keep pushing up. On the NASDAQ as well. New session highs.
Braden, someone asked, are you going to add to the oil trade or just let it ride with what you got?
Nope, because that's a market that's, you can get follow through, but it's just not as common. And I'm still kind of a beginner at trading it. If I had reason to believe, if I actually saw us getting follow through and momentum, I would maybe be adding. But for me, adding here would kind of just be giving me a crappier average. I also do like the risk I have. $300 risking session highs, looking for new session lows. I'm comfortable right there. Crude's a trickier market to try to add into positions, at least so far with my experience with it. So I'm just going to let that one sit and chill out.
All right. Well, we did pop some new highs in the NASDAQ. 25,666 half. ES still holding right up against the highs, trading at 68.32. I saw a couple thousand lots getting filled in the NQ. Did that? There was what's it gotten filled? There was a 200 lot on the offer in the NQ. It's 25,662.
Yeah, NVIDIA now up 4.5%.
I know. I'm watching it. I'm watching that in Palantir pump.
Yeah,
Incredible.
Palantir's
Palantir's
up like
almost up
8.6%.
9%. Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Hogue bottom of the hour in about 3 minutes. We'll get those initial balance, high initial balance lows.
Sure.
Again, initial balance, high initial balance low. First hour into the New York session. We do this every day, every day. Essentially, it's simply the highest price trade and the lowest price trade in the first hour of the New York session. So we'll be getting that. I think we get the lows in. We get an initial balance, a high initial balance low. ES and Q. I think we get the lows in. Actually went to lows last night. Nope, stop. Nope. Sorry. 25,640, 650s. I'd be right in the opening.
VWAP George says you would be a hell of a boxer, Andre. You'd be a hell of a boxer.
Why? Really?
You have your chin was built up by chat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's just shit. Well, I completely understand the frustrations, the charting issues, 100%. 100%. Get pissed. Get pissed. That's what we're here for. Let it out. Totally get it. But we're working on it actively, and
The engineers are on it.
They are on it. They're busting their hump. Trust me, we'll be working on that. Passing that along, 100%. So initial balance, high initial balance, low price in about 90 seconds. But I think we get the low, IB low for NQ and ES, unless something drastically changes in the next 90 seconds. So what do you got for initial balance low in the ES, Hogue?
ES. So IB low 68.13.5. Also the dead ass low of the opening range, the 1 minute opening range.
Okay.
And IB low in the NASDAQ's 25.5, 25 and a quarter.
Hold on, 25.5.
Which is also the dead low of the 1 minute opening range.
2.5. 5.25. Okay. A quarter. And
Yeah, a lot of twos and fives.
Yep, in about 50 seconds, we will get initial balance high. But right now,
new highs ES.
Yeah, new highs ES indeed. That'd be 68.35 in the orders. Here.
I'm flat.
Okay.
I took too many paper cuts here at these 640s looking to short for a push lower. So minus 4,500. And yeah, that is all she wrote. That's all she wrote for me right now.
Oh,
minus
good.
4,500.
Tough start, but we'll see. Okay, are you locked out? Are you
Correct.
still
Yeah,
trading
yeah.
that?
That's what I have as my daily loss limit. 4,500.
Okay. What? You go to last live fund account you have. What was the daily loss limit with the previous account? You don't mind me asking?
15,000.
Was it really? I didn't know that. 15 G's? Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I had my daily loss limit at 15,000.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, IB highs are
I
in.
hit it.
All right. It's all
Yes, IB high.
Yeah.
68.35.75. 68.35.75.
Okay. 68.35.75 and the NQ?
25.666 half.
666.
Yeah.
Yeah. See that. Very good. Okay. So we I think it's quiet. It's all function of what your account size is, your account balance. I mean, $15,000. Yes, it is quite a bit of money.
Correct.
However, if the account size can handle that, then yeah, proportionate to it. All right, 50-50 on the tilt. What do we have?
Night Trader says, Port Dakota, I feel bad for that loss. Don't feel bad. Do not feel bad for a loss. You have a daily loss limit for a reason. Use it. Better than blowing your account up.
Absolutely. Keeps you alive. Survival. Or always trade for it tomorrow. Live to trade another day. That was one of the first lessons created so that they banged in our head at the prop space. Live to trade another day. As long as you do this, the profits will take care of themselves. All right, Braden, it's going to come back to you. Still short in crude, correct?
Yep. We're kind of seeing why that was just a side trade now. Just put on small
Browsing.
size and just let it chill.
Love me a side trade.
Yeah, I love it. The side trades and a little browsing, do a little browsing, a little window shopping.
How are you feeling about that trade right now, Braden? You still comfortable with it?
I feel fine about it. I mean, yeah, I feel fine about it. I like that triple top there on the hourly. I like if buyers can't reclaim 60s, honestly. In fact, that might be a better stop. It would tighten it up pretty well, but I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. We've seen it push into low a day. If buyers can reclaim 60s and push through mid 60s, I'll stop out. So I'm going to just tighten the risk. That's the only thing I'm going to do from a management perspective. But yeah, this wasn't going to be a trade to do like cartwheels over. It's just a boring market for sure.
What is a trade that would make you do cartwheels, Braden? Exactly. What would get you to do a cartwheel?
400 points in the NASDAQ, maybe.
If I made like if I make like $20,000 on a trade, I'll do a cartwheel.
Yeah, you heard it here.
Nice.
And you have to buy the meta glasses also. I'm still waiting for you to buy those, man. Once you throw that out there, you got it.
Now you gotta do it.
All right. Again, we've got the initial balance, high initial balance, low prices are in the ES and the NQ. Take a look at the prices. ES trading 68.30, off 5.5 points off session highs. NASDAQ trading 25,645. We got crude oil trading $59.77, and gold right now trading $40.92 last trades. All right, it is a Monday. All right, new week, fresh week here at TopstepTV. That means new tip of the week. What is the new tip of the week? Oh, this is an important one. Always use stops. Always use stops. Protect your capital. Limit potential losses. Set stops before entering, or automatically, yes. And adjust stops with trends. Adjust stops with trends. And that is rule number 2. Rule number 3. I mean, that's very, very important. Tip of the week should be rule. That is, you have to. Although, I mean, also some of the markets, there could be some slippage, right? Slippage in the thin markets. But you got to use stops. And we should probably say that one every day. It is, without question, it's what saves you. Yeah, you're going to get stopped out. Watch the market turn around on you. However, so protects the account.
Can I add something to that?
100%, Hogue.
If you're placing your stops based on the idea that I only want to lose this much on the trade, you're placing them for the wrong reason. You got to place them technically where price has to advertise to prove the trade wrong. If that is too expensive, you either hold off on the trade or demand better trade location. But stops should not be made using a financial decision. It should be a technical decision where price has to advertise to prove the trade wrong.
Correct.
Well, Hogue, I'm not
get
gonna lie.
For a reason, get out for a reason.
Hogue, all my stops are based on how much I'm willing to lose, how much I'm willing to risk financially. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be the reason. Like, all right, I'm gonna take these longs and I only want to risk $100. Well, that may be too short of risk based on technical analysis, based on where price has to go to prove the trade wrong.
So you change your size.
Yes, you can change your size. You can demand better trade location. Lots of ways that you can kind of make that adjustment. But if you're placing stops for financial reasons, like only financial reasons, like I only want to lose $100 on this trade, may as well just burn $100.
Well, Hogue, if I'm a beginner trader though, if I'm new to this thing, that's the only way I'm going to set stops, right? That's the only way I can really set stops is, we're just talking about I'll risk 50 to make 100, right? So for a newbie or someone new to this, I think I understand what you're saying, correct? For the trade to be valid, that's where you place the stop. But for someone that's new, saying, I don't know what that level is. I don't know where that stop should be based on,
right?
Where the price should be.
Right. So you should be trading either on a practice account or a trading combine and learning more and more about markets, how markets work, and how your mind works especially when it comes to relating to risk. There's opportunities that you're going to see that you may be able to say, you know what, this is a cheap trade. I can only risk $100 on this technically, so that's the trade I'm going to take. There's different setups, there's different things that are going to tell you that, yeah, this is there's a probability that this trade could play out. If price gets to this level, it's probably wrong. And it's just experience and knowledge and learning more about markets and more about yourself that are going to get you hopefully better and better at recognizing when a trade is a better probability or a better reward over risk. You may be looking at a trade where you're risking $400, but the potential profit target could be much more than that, 2, 3, 4 times that. Those are the trades that you really want to start to just to look for and to start to take. But I mean, if you're just basing, I'm only going to risk $100 per trade in the S&Ps or in the ES.
Sure.
Well, you're going to be risking 2 points every time, and sometimes 2 points isn't going to be enough. Sometimes it may be even too much of the risk. But you want to place your risk and your point of invalidation technically instead of focusing so much on the money.
Mm-hmm. How do you? Well, take it one step further. Then placing your targets, your take profit prices. Where do you go?
Completely market state based. It's all context.
Okay.
If you are in a market that you believe is going to trend higher all day long, then you probably don't want to have a profit target. You're gonna manage that probably using trailing stops, which are an art form in themselves. But you probably don't want a profit target. But if you're in a range bound trade, then your entries and profit targets should be relatively
range bound
clear.
for sure. Yep, 100%.
Right. So it's all about context. Finding accurate context in your studies, and then having a hypothesis that's going to trade to the context that rings true. So your hypothesis might be, well, we got a lot of nuances to the long side in the equities this morning. So especially if we leave the opening range at the low of the session, I'll probably start looking for longs early in the session because we're out of balance. We got nuances to the long side. And if that hypothesis rings true, then you have a strategy that follows that hypothesis. Your other hypothesis may be, we got a lot of overnight longs in this market. I have a feeling that some of those overnight longs, if they don't get paid right away after the open, they may turn the other way and push price to a better trade location for longs for me, which I may be able to take advantage of on the way down and on the way back up. So you have these hypotheses based on the nuances and the things that you're seeing in your charts in the context. And then when one of those hypotheses begins to prove itself wrong, which there's nothing that's going to be wrong every time or for good. Things can certainly change, but when you see one of your hypotheses proving to be correct, then you use that strategy based on that hypothesis for your opportunities. Does it make sense?
It does, and for more advanced, that for advanced traders, yes, that 100%. Or that have experience, and I think
and the way to get that experience is accountability. So when you do your research, no matter how much information, how much history you have or knowledge you have, you're going to increase your learning curve. You're going to speed that up if you put together just some sort of a list. Okay, what am I looking at? What am I looking for in the markets? Am I starting longer time frame, working down to shorter time frame? What setups do I already know that I can recognize relatively quickly where I can limit risk? Focus on those. But as you learn more and you take that list of things that you're looking at, you increase your knowledge and you look for other things to for other opportunities as you add to your
Sure.
arrows to your quiver, let's say. But you always want to be accountable to it, because you can spend 10,000 hours looking at charts and learn nothing. You got to be
That's
you got to
true.
be deliberate in your practice and deliberate in your accountability and honest
Yeah.
with your review to really kind of speed up that learning curve. And what we say here sometimes may sound advanced or not advanced or whatever it is, but it's in your ability to recognize context, put forth a hypothesis. When that hypothesis begins to ring true, you have the strategy that lines up with that hypothesis. I mean, Andre, that hypothesis can be as simple as, okay, I believe the day today is going to trend into the upside. That hypothesis, once it
Sure.
starts to ring true, it gives you a strategy that says, I'm buying pullbacks. I'm buying pullbacks. That's all I'm doing.
Uh-huh. Like
And
wrong
then
right
you
now.
may have
Speaking of
you may
which,
have a hypothesis that says
Are we getting the pullback right
we're
here?
range bound, so I'm going to fade the extremes until proven wrong. And there's your strategy. There's your hypothesis and your
We might
strategy
be
right
getting
there.
it. We maybe is looking at that. Braden, did you close out the Crude trade? Her order filled back there.
I added 3 more
Good stuff.
micros. I'm in 8. That's the most I'll add, but yeah, I did. I like that pivot off of 90s.
Short
So
8
I
MC.
added 8 more. Yep. So I added 3. Now I'm in 8 at 77, looking for low day.
Okay.
Still want to get short NQ. Just kind of waiting for above 700s if we can get it. See what happens in this range.
back to 6,800 on the dot in the SPX.
So
Did
did that make sense, or am I blowing in the wind?
No, it does make sense. It does. Well, looking back to the market, yeah, it does make sense, and we can touch more on that in like group coaching. However, like for people that people that are new to trading, they're not gonna know what point of invalidation is right away. I think you gotta look at the P&L just to get a feel for how fast this shit moves sometimes. I mean, but I got you 100% Hogue. Like the range trades that we're seeing right now, and the ES is selling off a little bit. 68.20 last trade, closing in an overnight VWAP. About 15 points off the highs. Fantastic stuff, Hogue. We love group coaching. Well said, indeed.
It looks like most of the people are saying, yeah. Well, good stuff, Hogue.
It is. Oh,
Good
I'm just
stuff.
here to play devil's advocate for those. He's 100% right. He's 100% right. I'm just trying to help it make sense. Yeah, that's all. You know what I'm doing, Hogue. You know exactly what I'm doing.
Absolutely.
You're
Absolutely.
100% right.
And you're the best at it.
Not according to some. I need to stop quoting prices. All right, Braid, you are short. You're still looking for, what was that target downside? You're 59.77. You're still looking to hit the lows 59.54. What do you think there, Braden?
Yeah, 59.35 was Friday's session lows. That's kind of what I was looking for. We'll see if we can start to pick up, off of that pivot off 90s. If we can sell back down into new lows, then I would look for 35s to get taken. But yeah, slow moving market for sure.
Slow markets. Speaking of slow markets, Sunday through Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Central. Your Topstep TV, Mr. Dakota. You get the likes. You get a hell of a lot of likes. Slow markets. It's Monday. Who will be joining you this evening on slow markets?
Jay's joining me. We'll see. Tip this hat upside down and have a comeback from this Monday. Me and Coach Jay trading during slow markets. Slow markets are always my favorite. They're absolutely my favorite. Trading the markets up, lots of opportunities. Not only that, I think what I love the most is everyone's submitting. Like I do a hashtag slow markets where traders will tag me in some trades, and they're just crushing it. They're trading so much better than I could have ever imagined, better than I do, and taking payouts, crushing the markets overnight, and then beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Fantastic to see. We got the top of the hour coming in about 14 minutes or so. Take a look at the calendar. Anything else coming at us? Oh, Well, we do
Yeah, I mean,
have
Leo says first time in slow markets yesterday, and going to help me realize to focus on your trading, not your P&L. Yes, yes. Focus on the P&L. Like Hogue said, it's so hard, man. Money is such an emotional thing, but the more you use it as a tool, the better it be. I don't know how to put it. I know there's a lot of sayings like that, but money should be used as a tool. That's it. End of story.
money should be used as a what? A tool?
A tool. Yeah, money's a tool. That's what it's used for. Make money work for you. The less connected you are to P&L, I see it all the time in the YouTube chat. Whenever I'm in a red trade or I lose money, chat goes crazy. And then half the time when I'm trading, I don't know what my P&L is. What's my
Yeah,
P&L? I don't know. We'll find out after. And use it as a tool for you.
Okay. We'll sell here in gold. 40.88. I'm always looking at the P&L. I mean, I feel that. I got you. All right, 25,614 last trade in the NQ. Buyer's going to jump back in. Watching gold. Gold continue to push lower here. We were just above 4,100. I'm trading 40.87. All right, let's bring this guy in. We saw him trading up on Friday. Mr. Gabe. Gabe, we're going to bring in some top, look at the live funded P&Ls and payouts. But Gabe, you're trading in Power Hour last Friday. Exceptional execution. You caught the rally to the upside.
It's a fun day.
Well done, Gabe.
Enjoyed it.
Happy Monday, Gabe. What's going
Thanks,
on?
man. Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. We had a crazy week last week in the live funded accounts, and we have Friday's top 5 P&Ls and payouts to go through today. If you missed it, last week, Braden had that absolutely killer short in the MNQ, getting a little over 6 Gs in the live funded account. But let's go over Friday's payouts. Here are your top 5 live funded account payouts. We got Ayush taking home $12,310. We got Alvanius, $11,680. We got Hawk, a little over 10K. We got Nicholas, $5,400 payout, and Johansson, $4,100 payout. But real profits, real P&Ls, taking it straight to the bank. Love payouts are hitting those bank accounts. And here we have the top 5 live funded P&Ls. Also from Friday, we got Nicholas G locked in at almost a $50,000 day in the live funded account. We got Dan, $42,000, Ines, $11,000, Andis, $98.86, and Osama, $8,700. But great day for Friday, especially for a Friday. I think obviously there's 2 sides of the coin, right? So there's going to be some traders in the red. I know on Shoulder Tap we talked about that, Jack and Ben. But overall, a great day for some of these live funded traders. And that's what I got for us for today's recap. I'm going to send it back to you there, Dre.
Thank you, Gabe. 4-man weave trading extraordinaire. Gabe joining us. We got selling continue to push lower in the ES. 68.18 the last trade. We got the top dollar coming in about 10 minutes. NASDAQ. Trading beneath 25,600. Push a little more. Now we are accelerating to the downside. Again, we are aware of the charting issues. We are looking to resolve that. Engineering is on it. We'll be bringing you real-time updates here as we get them on TopstepTV. Completely understand the frustration.
Okay, we're giving back the rally out of the open.
Yes,
we're giving
we
back
are.
pretty much the entire rally out of the open.
Yeah, see, never wrong, just early.
Never lost a game, just ran out of time. We are selling off in the ES 68.14. I'm about 20 points off the session highs. NASDAQ, we're down about 100 points.
To the opening range.
Back to opening range, indeed.
I don't think these markets are done selling through last week's lows, to be completely honest, under 25,000.
Really? Through last week's lows?
I'm kind of with you.
I don't think so.
Me too, man.
I have a knee-jerk rally on the government reopening, but the same concerns are still there.
Yep.
I disagree.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
That was a crazy rally, though, for sure.
Well, let's go. Where's the gap? Are we getting close to the gap? No,
We
got
got a
front
ways to
place.
go before we get
No.
to the gap.
No.
All right, more selling coming in here. We're pushing lower. ES now trading 68.09. 68.09.
Got the IB low.
Yeah,
Maybe
we're
low. 68.13. Yep.
I think this is just offering cheaper opportunities for longs if we can put in some sort of a base.
Jack. Last time I was on Fast Markets, you pulled up like a trend line on like the daily, I think, for the SPX.
Oh yeah. You can see it on here too.
That was
Oh,
before
yeah.
we put in that new low. What does that look
Well,
like
yep.
now?
We're still below the line of destiny. If we were to follow that, once again, we would get to SPX 7,000 by mid-November. They better start pumping. I don't have
Yeah,
much
this
in the
is a
way of
market where it's like
options levels.
I
below
like-
there.
Yeah, we're selling here.
I like the short trade too, but I would like to get in before I see the short trade working out rather than trying to chase into it. That's the issue. That's why I was trying to kind of catch it in 700s.
Yeah. Weak highs. Mm.
What are you seeing, Hogue?
Well, we got weak highs in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. We had a weak high on Thursday in the S&Ps as well. So we're seeing unfinished upside auctions. We could pull off what from here 500. We can pull off 300 points and still be higher on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we're going to see value or outright higher by the end of the day, which is what we look for above a late spike to the upside. I'm welcoming this pullback. I think it's going to offer good opportunity for eventually a long, but we got to find the right spot, right? Dakota, not wrong,
Man,
just bad timing.
it's all about timing, man. You got to be right on
Yep.
timing and direction, obviously.
Yeah, and I thought when I stopped trading options, I had escaped that. No, that's always part of it. You kind of got to be on the right. You got to be trading in pace with the market, really.
Oh, very cool. Stuart in the chat joining us from Cities 3. I'm here in Sydney. Need some sleep. Absolutely, Stuart. Thanks for tuning in. It's Tuesday there. Can you tell us what he's in the future? What does the future look like? Stuart, thank you for joining. Get some sleep. Much needed rest. We'll see you back here on TopstepTV. Looking for another push lower. 25,540 last trade. And then Q, we look at 68.09 last trade. ES. We got Braden Short 8. Micro Crude from $59.77. We are trading $59.57.
New lows. I would like to think. I'm thinking NQ helped this crude trade a little bit, but there you go, 51.
Bid right here. Initial balance low in the NQ, 25,525. About 12 points away from that. Top of the hour here in 4 minutes. All right, Hogue. So typically when we get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices, we kind of use the next 30-minute candle, which would be closing or opening in about 4 minutes, top of the hour.
Yeah.
It's playing the extremes, right? Actually, a lot of this is about playing the extremes, right? So we might be getting it right now.
Yeah. What we're looking for now, coming up to 10 o'clock, is information. The S&Ps are currently holding below the initial balance low, 68.1350. If this 30-minute bar closes below that is marking a rejection of higher pricing and you can use the initial balance low 68.1350 as possible resistance. If we close this 30-minute bar above the initial balance low, that would mark possible rejection of lower pricing and a potential failed downside auction to where we could look for maybe a move back up to the initial balance high. So we got to see where this 30-minute bar closes.
Hey, he'll go full screen. Sounds good.
am.
3 minutes till the top of the hour.
Refresh.
Crude,
Sorry
Braden.
about that.
Crude, Braden. It's a completely different personality than how it used to be. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Slow play.
We're in counseling.
Yeah, I don't blame.
That's
That
that
NVIDIA's
660
pooping?
level that
Popping.
So, yeah, no,
Nobody
Braden
comments in
nailed
the
it.
chat.
yeah, that's we're testing previous support on the hourly as resistance on this channel down, but like I was saying in context, you can't ignore that bounce. That's a 1,000-point bounce. It's a huge bounce.
Mhm.
But at the moment, we have rejected on the hourly at 660 level that was holding a support. Now it's acting as resistance, at least intraday.
So what are you guys looking at saying that we might go test last week's lows?
Yeah, well,
I'm not saying today.
Honestly,
that's a
Clearing.
fair question.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead, guys. That's a fair question.
No. I don't have any real technical reason behind it. It just kind of feels like it feels like they've generated a lot of FOMO in this market, honestly, on just that rip.
Well, it's
But outside of
the
that, I don't
government.
really have any technical reason.
The government opening back up, right?
Yeah, but to me, that's not huge. Well, I mean, I guess that
I kind of agree.
clearer skies,
unless
but economically, I don't know.
it was priced in that it was going to be, hey, we're selling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a flimsy BS rally, is what they're
I
really
don't
trying
know.
to say.
Mentally, I
Trying
don't
to say it was
adjust well whenever markets. Sorry, Andre. I said it at the beginning. I'm not going to do well trading this recovery unless we do just kind of fade it back, 1,000 points. I don't mentally adjust too well when markets recover super quick like that. Like it doesn't digest at all. It just rips right back up 1,000 points. But we will see.
Let's see a little bit more sound here. Top of the hour in about 10 seconds. Last trade 25,000, 521 in the NQ. Now are we look Hogue? If we were talking about failed upside auction, now we might be looking for a failed downside auction.
Well, no, just more range extension now.
Well, range extension. Okay. Cody asked a very fair question.
Where do you buy this, Hogue?
I'm looking for more of a pullback before I start to try and buy it. We've closed that 30-minute bar below the initial balance in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. That is acceptance of lower pricing and possible range extension to the downside.
Yeah,
we are at 85 points for the average true range for the day. We're at 63 in the regular trading hour session. We couldn't extend above. We are extending below. I'm looking at possible basing down around the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart, which could be down around 67.90. And below that, we'll test that weekend gap, which to close that again is down to 67.55.50.
55.50. Okay.
Yes.
68.1.
Looking at the dome, and it's relatively robust. It seems like people are noticing this range extension, indicating a higher probability of continuation ACH, baby.
Yeah,
Making
ACH
it.
is right. We did bounce there, 67.96. Saw the selling. Looking at the NQ sold off about 150 points, 150 point sell off from session highs to session lows in the last 20 minutes or so. Same story with the ES. ES saw about a 35 point sell off from session highs of 68.35 to new session lows 67.96. So about 40 points there. Myron on CNBC. There you are. That was not on the schedule.
yeah.
Myron. Talking about the government shutdown. Government shutdown. Again, we got the Euro close in about 28 minutes, bottom of the hour. But Myron, everyone's favorite dove, has hit.
just wanted to point out.
And go ahead, Jack. I'm
Yeah, I was just going to show kind of what happened on Friday is that, we've been above the 50-day simple moving average in the SPX since May 1st. And it is really rejected each time we've gotten close to it. And really, it was just a masterclass on Friday where we were below it and just frantically rallied to close just above it. Then we gapped up again. So if we do start selling off, I will be watching that very closely.
It might be getting a little heavy as well. What we got here? All right, Dakota, you're not trading live funded. Done with that today.
What's up?
However, you're not trading your live funded account. So your next move? You're just gonna say, I mean, what do you do? What account do you open up? Are you watching? What do you do here? Because it's gonna happen to all of us. Happens to all of us, right? Done for the day in terms of trading the live, right? So you go to the practice, you go to a comment word, what do you do when you're watching the markets without trading your live executions right now, Dakota? When you're watching this, what are you thinking to yourself? Looking for another setup, or are you just chilling?
Okay, let me make sure I understand that correct.
You're done trading your live. You're locked out of your live. Do you keep another account open? Do you have another sim account that you're trading that you're trying to tweak for the next 5 hours of the trading?
Okay, I think I got what you meant. Just making clear. I mean, it's part of trading, right? Traders see this all the time. They experience it all the time. You hit a daily loss limit. A daily loss limit's there for a reason, and it's the same thing that say I'm up $5,000 for the day, and then you lock yourself out. What do? For me, I don't like to switch accounts. I mean, sure, I could easily switch accounts, and I was right. I knew this market was going to sell off, and then you get into some trades in a different account, and the next time that happens, then you for me anyway, this is just purely me, is that if you keep switching accounts back and forth, then you start to lose your confidence on which account you're going to be trading in, which account you're doing better in. Should I just wait? Should I just, why am I taking the good trades in this account? Why am I taking the bad trades in that account? And it messes with you a lot more than it helps, in my opinion. Now, that's not saying like, okay, say I'm done and I could switch accounts and I could practice something, I could test something out. But for me, if I hit my day loss limit, I'm done for the day. If I am not seeing anything else on the charts and I'm up money and I lock myself out, I'm done for the day. That's the nice thing about trading is you could trade for 1 or 2 hours and then you could be done for the rest of the day. Win or lose, go do something, go touch grass, go do something else, get your mind off of these markets. I mean, you should never put yourself in a position where you're losing more that will affect you emotionally. If you're going to take a loss and it's going to affect you emotionally, then your loss limit is just too big. $4,500 is small. I switched over to an XFA with 27,000. 4,500, not a big amount. Not a big amount. First time I hit this 2 months since I've been trading for the past 2-3 months. And so it doesn't affect me just one bit.
Thank you for that, Dakota. Thank you for saving me there. I was trying to really massage that, but I just right into it. And take a look, 59.57. Again, we are aware of the charting issues. We will keep you updated. I know engineering is working furiously on it, and we'll keep you updated in real time as we do get those. We got the bottom of the hour, 24 minutes till the London close. That being said, we did just put in some new lows in the ES. That would be 67.95. We're about 4 points off of that right now. New lows in the NASDAQ, 25,471. We're about 17 points off of those prices right now. Let's bring in, well, Dr. Volatility. Come on in, James. We got some updates. Also, we got something on the government shutdown as well. What's up, James? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, everybody. It is 29 degrees here in Chicago and snowing. A perfect day to stay inside and sit on your phone. And while you're sitting on your phone, why don't you head on over to Instagram and check out TopstepTV. The TopstepTV Instagram is the place to be for all things TopstepTV on the go. You can watch highlight reels, best of clips. If you missed Jack playing a little song this morning when we started Fast Markets, I can guarantee you it's going to be clipped and posted there later today. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, click on the link we're dropping in chat, hit the follow button on Instagram, and be sure to never miss a moment as long as you got TopstepTV in your pocket on Instagram. Then later today at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, group coaching continues on all week long. Group coaching is the part of the show where you get your questions answered live by Hogue, Hoop, and today they are joined by none other than Anne-Marie. That's right, Hogue, Hoop, and Anne-Marie. It's a trio you don't want to miss. So we're going to drop another link in the chat. We're going to pin this one, and it might be pinned. It will be pinned all the way up until group coaching. So if you have a trading question or if you need some more time to think about it, you have that opportunity. Get your questions in, tune back in for Shoulder Tap at noon, and then group coaching at 12:15 Central Time right after that. 2 amazing segments back to back you're not going to want to miss, so be sure to be here. Now, before I throw it back to the guys, we want to fill you all in on a quick little news clip. The longest government shutdown in U.S. history might be approaching the end. That's after the Senate voted to advance a stopgap funding bill last night. The chamber is set to work on amendments to it today, and the legislation is bipartisan, but last night's vote squeaked past by a filibuster-proof margin of 60-40. Centrist Democrats negotiated the plan with Republicans, despite objections from most of their party leaders. Amy reports on what's in the bill and the broader agreement around it.
The motion upon reconsideration is agreed to.
The government's a big step closer to reopening after the Senate voted to advance a stopgap funding bill last night. It's a compromise between centrist Democrats and Republicans. It does not extend expiring Obamacare subsidies, so many Democrats opposed it.
We must fight because a senior citizen cannot afford to pay $25,000 a year just for health insurance. We must fight to keep millions from financial ruin.
Republicans do agree to a vote on the subsidies by early next month.
We have senators, both Democrat and Republican, who are eager to get to work to address that crisis in a bipartisan way.
The bill funds much of the government through January. The broader deal has longer provisions for military construction and Veterans Affairs, the legislative branch, and agriculture. The plan funds SNAP through September.
People are hungry. And you can see also, sometimes in the kids' eyes, you can see their fear because they're afraid.
For federal workers, the agreement ensures shutdown back pay. It reverses recent mass firings and prohibits any more this fiscal year. If the plan becomes law, federal employees will get paid again. That could prevent scenarios like this around Thanksgiving.
They changed the flight, then they changed it again. Eventually it got canceled. And when we got to standby, there were like 30 other people on standby.
I'm Amy Kiley reporting.
Government shutdown, day 40, 41. Looks like we may be getting closer to a deal, or at least a stopgap. That just kicks the can, which is what they like to do in Washington, D.C.
Of course.
But at least we'll get our numbers. Will we get our numbers? Non-farm, CPI, PPI. What else are we missing? What else haven't we got?
How much are they going to even matter anymore that we passed their FOMC statement last Wednesday?
I mean, all right, so this is a first, of course. Obviously, government hasn't been shut down this long ever before. However, with the data missing, back in 2013, Jack, there was a government shutdown, and it did take place while it was supposed to be non-farm payroll. Non-farm payroll, first Friday of the trading month. And how'd that go down again back in 2013, Jack?
They released the number like 5 days after. They'll give us a heads up. Now, they have the September non-farm number. That was all ready to go. Basically, the government shut down like a day or two before they were set to release that. What I'm not sure about is if they've even been collecting for the October number. So I don't know if we'll get that for a while.
Well, then they'll have the September. They'll have the September number then, because they were collecting that. pump.
Yeah.
So yeah. This is a new one. Not even Hogue. Has seen this one before. But speaking of that, pin to the top of the chat, group coaching questions. Get those in. There's wealth of knowledge there. You're not going to get that anywhere else. Those questions in. Oh, Anne-Marie and Hoop. Doesn't get any better than that. Buyers are back in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I was on with Anne Marie. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Look at that, buyers.
3-bar reversal on the
Back to
5 minute in the
idea.
NASDAQ.
Sure was.
Whoa. Yeah, NASDAQ traded down to the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart and bounced. Boing.
Boing was right. We're looking at about a 14-point pop in the ES, now trading 68.09. And NASDAQ, I'm looking at about a 60-point pop. Let's trade 25,530. Right after we put in new session lows, we got London close in about 17 minutes. 3-bar reversal, Dakota. Gold closing in a 4,100. Stress trade 40.98. Rejection. Oh boy.
Yeah, we tried.
Did. You see what just happened there in the NQ? NQ, they were walking that thing up all the way up to 537, 25,537. Sellers just smacked it all the way back down to 25,503. So about 35 points. James Hansen in the chat made 28 points there. Well done.
Nice. I like 550s. I like today to be just chop is what I'm looking at today being. That's why I was short in the rally. I was shorting that move up higher for a playback to 550. We got it, but we got it a little too late because I got chopped up and chopped out. And so, yeah, look and see if we get back up to the 550s.
All right, Myron's still going. Energizer Bunny here. We're not at maximum employment. The unemployment rate is drifting higher. The labor market is softening. It is imperative to ease policy. 50 basis point cut is appropriate for December. 25 basis points at minimum.
Holy shit. Oh,
Get your 50-year mortgages while they're hot.
Some of my colleagues are looking at backwards-looking inflation. And Myron, getting it. Another one, Myron. It's reasonable to become incrementally more dovish. Well, definitely are.
Just try it, guys.
Myron. Yeah.
Fed Watch, we're down to 62.6% implied probability of a quarter-point cut.
What's NASDAQ going to do here? NASDAQ holding these 25,515. Brain again short. 8 micro crude from 59.77. Last trade 59.54. About 5 cents off the lows. ES doing a much better job staying bid than the NQ.
And S&P is still holding below the initial bounce low. Like to see it break a little bit further. But I don't get to choose.
Oh, we don't. I haven't taken a look at the earnings calendar for this week. Well, actually, it's not true. I did see Cisco. If you remember, Cisco was this week. If you remember Cisco earnings last quarter, stock rallied 40% in 24 hours after. 40%. We'll see if that's the case again.
Today we have CoreWeave, Occidental Petroleum, Rocket Lab, AST Space Mobile. So we have some of the speculative companies, not so much the Occidental Petroleum, but reporting after the bell today.
These energy companies, these oil, they're getting smoked, aren't they? You'd think. All right. NASDAQ, Feels like it wants to keep pushing lower here. Braden, you got any prices of interest to the downside? In the
Let me
NQ?
check out my hourly.
25,508
Just the gap. I
last
mean, the
trade.
gap. You have like the overnight bleed up. Buyers could step in anywhere in there, really, put a new higher low in. If we can start threatening the gap, that would be a possible trade. You'd need to see it under 25,400 though to even think about it. Not really. I want to try to fade overextensions to the upside. We've already seen some selling today. I want to try. I might try to hop in as we recover through the 500s, maybe for a break of the recent lows there at 470s. But I'm going to be just so patient with the short entries because it is obviously very strong. At least off this 2-day hot streak, 1,000 points to the upside.
Well, Braden, we were just calling that. We were calling that 1,000-point hot streak. We were just calling that thing BS about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
but I feel you.
Yeah, no, it is. But I mean, it can take all your money before it, sells back down. That's just how it is. So
Timing.
I do think that we will see that low again, but I think we'll see under 25,000 again. What we need to see what the structure looks like. That's kind of going to be how do we react? How do buyers hold? Whatever the higher low looks like. Is that going to be this session's low? We're going to kind of hold higher low and move higher. What does the structure look like above 25,500s? Do we see that gap filled maybe later this week? Kind of got to see what the structure looks like, to be honest with you. Because as of now, it is a lower high on the hourly. And it is rejecting previous support.
Get it.
But I do think we'll see it fade. But, we got to see what the structure looks like. If it starts to set up, then we can take some trades lower. But it's going to be about being super, super precise with the entries. That's all. Like Dakota said, like timing,
Yep.
Now we have a White House official. This is a White House official. Again, last Friday we saw an aide, right, Jack? A GOP aide hitting. This is White House
Schumer
official.
aide and a GOP aide, and they rallied the ass out of the market. Now we have a White House aide. What are they saying?
White House aide, the action in the Senate is a positive development, and we look forward to seeing it progress. Myron has concluded. Job well done, Myron. 50-50 on the tilt. Look at the calendar. What else do we have on the economic calendar? A 10 and a 3-month and a 6-month at the bottom of the hour. Also London close. And a 3-year note auction at noon Central. So it's no deal.
Those shorter term bond auctions tend not to move things as much. It's really the 10-year and the 30-year, 20-year auctions that can set the market a moving.
Grid's breaking down. Like I said, Friday's session low was 35, so that's kind of what I'm looking for. 10 points off. Or 10 ticks off.
10 ticks, okay. 11 points off the lows. Anything on the NQ ladder? Hogue, we had some range extension. Now we're back in value. We're back in.
Yeah.
A couple. How do we?
The tempo has gotten really small. It's gotten really slow here. So tells me be patient. Something better is coming down the road here.
Nasdaq finding some buyers here at the 500s, just above the 500s.
Might be they're gonna give another shot here to the downside. Sort of pick up a little steam in the NQ. A lot of wicks down beneath 25,500. Let's trade 25,505. ES trading 68.03. We're selling coming in here.
Oh, a little bit, little tempo there.
Yeah. Another continuation of what we saw last week with these sell-offs.
Positive delta, Andre. 3,400 positive in the S&Ps, 3,700 positive in the NASDAQ on the lows.
NASDAQ. Huh. Well, that's pretty good. Pretty decent for NQ. We're in.
I'm in one micro short NQ looking for the lows at 72 to get taken. I like the weak, kind of that weak range we set on the reaction to the sell off. That was a 200-point sell off from session highs. We're in one micro short at 96.
496. 25,000. 496. Braden looking for more push to the downside here. Where do you put your risk on a trade like this, Braden?
Well, this is going to be a quick scalp.
Sure.
If it doesn't start to show me that it wants to sell here, I'll probably just step out of it manually. If we break it back above 500, I'll probably just cut it quick.
Okay. Oh, it does appear we got more.
It's one of those now or nothing.
Yep, kind of like that.
Yep, short from 496. Yeah, ES 6,800. We saw that price all last week. In the ES as it trades session lows at 67.95. Again, working on the charting issues that were being experienced. We'll keep you updated as soon as we get them. I can assure you, engineering is all over, all hands on deck, and we will look to pass along the information as we get it as well. And we'll completely understand the frustration. We are
Delta increasing.
Positive?
Yeah.
What is it, Hope?
3,200 positive in the S&Ps now. 3,600 positive in the NASDAQ.
And Q's how many? Sorry, Hope.
3,600 positive.
Damn.
Some aggressive buyers trying to buy it back up here, but
one close.
They fail.
Sure did. Damn.
Look out. Wonder if they're paper buyers or plastic.
If they fail, yeah. What?
Yeah, the positive delta at the lows here indicates, possible longer
you.
time frame sellers.
I want to just take this crude trade off. Keep watching it.
I mean, yeah.
We're like 20 ticks in the money. It's too slow.
Crude tends to be that way lately.
All right, so let's just short the one MNQ.
Yep. Looking for 70s to get taken.
5-minute candle. It's a big one if it holds here. Or if again, that positive delta. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of weird when it's the other way, right? Usually we're used to like negative delta at the highs.
Yeah.
So you get the short squeeze. It's a different feel when it's the other way.
Huh.
And then we got Tesla up 4%, leading the Mag 7. Nvidia's a little bit off the crazy highs it was, but still up 3.4%.
So listen.
That's what I'll be watching.
On 6801s. Did you close it, Braden? Are you officially out of those short, the 8 micro crude?
Nope, I'm still in it, but I am thinking about it.
Okay, fair enough. I haven't seen Leon in the chat. No, it might be. I see some stops getting. Man, they keep holding the bid. Yes.
3.5 minutes until Euro close.
Those trend line traders out there. Take a look at this.
What time frame?
I'm on the 5 minute. 5 minute. You can probably look at the hourly chart where we tapped this on the 5th. once, twice, kind of that Batman pattern that we were referring to. Came up and we tapped it again today. Just that's where we sold off of.
What price? We're in.
I cut it. I just cut it, Andre. It's not.
Yeah. Profit though, right?
Yeah, break even. We'll paying more
Wait,
in
you talking about
fees
the-
than I am profit. But
talking
no,
about
I'm
the
talking about the
pre-trade
NQ. Sorry.
Oh,
NQ.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Let's see if we get another shot here. Hold and bid in the ES, but hold and bid about 20 points off of the lows. 25,495. 495. 6,800s. Anything doing it besides it being a big fat round number? And at 6,800, Jack. Any setups? Anything
Well,
with that?
yeah,
Just
I don't see
basically-
too much in the options. Like earlier, maybe you could make a case. You know, if you wanted to sell the 6,800, you would have taken a little bit of heat in the SPX. Right now, we're trading 6,780.
I jumped out of the crude trade. There's not really anything today.
Flat. Everyone's flat right now.
Yep.
I believe everyone's flat. Braden, what's that? What's the P&L?
164.
Nice start. And Marie in the chat. Old Caldwell in the ES. And see us go reversing, going long. Some people would see a bear flag. Look in the 5-minute. Positive delta holding the E in the NASDAQ. Interesting.
Yeah. Still 3,600 positive NASDAQ. Same in the S&P. It's 3,600.
Trying that scalp again. 89 is the entry.
Okay.
2 micros. Looking for the break of 70s.
Short 2. MNQ 25,489. Let me close. 60 seconds. 60 seconds. When will we get pushed through? The more times we tap on these, well, let's get long loading up here.
I do like your short here, Braden. It looks like we can run down to those 460s, 450s.
Yep.
60. Why do you like it, Dakota? What are you seeing in terms of the price action? Just
Yeah, I'm watching.
looking at here?
Once again, I watch the main, what we call it, Hateful Eight, like NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Google. NVIDIA's still pulling back. We're now up 3%. We was up 4%. We have the other Mag 7 starting to pull back, continuing to pull back
Crude
off their
win.
highs. I mean, they're still really green, right? Plus 3%, still plus 3%. But they're not as bullish as it was earlier. So seeing some weakness, I guess, off its highs. If you want to call it weakness.
They're certainly not going to
Profit
make it
taking,
easy.
maybe.
Yeah, London close. So pop we get here. 6801s in the ES. It looked like we're going to push. We got gold now above 4,100, trading 4,102.
Cutting it.
Man, that was the one. I get it.
Yeah, I think Dakota, you're right. This is like we've extended above the overnight highs, kind of rebalance with the sell off. I think we just chop around here. In range.
I like what you said earlier, Braden. You said you might. This is kind of how I felt this morning. It's like you might be right, or you might get the direction, but by the time it works out, you could easily be chopped up, right? So accuracy is very important when it comes to like a market like this, and we could see it. We're seeing it right now, where even though I'm like maybe we're short bias and this market does sell off down to 460s, this chop that we're seeing right now, it chop you out before you see the move that you're wanting to see.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, this tempo has just turned to garbage.
It's definitely. I thought thought we were picking up momentum. What's the VIX at, Jack? Are we at 19? Hopefully. Please be 19.
The VIX is 18.5 right now.
18.5. Wondering if we get the methodical that shows up again.
This lack of tempo leads me to believe we may turn this thing around and have a turnaround Monday.
From high to low, low to high.
Low to high.
Yeah. Well, we're at the lows right now. Pushing higher.
Yeah.
25,514. Look at the 5 minute. This is the upper end of the range in the NASDAQ. Right around here.
516, pretty nice rejection there. I'm trying it one more time. And if it doesn't work here, then I'm going to hang it up.
I want to talk about that rejection. What price in the MNQ, Braden?
500 on the dot.
1,500. 2 times or 1 time?
4 micros.
Okay. I really like that rejection. 513. Yeah. Gold, right and higher. 4103. 4103 last trade. Saw that rejection. Oh shoot, Hogue, we are coming up on time. Hogue's locked into the markets, right? Tempo.
Yeah.
All him to sleep.
Too.
Loaded. You got morning recap coming up here in 20 minutes or so, Hogue. So we're gonna let you get ready for that. A couple words here, Hogue. Obviously, people are frustrated. Just stay patient. Hogue, we'll see you in the morning recap.
Absolutely, stay patient. Dakota, Braden, Jack, Andre, Andrea, I see you. We'll see you all in a few minutes.
Later.
Morning recap coming up. Happy Monday, everyone.
Good stuff. Talking about the stops.
Monday. I'm going to give it to like 520, 525. Give it some room, not too much.
Are getting stronger. Biggest red bar in the 5 minute that we've seen in the 10-year all session here.
Okay, I'm adding another 2. I'm in 6.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. This is a brain special buzzer beater. Sure, 6. He always does this.
Right at the end of fast markets.
Yeah. What's
Sorry
your
to
average
keep
price?
you waiting, chat. 501, 6 micros short.
Pulling into it. All right. Gold pushing higher. Mm-hmm. See some perhaps. Okay. Anything cooking in mag 7? This all right here. So are they holding bid? Are we seeing any? Are any of them red? Any in the red?
No. The closest
VIX.
is still our contrarian Apple. Is just up, basically scratch.
Okay.
But up 40 cents.
Okay. Crude grinding lower, 59.44. New
Pain in the
lows.
butt.
It's all right. Markets are waking up a little bit here. We're seeing gold.
All right, let's get
Push
this
higher, 41. Yeah, this might be the one.
Forward 2 on the retest of the lows. Let's see the break, though. I'm going to hold the rest for the break.
All right, now short
Look
4.
at that. Oh, my. Look at that.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm 4 left. I'm just going to go break even here. If this is going to break, we shouldn't get a retest of 500, to be totally honest with you. Otherwise, it's just going to continue chop. Let's see it.
Keep banging on it. Keep banging. We got that positive delta. Right on this price.
Trapdoor, come on.
Yeah, they trap the longs. The longs trap. All right, ES trading 67.99. Damn.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's I want to talk about that rejection you saw
I might.
later.
Hold on a second. I might add into this some more here. If we get
Okay,
back,
cool.
if we get sharp selling into the 80s, I'm going to add in. Looking for the break.
Okay.
Right Wait for it. Wait for it. Now.
Yeah.
I'm
There we
adding.
go.
I'm
There.
following it down tight. Let's see. It needs to go here, though. Should not get a retest to 90s here if we're going to break lower. It just shouldn't. We got to eventually go. That's the way I'm looking at it. I'm in 9.
Oh, here we go, baby.
It's a free trade, but we just can't keep retesting these 90s.
Just slam it. You going with market? Do you join the ask or do you go market?
I joined the ask on that. And I'm stopped out. And it's just not getting any follow through.
Sure. All right. Flat?
Yep, flat.
Reagan, if we can go to your, you might be looking to get back in. I want to go to your chart, and I want you to show.
No, I'm done with it.
No, okay. Can you show us that rejection that you saw up at 25,513, right? If you can zoom in on that and just show what you saw there and what that means and what that led to the conviction.
Yeah, so I mean, in context, well, I'm already short bias this market. We had a nice 200-point sell-off, right? So and then it's about the range that we set here. Like if we don't get some strong buying reaction there, and we kind of just set like a flat sideways range, this is kind of like a bear flag to me. So, range within this pullback that we're seeing, you kind of come up. We continue putting in like lower highs, and you've seen it. And this is why I like to use the tick chart. I think Dakota would agree. You can kind of look at these orders here and see that as we are continuing to test these 570s, we come up and put one more test to the highs at like 513, and then sellers step back in, and we're immediately back to the bottom of the range. So for me, I'm like trying to play the momentum on that trade and step into it. So if I see buyers get exhausted on this and can't kind of reclaim the highs of the range, and then sellers step in, I want to be trying to sell into that move. And then, if you get a cleaner move in the market, we could have walked away with a nice trade there, but it's being very stubborn around 570s. But yeah, I like to look for little orders like that. I like to look for pivots like that. When I'm looking for trend continuation, right off the sell-off, we set the range. Okay, if sellers are going to prove that they want to take this thing lower, we're going to see some type of lower high kind of exhaustion or a pin bar or something like that. And then sellers kind of step in and drag it back down to the lows of the range. So I kind of saw that and wanted to play into it, but unfortunately, it's just not great price action. I think a lot of people would agree to try to play that continuation. We've sat in this range for a while.
Down, though, Braden, but like you said,
I do too.
Choppy. It's like you want to get into a short here for a breakdown, but just manage that risk and chop.
Yeah, I was trying to add into it, playing it very tight. In my eyes, we don't really need to see. I guess I could have stopped it at 498, 499, or 500. But
damn, right, man, oh man.
Yeah,
see
that you can't.
Right
we
there.
can't trade that. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
What Braden's talking about.
That's when you have to just see that and say, okay, I'm done.
That sounds good, James. We're gonna do this. Holding here is grinding lower. 5,475. 474 is now in the NQ. Got lows of 471. They're certainly not making it easy to catch this short. In the chat, they heard me ask Braden. Braden, did you join the ask or did you sell market? Well, those are your lows. You got it. There we go.
There it goes.
So
there it goes.
I joined the ask on it.
Yeah, he joins the ask. And Braden, I'm gonna throw Jack. Jack, what's the difference? What's the difference between joining ask and us going to market with the sell? What is
well, it just means if you look at the ladder there, if you sell by just join the ask, it's just going to put your order on the ask, which is the first red number you see there, and you will probably get filled at a better price. Probably, it's not certain because it's a limit order. The market order just goes, you hit sell market, you're just selling into the bid, and you will have the position at a usually one tick worse price.
Market order.
There's that move, Braden.
Brutal. They just trap shorts. Bukowski. They just
right back
shorts. Up. Oh man. Yeah, that's tough.
It's tough. Tough to trade that clean. Tough to keep the wrist tight. I mean, it's just leaving a ton of wicks here on the 15-minute, both sides. It's kind of chopping. No clear direction.
ES is holding offered right now. ES 67.96. Just printed new lows at 67.92. And what those fellas were talking about, they saw it pop right back up. The 92s to 96s. Saw that in the NQ as well. We made new lows at 25,452. And they popped it right back up to 490. So about a 40-point pop there, but we're still staying offered.
Well, that's
No
sell off.
update
We
just
traded about 2,000 ES in like 3 seconds there. That was probably when the stops got popped below the previous low. Tricky.
It's that last move right there. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the other live traders and how they've been doing so far on this Monday. Get a quick update. Some familiar names. Samuel up about 24,000. Kyle K. Same Kyle K from last week. It's up 17. We got Arthur. 2 Arthurs. Arthur M and Arthur K. One up 12, one up 11. And Lena up 11,000 bucks. So we'll be watching this and following it throughout the day. Most important thing is, 10:45 Central Time. Check back in power hour and make sure, keep those green days green. That's a tough one there. Again, group coaching. Get those questions in. Form pinned to the top of the chat. What else do we have? What else do we have on the day here at Topstep TV? I'm going to bring you wall coverage. Yes, we got more to recap after this. Then we've got power players. George will be joining us. Saw him take a payout with us a few weeks ago. It'll be Jay and Dolby. Then we got shoulder tap with Jack and Aaron. Group coaching. Hogue and Reed. Hoop. What a trio there. Trade with Topstep. Alfie, Jack, and Dolby. The power hour. It's Monday, so we're bringing Mo, Dolby, and myself, and then at the buzzer. Coach Jay, Coach Paul. Slow Markets, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. So we got a lot more coming. The markets are feeling a little heavy. We got gold, 40.98. Back down 4,100s. Big magnet there in the. Oh, even Crude, Braden, we just grinded to 59.41 and they popped it at 10 cents right there.
Yeah.
It's tricky. What is so Braden, when we're done with fast markets, are you done trading or will you have the monitor open? I got a question. When you're not streaming, how much screen time would you put on just an average trading day for Braden?
Like on average, day to day,
Yeah.
how much screen time?
Sure. How often
You know what?
sit in front of the screen?
Most of the trading I do from my phone, which is probably a little unbelievable. I tend to do better when I'm sitting down, but I'm just too lazy to come to the computer. I need to start doing that more. But to answer the question, I'm usually looking in the markets every single hour of the day. Like honestly, even in the overnight. Like if I'm pulling my phone out, I'm looking at the market. So yeah, just maybe a little bit insane, but all the time, literally all the time, looking at the market. Doesn't mean I'm always trading, but always kind of, looking at the market, except for when I'm sleeping.
Then you're dreaming of the market.
Yeah. That's the follow-up. You dream about the market, Braden. Have you ever had a dream about a trade before?
I don't think so. But I don't think I've ever had a dream about a trade, but I have had some nightmares where I've woken up to an actual trade and been down tremendously because I decided to hold it. You know what I mean? No, not any dreams, but definitely nightmares when you wake up.
I've been there. All right, few more minutes. Few more minutes. Looking like we may want to push lower here, make some new lows. Nasdaq has about 10 points to go. 25,465. Now 467 is trade. They're not making this easy. ES trading 67.97. About 5 points off the lows there. Get more recap coming up. Dakota, they're in the chat. They're asking a little recap on how your trading session. Looking like a little recap on.
Yeah. Let's do it. We could do a recap. I mean, there's not too much to recap. Just got I was looking to short. I got in a couple shorts in this level, but it kept nailing me. It kept hitting me, stopping me out. Then by the time I was done, then the market sold off. But I was shorting up in this area, and obviously, with hindsight, wider stop loss, smaller size would have worked out well. But I was looking for this little sell off back down to these 550s. But before it happened, I got chopped up throughout most of this morning, and I was $4,500 loss done for the day before the sell off happened. But I mean, it's not too complex, too complicated. Why was I shorting? Well, I am. Let's zoom out to this 1 hour chart. If it will load for me, and then I'll explain it.
Oh, gotcha. 67.98. Dakota, we had this a little bit, maybe over the summer. There you go, Dakota. Go ahead.
There it is. See this level right here from Friday? This was major support, and I was looking for this support to become resistance. It did, but not before I got chopped out. And then I was pointing out, so this I didn't see this until after the fact. If this nice trend, if we connect those two pivots from Friday when we sold off, I mean, we did come up and just tap that. So maybe if I seen that, obviously, I love to review my trades. I'm like, okay, what could I have done different? What could I have done better? This one, just simple trade management. I still like this trade setup. I would look for a short up in this area every single time. The question is just position size and stop loss is what made the difference. And it's crazy. That's little details what makes the biggest difference. It's like, okay, you're getting short in the right area, but then I still took a loss. And why did I take that loss? And it was just because didn't give enough room and probably tried to scale in too quick.
No, buyers jumping back in. Dakota, maybe next time we let the because obviously we saw the sell off. We got in too early, right? Maybe let the market show its next time. You did this before, right? You hold off and
Yeah,
wait
that's
for
the
the
hard
market.
part, right? Is like, when do you get in?
Right.
When does it happen? Is it going to sell off immediately? We've seen plenty of days where the market comes up and then instantly just starts rejecting, right? And we kind of seen that a little bit to start off, right? There's 5-10 minutes worth of a decent pullback, but it did it 1, 2, 3 times where we've popped up. So that's always $1 million question. When does it happen? If it
100%.
happens. And then can you get in when it does, right? We just seen that here with Braden. I mean, it looked like we was going to break down new session lows and test these 550s, 560s, or 450s, 460s. But, a little bit of chop keeps you out of the market. And then by the time you're done, then there goes the break. And that's what you were looking for.
$68.01.
Yes.
Jack, any levels for longs? I think 67.50. We're 50
I mean,
points
you
away.
could argue right here.
Okay.
Spent a decent amount of time here last night. Weren't able to get past those lows again. I mean, if anything, I would probably be buying. Seems kind of cheap, risk wise.
Where would you put where would the risk be? Where would the stop be? When we talk, this is the tip of the week. Hogue was talking about that, right? P&L, but the price at where would the stop be? Take a long right here at 6,800. Potential that. Not saying trade. It's not financial advice. If then
95 or something, 93. I wouldn't want to take it if it's going to break through the lows of the session.
Did you get in, Jack?
No.
No, that
Braden, do you?
that was me. I'm missing a little 1 micro short. Seeing if we can retest 50s. Like the pivot off 500s. Just one. This market honestly is calling for just one at the moment.
Love that. Changing the size, shifting gears, 100%. What price are you short from? What's in on the lows?
77.
Okay. Thank you. We've seen this a lot. Yes, right there. Stuck at 6,800. Tighter ranges today. Looking at about a 200-point session range in the Nasdaq. Here in the New York session, low of 25,542. 452, I should say, and high of 25,666.50. ES looking at about a 40-point range in the New York session, high of 68.35, as well as the low of 67.92. Is this where we zombie grind to the gap? Let's try. I see what you did there. You had in
2 times. 2
times is right. I'm not sure from 71. We'll just see the time. Are we going to do a Braden buzzer beater here with about 2 minutes left here on Fast Markets? Morning recap coming up next. We got the markets feeling a little bit heavy. Right now, let's be we'll go train 4,100. 10-year now holding above 4.1%. Start with 2. What's your average price, Braden?
73. You know what? This feels a lot like I caught a gold trade on Fast Markets a while ago. This feels like I had quoted an eerie sell-off, like a slow kind of chop. Sellers kind of gradually pull the sentiment from the buyers, almost sneakily, right? Because you keep expecting this dip to get bought, and then just selling orders just start to pile, and then we are testing an equal low at 50s. Maybe this flushes with volume, but I'm not going to use too much size because it has been pretty choppy today. But it kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
Yes, it does. And,
I mean, the market's definitely engineered, if you will, pretty well as far as like getting people on the long train. I would imagine. Feels like the only trade to take is long, doesn't it?
That's fair to say.
Feels like you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
If you don't get
now
it,
we might get that push lower. All right, you heard these fellas talking about is there more room to the downside? They weren't believing the rally on Friday. Right now we got Braden short 2 micros from 25,473. We're currently trading 469. That being said, morning recap coming up next. This might be a Braden special here in Fast Markets. Jack, we'll see you in Shoulder Tap. We'll see you this afternoon as well. Power Players with George will be joining us after morning recap. Are we going to get the new lows here? Feels like the market wants to go. I think we're going to go. All right, stay tuned to find out. Topstep TV, let's go. Is there more room to the downside? We fill the gap. Come on.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
right, it is time for the morning recap. Hopefully, you've had a good morning trading. Happy Monday, everyone. November the 10th. Yes, it is the birthday of the U.S. Marines. Bless the U.S. Marines. And we have had some pretty interesting opportunities in these markets. A little bit of changes going on as far as fundamental information in some of these markets, and pretty decent opportunities if you're in the right place, the right time. That's always the way it seems to be. We're going to take a look at the opening range trade in gold, which turned out to be a pretty decent trade for us today. Now, context. Okay, big longs all night long buying into this market. Let's see what happened. So the opening range has been left at the dead high of the range so far, which put us short to micro gold, 41.09 half. We got out of one of those at about 1-to-1. We got out of one of them at 40.99, about $100 win there. And we got out of the other one after the markets, they kind of left a failed downside auction there. We said, all right, you know what? We're not going to let this kind of take it all away. We're just going to take this profit. We ended up taking the second contract off at 4,096.30 for a profit of about $231. Now, Dakota started trading gold. He was looking for longs. Not bad. I mean, these are decent longs now, but again, timing is everything. Dakota was long 5 micros, right about there. Let's take a look. That was right about 4,093.80. He did take a small loss on that trade, didn't stay in it for very long. And again, he did take a small loss on that, about $190 on that trade. We did have some activity in crude oil. However, we did not take the opening range trade, which turned out to be a good thing. It would have, I believe, broken us to the long side, and you can see that the market has continued to push lower. Very range bound, very small ranges. We did have Braden taking a position. He accumulated 8 shorts, an average price of 59.82 after the high was in and after the initial balance low was in. Was looking for this market to try to kind of continue to push to the downside, which it has, but it's been such a slow pace. Crude oil has been a very slow paced market. It doesn't scare you out, it wears you out, and I think it got a little bit worn out on this one. He was in it for so long. He was a short 8 contracts. Finally, when we were having trouble, I think, looking at the initial balance low here, 59.58, he said, you know what? We're not really seeing any continuation below that. We're just going to take that trade. So a pretty decent profit for 8 contracts, 8 micro contracts, 22 points. Pretty decent profit on that. We'll take a look at the S&Ps, which we did not have any trades in the S&Ps today, but everybody is probably surmising, are we going to close the weekend gap? Is the overnight inventory adjusted? Are we going to find buyers? We were kind of looking for some buyers to perhaps come in around this 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart, which we have not yet seen. Once we did break the initial balance low, price has been pretty much holding below that, but we're not seeing any real tempo to the downside, any continuation, which led me to say, well, we're not seeing tempo to the downside. I could see this market kind of recovering and returning back to higher pricing. The late spike to the upside that occurred on Friday is certainly doing what it is supposed to do. When we open above that, we're looking to see if value is going to finish the day outright higher, which each minute that passes seems to have a greater probability of that. Now let's take a look at the NASDAQ. I don't know how people trade the NASDAQ, but that's just me. So very similar situation. We had the weekend gap. We had the late spike to the upside, 27.50. Market did open with a gap, with a session gap, with a weekend gap. There's been little attempt to close that gap, which again has me looking at the tempo below this initial balance low and saying, I'm not really seeing a lot of participation, a lot of tempo down there. I could possibly see this market continue to resolve higher throughout the day, which is what we might expect with all of the nuances that we saw. We have a potential island bottom in the NASDAQ. We've got the weekend gap. We've got the the late spike to the upside, little attempt to close the gap. We're going to have to see how this plays out. But as far as our traders on fast markets are concerned, Dakota is looking for shorts up in this area for, this is just a couple of the trades that he took. But he started looking for shorts up here. And, like he always says, he's not wrong. He was just early. That's really kind of what it looks like here. So he shorted with 2 micro NASDAQ, 25,576. Took a quick loss on those, 25,588. Started getting a little bit more aggressive at higher pricing, shorting 14 micros at 25,617. He ended up taking a little bit of a loss on those again. I think he got out of those right about 25,650. But once the initial balance was in, then the market started to break. Dakota was, he was kind of getting chopped up in this area. There were a couple of more trades that he took, but he ended up being right overall, at least for the time being, and looking for shorts up in this area. Just the timing, and timing is everything. Braden was looking for shorts here. He worked a short position. He pretty much was just kind of watching his crude oil position for the better part of the day. Let's go down to the 5-minute chart and get a little bit of a closer look here. So Braden worked himself into 8 contracts short, 25,500, relatively late in the session here. And he did end up taking a small profit on that. But again, I think Braden was noticing that the market really wasn't providing a whole lot of tempo to the downside. When we first broke that initial balance low in the S&Ps, we opened that next 30-minute bar below it, but we weren't really seeing any real good participation. There were glimmers of some decent tempo to the downside, but it just kept kind of getting eaten up. We're still looking at more positive delta, 8,500 positive in the S&Ps, 5,400 in the NASDAQ. So it's really kind of looking like we are seeing some more aggressive, maybe shorter time frame buyers down here, but those buyers are certainly kind of pushing price lower or pushing price higher. And kind of what we were looking at is the kind of slow pace, the tempo that we were seeing below the initial balance low. We have now recovered the initial balance low. Braden was short 2 at the end of fast markets. I am sure that Braden is out of those by now, of course, because we are seeing the market recovering back above the initial balance low. And we are maybe going to see this market continue to resolve higher throughout the day. So that is that's a basic quick look at the trades that were taken today. Let's take a quick look now into the quotable quote. We say this quite often in different ways here on TopstepTV. And Marcus Aurelius reminds us to ask yourself at every moment, is this necessary? I've been telling traders for years, before you take a trade, to ask yourself, is this in my best interest? Is this necessary? I think it's a really good way to kind of take some of those impulsive moments that traders find themselves falling into, giving it just a second to think about what you're about to do before you do it, and to decide, is this in my best interest, or is this just something that I'm FOMOing into, or revenge trading into, or boredom trading into? Give yourself that second to think about it. So do ask yourself at every moment, is this necessary? Is this in my best interest? And that's our quotable quote for the day. Looking forward to seeing our players coming up here. We got Diamond Hands George coming back in today with Coach Jay and Dolby coming up here in just a moment. Stick around, folks. This is Top Step TV. You're in the right place. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to TopstepTV and to Trade with Topstep Power Players Edition. We got Diamond Hands. George is back on the show in a new live funded account, one of the newest live funded traders at Topstep. Also, we got Dolby Time here. Cannot forget Dolby Time, NQ range trader extraordinaire. Looking at some potential good trades here in the NASDAQ, but let's throw it to you, George. How we doing? How are we looking at the markets? Coming in with a nice P&L on the day. What's going on?
Good. Excellent. Yeah, I'm excited about this new chapter in my trading career at Topstep. Life funded now. After
Nice.
6 payouts. So I'm up $1,000 on the day today. I did take some longs right at open, all the way to like 6:45 on that pump. Once market open, made up $700. And basically, I saw an A+ setup on the orb where it broke the low and took it to 470, make another 300, and I'm up 1,000.
Up a G on the new live funded account. You were saying in the green room, 3-day win streak. George has had 3-month win streaks, so we're going to see if we can do the same. But of course, the market conditions got to facilitate that. Dolby Time, how are we looking at the markets today? We were talking about we're right in the middle of the day's range so far. What's going on?
We are. There's a really interesting short up at the highs today. We had a really nice 15-minute range in the Nasdaq, kind of between 25,600 and 25,660. That came up. So we had another range on the 4-hour. That was on the 5th, and that kind of lines up. So support kind of became resistance on the longer time frame, right at the 4-hour. But right now, though, Jay, we were talking about in the green room. We kind of tested those highs at the 25,650s, ran down, tested the lows at the 460s, and the middle of that range is about 25,560, which is where we tapped, and now we're selling back off again. So I'm kind of wondering if
30
this
points
market
lower.
just stays violently range bound as we just await more news. I don't know if there's enough stuff to really push this market in either direction right now as we await.
You know who might know?
Who?
Our newest live funded trader, George. I know you're up $1,000 on the day today, but how are you looking at the markets right now? Talk to us. Anything that you are seeing that might get us into a setup, or you kind of hands off right now?
Right now, I'm hands off, but I mean, if we do break, like right now, we're breaking the orb, the 15-minute orb right here. We could potentially go back to that 470, 460, that low, maybe 450 area right here, and potentially maybe 400s could be end of the day. I'm not sure if we're gonna go for the gap, but we do have that weekly open at 320 where we opened yesterday. We could potentially, I mean, we do have a sell off pretty hard. We can potentially go down there as well. But
What is
I
the
do
gap
like the
that we
short setup.
are referring to here? Is it the regular trading session gap down at like 25,220s?
ETH gap.
The micro? ETH? Okay.
ETH gap. There. Pretty much.
The high of that
But
gap
I
is
would-
kind of where we opened last night, right around those 270s,
Yeah.
but then all the way down to 200s maybe. Gotcha.
Got it. I see what you're saying.
So
Okay.
this is the first opening print of the weekly open for Sunday.
Right.
Right here, 319.75.
So looking for some potential shorts.
Yeah, I do see some orders at. Let me see. Biggest one I would see right now be like around 375 on Bookmap. Somewhere in that area.
Oh, that's a
25,
tempting,
375.
It's a tempting target.
Yeah.
Would you look for a short maybe up at like the 560s, 570s to see if that ends up double topping for maybe continuation to the downside there?
We could. That's half the range of the 15-minute orb. This line right here. This could be a potential. I mean, yeah, we can if we do go up here. Potentially, it could be a nice entry to the mid range of that 15-minute orb.
Okay.
Quote some prices here really quick. 25,530 last trade in the NASDAQ. 68.12 half last trade in the S&P. 41.0350 last trade in gold and crude oil, 59.62. Coach Hoop in the chat saying cattle is cooking right now. Cattle is up pretty big on the day. Really nice move over there in cattle. But let's take a look. 560s up here in the NASDAQ. I got a New York session VWAP at 567. We did kind of come up there and reject. This last little push down, we held 510s. George Dolby looking for some potential shorts here. George, talk to us about while we kind of wait for these trades to play out here. If we do get up to 560s, Dolby, you have orders in there, or are you going to wait?
I would wait. I'd only move if George moves, or if George gives me the okay. We'll throw in a micro or two.
Sounds good.
If he likes it,
yeah, I
George
think I'm.
scoop me.
If I, yeah, I like either 580 or underneath 525 as potential entries. Considering that I'm already up 1,000, maybe I'll just throw like a 1 or 2 micros and I used to make some extra cash, but yeah.
Did you have any nerves getting into the live account again? I mean, obviously you're a very talented trader here. Do you get nerves anymore switching between trading combine, XFA, live funded?
Combine's not really. XFA's, I think before the buffer, I think I don't want to lose the account, so I take them a little slower. But once I think I'm above if it's a 150K, like if I'm above like 5,000, I feel pretty confident after that.
Pretty confident. Nice. It seems like anytime you get into like a new account, the first trade kind of sets the tone. Is it a winning trade, a losing trade? But being up a G in a live funded account off the rip has to feel pretty awesome. It's a nice little cushion there.
I think I made $500 on my first trade on this live account. I think that's how much I made.
Nice. Chat, how do you feel about does your first trade in your account make you feel a certain way? You get fresh into an XFA, does a losing trade cast a shadow over your account, or you just rally right through it? It's no big deal. How does your mental capital react, chat? Fresh new accounts. How do you treat it?
Great question.
Treat it.
It's like when I first car I bought for myself wasn't even 100 miles, flat tire. I'm like, oh man, this is going great. 100 miles into a new car, flat tire. I'm like, I'm taking this thing back. It's not the car's fault, obviously. It was nails on the highway. But yeah, you never know, right? If I take a loss, like you said, does it cast a shadow over the account, or is it just, hey, this is just another trade? I'm curious, George, were there any adjustments that you had to make? It doesn't sound like it. Just back to trading as normal. We got a question from Daniel in the chat. What's the difference between an XFA and a live account?
Great question.
I'll tell the technical difference, but I want to get the psychological difference from George. Technically, a live account, your orders are going into the live markets. If you look at an order book, if you look at the DOM, all those orders that you see on there are passive orders. So when you're trading in a live account with Topstep, your orders are actually going out there to the real market. The great thing about the live account with Topstep are performance bonuses, right? Check them out on the website for anyone in a live account. There are bonuses for trading well in those accounts, which incentivize traders to trade in them. But George, any difference for you going from XFA to live?
It's a little different because I don't copy trade. I would copy trade maybe like 2 accounts when I had 5 XFAs. Sometimes, but mostly it'll be like 1 account individually. I'll trade one and then maybe I'll trade another one the next day, but I wouldn't trade all 5 at the same time. So now I have to kind of adjust my contract sizing with just 1 account. So that's a little more challenging, I think, than having 5 XFAs. Uh,
Yeah.
so basically, what I would do is, let's say I have 1 account, 1 XFA, and now I go red like $300. I'll switch to another account and try another trade, right? I can't do that with this because it's just 1 account. So I think I need to adjust my contract sizing as well as my emotions to keep my life funded account.
And I think another
Taking a-
question too that chat frequently has here is: do you notice any order execution difference between XFA and a live funded account, or is it about the same?
I think it's the same in terms of
Nice.
yeah. as an entry.
Are you a market order person, or are you a limit order person?
Yeah,
'Cause they
market
can be
order.
a little bit. Okay, there you go. And you're
Yeah, I
trading
like.
micros?
Yeah, I usually trade micros. Yeah.
Okay, so with the slippage, you might see less slippage trading the micros than you would with the minis. The micro contract in Nasdaq, I think, trades like 5 times the volume than the minis do. So it's a thicker order book where you might not have to worry about it too much. It's why we we suggest traders often to trade the smaller product, even if even if it's just for the risk management of it. It's a thicker market, right? So you're going to get filled where you think you should be getting filled, and not where the market wants to fill, right? Sometimes we might see a 10 tick spread in the Nasdaq. You market order, you're already paying up or down 10 ticks to just to participate in the market, which could get pretty expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So even if I do like a mini, I would do 10 micros instead. Just because I want to trim 5 somewhere and then
Got you.
move my stop loss to break even and let those other 5 run. So I rather do 10 micros than 1 mini.
Yeah, that makes
Gotcha.
that makes sense. Gives you that flexibility. Kind of getting back up to those 560s, 570s
Yeah, we
there.
are.
We'll kind of see because we actually, you take out the wicks and we're in a really nice range. I mean, between these like 500s and 580s, let's say, we've traded quite a bit in there. So let's see if we can extend back to the upside. Otherwise, we might just be in this like 80 to 100 point range right now.
580s down to 500s, Dolby.
Yeah, sorry, like 450s. Oh no. Sorry, 500s to 580s. Yeah, that's the kind of like the 1
Gotcha.
hour range. Yeah.
Gotcha. I take a look at the tilt. 58% long in the S&P, 56% long in the Nasdaq, 63% long in crude, and 63% long in gold. Everyone's looking to buy something. 4104 last trade in gold, 5973 in crude, 6813 half last trade in the S&P, and 25,530 in the Nasdaq. Pinned to the top of the chat, we got a form for group coaching. Remember, Anne-Marie is joining group coaching today. So if you have any questions about options levels, put walls, call walls, anything like that, make sure you get your questions in there. Group coaching is coming up after Shoulder Tap, which is right after this segment. So make sure get your questions in for Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop for group coaching.
And there was a question in chat. Daniel Gallup. Does anyone on Topstep use GAN boxes? Yes, Anne-Marie does. Anne-Marie does use GAN boxes. It's been a while since we've talked about them, but I believe she uses them for measured moves.
Toby, you know what's funny
And
about that?
what?
I was using GAN boxes and didn't realize it, right? Just a rectangle basically, mapping out the high, low, and 50% is like 70% of what a GAN box is, right? And I think they include time in there as well. But then you, like you said, you use it as a measured move, you copy paste, and Anne-Marie brought that to my attention.
Yep. Yeah, we had her on. This was a couple months ago. She was talking GAN boxes. I'm not an expert in them, but I do like using boxes because I'm a consolidation trader. But maybe if we say her name 3 times, she'll magically appear.
She's there somewhere. She is there somewhere. Make sure you check out Emery for the market kickoff also on Sundays. 25,544. So George, if we get up to these 560s, what do you want to see? I see, pretty much no indicators on your charts. I see you got a zone marked out there, kind of right around 50% of that range. Is there a specific price action that you're looking for that says, okay, that confirms the trade?
I would love to see basically maybe a close on the 1 minute or 5 minute on this mid range to actually get some shorts. Same as right here, this 525. The reason I got into these shorts right here at 525 to 466 is because I do love this orb setup. So basically, for me, this is an A plus orb play here, due to the fact that we couldn't break we broke the high of the orb, but we did not take 50% of the range, which will be right here at 697, right? So we didn't take that 50% of that range. We came back into range, right? So now for me, I'm like, all right, we might take the 50% down the orb, which is 466. This is why I got this this short right here.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
So you
So
actually
that
shorted
that
460
Anytime
466.
pretty
from
late.
Yeah,
yeah, so
I was just saying
basically
that.
this 46 is basically just half the range of the orb, right? And once this 408 is the full range of the 15-minute orb. Same thing with the upside as well. So once I saw that we didn't take that 50% up here and we came back into range, I was waiting for a break of the low of the orb and basically got in and got into that 50% STP.
Yep. And then orb is opening range balance. Someone in chat does not know. And you're using the first hour, right, George?
15 minutes, the first 15
First,
minutes.
15 minutes.
First 15. Okay. Because some traders will use a different opening range. So you're using the 15
Okay. Yeah, the hour for me is the IB, initial balance.
IB, initial balance. Yep.
Gotcha.
Perfect.
What made you settle with the 15 there? What made you choose the 15-minute opening range? We got some size up here also in the Nasdaq up at
I did a lot of back testing. A lot of back
back testing. Got
testing.
you.
Um, I got familiar with it. A lot of times I would see that a lot of my trades would play out within the first hour. So um, I like the 15-minute over like
Nice.
maybe a 1 hour sometimes.
Got you. Are you seeing this size up here, George? I'm seeing about 300 contracts at 25. Where is that? 25.8. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see the
25.589.
300s. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see if we go get that.
I'm marking it down on my chart right now. Got 300 lot. Yeah, on the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right here at these
I do see it,
560s.
Yeah, 580, 590 is it?
Yeah, right under 590. We are at these 560s that we were looking at, really dead set in the middle of the range for the day. VWAP is pretty flat, which kind of feels like we can trade either side of it. But I know this was the first spot we were looking for rejection, and that 300 lot is on the offer. So that is a passive seller up there, 25.590s.
Yeah.
Man, this market's really changed personality after that Euro close.
Yes,
Could be
it
a chop
has.
shop. Could be a chop shop.
Feels like we're waiting for a tweet.
Yeah, right.
Or an update on the government shutdown, which it sounds like we're getting closer to, but I'll believe it when they say it's over.
Yep. They still have to vote on it. Still have to vote. But yeah. Yeah, we're waiting on a couple of things from the government. We have the Supreme Court with tariff decision. That's going to be a huge one, but the decision for that's probably not going to be for at least a couple of weeks, if not longer, because they're just doing the arguments now. Then the government shutdown is another one that we're looking to see get resolved as well. Geopolitically, I think things, at least the headlines, have calmed down a little bit. I don't think things have calmed down. I'm not really eyeing for geopolitical headlines a ton. It's mostly local stuff these days. Okay.
Let's let's talk about that a little bit. We got a news clip on the government shutdown right now. I know we are in this area where we want to take a trade. If you do get into anything, George, let us know. But let's bring in that news.
I'm thankful to welcome you to what appears to be the beginning of the end of the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, as shameful as that is. It's after 40 days of wandering in the wilderness and making the American people suffer needlessly. Some Senate Democrats finally have stepped forward to end the pain. It appears to us this morning that our long national nightmare is finally coming to an end, and we're grateful for that. The Senate's vote late last night of 60 to 40 opens the door now. The Senate is moving forward on an amended House CR, a continuing resolution, that will reopen the government until January 30th. The Senate will be back in session this morning to finish their job, and we're certainly praying that they do. They'll need unanimous consent from all senators to fast-track their final vote. As you know, there are some procedural hurdles that one or more could throw in the way, but we certainly hope that they won't do that because so many people across this country are desperate for the government to reopen.
There it is. So it sounds like we are getting closer. Took a vote last night. Like we said, it still does have to pass through a couple of other branches of government, but it does sound like we are closer to a resolution, which is great for everybody, right? Great for everybody, for travel plans, for if you're a government worker, anything like that. Everybody wants to see this thing come to an end. We're also getting closer to this order up here at these 590s. I think they moved it down,
Very
589,
interesting.
300 lot there.
Yeah.
Dolby,
Kinda
I
nestled
feel like
right-
every time we're on air together, some of these big orders just show. What was it last? It was Friday. Friday, we saw 500 lots. 500 lots. It turned out to be 1,500 on the bid. It set the low for the day. We saw that. We saw that last one get filled at 470, or what was it? 460. What was that price? I actually have it here. 760. 24,760. We saw 500 lot filled. That was the last of 3, and we had a 400-point rally from that point. So let's see what happens up here at these 589s. Interesting price to put that at.
It is, because it's also at the low of the consolidation that we had on the, so like we had a 15-minute consolidation kind of between those 89s and like say 660s. So kind of curious to see, that might be like a, support becomes resistance sort of situation. Might be an area to hop into a trade there around the 89s, maybe between like 88 and 600, and see if that ends up acting as resistance. Then maybe it sells off like 50 points or so. Bear getting a little bit of turbulence here at that level that we called out. Kind of ran it by just a tick.
Yeah, we
See
did.
now.
Let's see here. So someone had asked in the chat, let me make sure I get the name. Ryan said, how do you know those are sellers and not buyers? Well, if you have a live account, actually, George, you could probably demonstrate this first. Do you have a DOM up on your screen, George? You have level 2 data there? Or no?
Let me see. Oh, thought I did. I saw it earlier.
All right. Click the little A icon up there next to on the top of your. Yeah, that should center it. There you go. Okay. So if George was to, and we're going to put this far away, right? Click that A again so it doesn't auto center and get you into a trade. Now scroll up like 20 points. And right click somewhere on the DOM. Actually, you know what? I don't want to accidentally get you to a trade, George. But if he was to click there, right, and he clicks a buy order, right, a buy stop, that's not going to show up because that's only on his platform, right? Stop orders don't show up on the depth of market. Only limit orders do. So only if George places a sell order up there, right, a sell limit order up there, is it going to put that on his charts. If he places a buy stop, the market doesn't know that that buy stop is there until that order gets filled, because buy stops do act like market orders, right? Unless you do stop limit orders. But if you're talking about the Topstep X platform, any stop orders that you place are market orders, and those are only going to execute once the market trades that price. So anything you see above the market is a passive sell order. Anything you see below the market is a passive buy order. And again, stops don't show up. Yeah, let's not accidentally get into a trade.
Not ideal.
Not for demo purposes. Nope. That order is gone.
Gone. It is gone. Huh.
The
shorts are
order
really
is
cheap
not
up here.
there anymore.
They are really cheap up here.
I think they moved them to 600.
Go to 600. Moved it up. That's pretty. Let's see. We just bid up a little bit so we can take a peek at the 600s.
They heard what we said about 589 being a weird price.
Yep.
Pulled them up a little bit. 68.23 quarter last trade in the S&P. 25.573 half last trade in the Nasdaq. Yeah, it is up there at 600 now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Chad, let us know.
to be exact.
599, right? Let us know, chat. Anyone in a trade taking a look at the tilt here? 63% long in the S&P, 58% long in the Nasdaq. That order is definitely sitting up there at 599. Let's see how high they pull it before they get a fill. What was interesting about those orders that we saw on Thursday is that they kept pulling them down, right? They initially started at 24,810s. They pulled it down about 20 points until they got the fills at the 60s. Let's see what happens here. Again, this order started off at 589, now up at 599. Does it get a fill? Does it just pull the market higher? we shall see here. 25,580s last trade.
Yeah,
Good
nice
no
stair-step
short
highs here.
there.
No,
Yeah,
no,
good
no.
hold on that short.
I mean, we don't really have a range to take the short on currently. It just feels like it wants to extend lows, extend highs. It's almost like a megaphone pattern to some degree. We just didn't
Yep.
quite extend the lows far enough. Man, I wonder if we just go tag those
That's what it feels
599s.
like. That's what it feels like. This is where Andre will be talking about potentially the caveman trade, but you do want to see those fill at some point, right? If it just keeps pulling us higher, it feels like what happens is eventually they just come in market order and say, you know what, fine, I'll just take the price right here and sell it. But we'll see 25,573 last trade in the NASDAQ. George, you're pretty good with these win streaks, man. What is the trick? 3 months now, 3 days in the live account. I'm not, the secret behind a perfect game is you don't talk about a perfect game. But what is it that you go on these streaks?
I think is 1 to 2 trades. I think just keeping. I know I seen people like with 30 trades like on a day or even more. But then you're kind of like risking of losing your profits basically at that point. Taking too many trades.
1 to 2
What
trades.
will
Keep
there?
it simple.
I think
I think that's
1
great
to 2
advice.
trades. And basically, like for example, like the only reason I took another trade was because I saw my A plus setup on the orb. And that was the only reason I took that trade. But if we would have been in this range, I would not have taken that trade.
I want to talk about that because we get that question all the time, right? How do you know when to stop trading, especially if you're reading the market really well? We did just trade up to those 590s where we saw that order originally. They are still sitting there at 599 on the offer. It kind of just feels inevitable that we go take those out, but anything can happen. But George, we get that question all the time, right? If I see the markets really well and I want to keep trading, when do you know to cut yourself off? You said something very important there, right? You only traded because you saw an A plus setup. Is there a point where you just say, hey, you know what, A plus setup or not, I'm walking away? Or how do you know when to cut yourself off?
Usually I have a time frame where I usually trade. So I usually trade from like market open maybe to like 8:30 or before 9 PST. I'm in California. So I only give myself that time to actually trade. After that, I won't trade at all. So, but I think once I'm content, I think maybe 1 to 3 trades is the max. I think 3 trades is my limit for how many trades I take per day. Even if I'm a red negative, I'll still stop.
Nice.
I also have a daily loss limit, right? Which is set less than what my risk managers gave me. So
Nice.
That helps me get locked out from my account.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, I think the goal for every trader is quit while you're ahead before you get burnt out. Filled. Yep.
Def 300 lot just got filled. 599 was that price. Just keep an eye on that price there.
I'm not sure where I
more.
heard this from, but I also remember that it says that human body can only make like 1 to 2 good decisions per day. I forgot where I heard that, but I mean, you think about it during the
Not
market
wrong.
session, right?
mean-
I think 1 to 2 trades you'll see basically. For me, like for example, this opening price and push up to 650 was a good trade, and also basically rejection from 650 down to 470 was a good one too. So I think for me, those are the two great trades there.
Most people can't decide what they want to eat on any given day, right? And now you're going to
That's
talk
true.
about making
Sit in the car.
trading
What do you want?
decisions.
And then like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Right. like, I don't know, something. And then you go and eat the same thing anyway, right? Like it's just like,
You
oh yeah,
decide,
this is comfort food. And say we're creatures of habit, right? You go back to the same trades that work for you. So George, you looking at this opening range trade, it's because you know to a high probability that you can execute that trade well. You don't know that it's going to pay you every single time, but hey, this is what I'm going to go to. I know it, I know when it works and when it doesn't work and exactly what that looks like. And
wow, what a move.
everything else is kind of a mess. Yeah, pushed right through that 300 lot there, and trading 25,608s now in the Nasdaq. The S&P is getting ready to make or pretty close to highs of the New York session. 68.31 last trade here in the S&P. Dolby, I told you what my target was in the green room.
It is.
I think 25,800 is where the Nasdaq is going. That is not financial advice. That is just Jay's read of the market here, and how we get there is the question. But I do think that is where we're going. Let's see here. Though. Yeah, it really depends how we get there. Yeah, I'm going to say today.
Wow.
25,800 might be a little bit of a stretch.
Up in the 700s. Got orders at 725. 750 has orders as well. Could be possible that we do push. I think if we break the highs, the orb, and we continue pushing, I think it might make a run. So
Where do we get
at
long?
this point, I
600.
don't like any shorts.
We'll get a micro in. Oh, that's NASDAQ. Yeah, okay, this is a
You know,
good
micro
example
short?
right here. I had my symbol set up, not allowed to trade NASDAQ or ES, had the order rejected, switched over to micro NASDAQ. Thank you, TopstepX.
Use the features to your advantage.
Use the features. That could have been an expensive mistake.
Yep, I do like this pullback here.
Yeah, the pullback's really interesting. Kind of interesting, Jay. We're rejecting off of the consolidation that we just formed this morning on the 15-minute range. So that was between like 615 and 665, so about a 50-point range. And resistance or support might have become resistance there, but this could be an interesting opportunity actually to get long here off that little rejection.
$25,600 evens last trade here in the Nasdaq. George, I heard you call off the shorts there. Originally we were looking for 560s, and we were saying, it's not just to put a limit order out there and short at 560. You need to see price action at it. You didn't get that candle close. Good no trade here. See, we may get a little bit of a pullback here.
Yeah, maybe these 80s could be interesting. Let's do 80s. Okay, we're gonna bid in at 80s and 75s and 70s.
Everyone in the chat is looking for shorts. Dan Evans just says, drop it like it's hot. Everyone is looking for shorts. Here comes the drop by voltage. Let's see. Chat, let us know what levels are you looking at for shorts here? What levels is everyone looking at?
Or does the market know something? The market knows something that we don't.
Feels like somebody knows something.
I think
rough.
I think a break
150 points.
I think a break of 640, we could potentially go to 700, which will be around the price of last week's weekly open, and also a 0.5 deviation of the range as well.
640s.
A break of here, 640.
For 640s?
Yeah, I think what George is saying is a break above 640s. Yeah, if we break 640s, we're going to 700s. Yep.
Oh, got it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I'd agree with that. There was some big buying earlier this morning. Started at 655 and then another one at 660. We got the pullback from there, and I think that that is where we're targeting, in my opinion. 25,607 last trade here, 68.30.50 last trade in the S&P. And S&P is a lot closer to that high of the New York session. Nasdaq has about 50 points to go. S&P has about 5 points to go before that high. Take a look at the tilt. Again, tilt was long, so you guys are probably getting paid there. Whoever's in that long tilt, 68.20 average price in the S&P, 66% long. 25,564 in the NASDAQ average price and 63% long there. So tilt is getting paid right now. See if that gets any heavier as we continue to push higher. Looking at headlines, I think what's really nice and what's been nice kind of over the past month or so is that, although we've been in this government shutdown, it feels like we're just getting clean price action, where a lot of times we're talking about, the market waiting for some news, right? So it's like, hey, I can't even take a trade for a half an hour because we have this report coming out or something like that. I haven't had to think like that really. Well, it's, hey, keep an eye out for the headlines, because if they end the shutdown, then we're going to get all this data, however they plan to put it out. But it's been fairly quiet. Of course, we got the tariff headlines earlier in October, but just pretty clean price action for now. Gonna miss you, clean price action. But it's nice to it's nice that the government shutdown is coming to an end. No trade there, right, Dolby? Nothing yet.
We did not get filled. It was not a deep enough pullback.
Mm-hmm.
Not a deep enough pullback. This seems incredibly bullish right now.
JJ says, do you still think 4130 is a good level to look at for in gold? George, do you trade gold at all? Or you strictly NASDAQ?
Strictly NASDAQ, man.
Strictly NASDAQ. Stick with what works. Said I didn't get to this
M&Q.
live account looking at other shit.
M&Q.
Right. 4130s, is that a good target in gold? I don't remember saying 4130s, to be honest, but let's see.
Well, broke like that 1 minute high up to the 620s, starting to pierce into that old 15-minute range off the open. Still looks just moon juiced right now.
Yeah. Yep. S&P is getting ready to make new highs on the New York session here. 68.33 last trade there. 68.35.75 is that high. It's actually high of day as well. High of the day. Let's see if we get a nice little push here. I do like 4130s in gold. I don't know if we get there today. Gold's kind of overextended for the day, but 4130s looks like a nice spot.
Yeah, kind of see how this plays out here. 4130s. Man, gold was under 4,000 for a bit. Now we're back up to 4130. That's a hell of a market. It is so volatile.
George, they want to know, you mentioned that A+ setup a couple times. What does that look like? You can break it down for us. Quick little elevator pitch for the A+ setup.
Yeah, so basically what I look is wait for the 15-minute orb to form. Basically, if let's say we're up here, I want it to either sweep the low or the high. In this case, you can see here we took out the high of the orb, but we did not take that 0.5 deviation, which is half the range of this 15-minute orb. Okay, so once we come back down into range, this is called a double break, right? Because we take out the high and we take out the low, right? So in this case, I would get in something like this. So if I go in with 10 micros, right, my first TP will be 466, and then I'll leave some runners to do a full deviation, basically a full range setup here, right? And man, my stop loss will be right here at mid range, or you can even do it lower if you want. If you're looking at opening price, which is 540, you can even do a little bit above that.
So you're not.
Once I hit first TP, I move my stops to break even, and then I let the runners go or break even for the runners.
Nice. Dolby, you had the same question as me. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see if we're on the same wavelength here. So your 15-minute opening range, that gives you all of the levels that you need.
Yeah, all these levels right here
are derivatives.
Are 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, right? Same here, 0.5, 0.5. You guys can back test this. You'll see how it works.
Right. So if you have a really small opening range, then you're going to have tighter targets. If it's a wider opening range, then you're going to have wider targets. So it's all built into that 15-minute opening range. That's really cool. I like that. Ooh, not new highs, but intraday.
New highs S&P.
Yeah, off the 1
New
minute.
highs in the S&P, 68.36 quarter last trade in the S&P. Let's see if the Nasdaq wants to go take out that high as well. George, what I like about that trade is that some people might see where your short entry was there and say you're shorting the low. But I heard you mention something. You mentioned the double break. Are you using a platform for statistics on those trades? You can mention the platform if you want, but
It's Edgeful.
yeah, yeah. So you're going with the idea that if we don't hit that deviation to the upside, the break of the low is highly probable, and I can wait
Yeah.
until that happens, right? So a lot of traders, what they're going to try to do, and maybe there's a trade strategy for it, right? Try to figure out how to short that high. One thing I always repeat that my trading mentor said to me is the tops and bottoms of the market aren't meant for us because we don't get to create them. But if you can find a trade that's somewhere in the middle of that, that's all you need, right? We hearing George not trying to call the top here, right? Because you could try to call the top and it keeps going higher until it eventually does turn around. And again, there is a trade strategy for that. But if you're just waiting for something that you've seen repeatedly happen, you don't even need to get the market direction right on the day. You could take your trade and be done. So I really do like that because that could be looked at as shorting the lows. I don't care. Right? If I could take my 40 points out of it, 50 points out of it, it's a good enough trade. New highs here in the S&P 68.37 half last trade there. Nasdaq still inside that 15-minute opening range I'm looking at, and not taking out the IB high as of yet. 25,630s last trade in the Nasdaq, but grinding higher
It
here.
is grind. It is a grind. It is just this Nasdaq just never ceases to amaze me because about 2 hours ago we're like, it's a NQ apocalypse, right? We're gonna go trade in the 300s, and then buyers come in 450s, and now we're up almost 200 points. Like it never even happened. Up almost 2% on the day. We're at 1.84. Momentum is not to be messed with.
Shout out to you always got to comment on the dichotomy of the chat. Bruce Jenkins says trash advice. Whether it's trash advice or not, George has been doing it and it got him into a live account. So trash advice, great results. You take do what you will with that information. George, keep trading well. 68.37s last trade in the S&P, 25,629 last trade in the Nasdaq. Any big orders on Bookmap? I'm not seeing anything else. So we saw that 300 lot fill at 599s.
There's 170
outside
at
of that,
650. Oh no, hold on. Just kidding. I was in Nasdaq. Jay, go ahead. I was in micro. There's 56 at 55, but nothing.
Yeah, 56 at 55. Nothing bigger than that. Nothing big on the S&P either.
Still pushing
S&P did
highs.
just trade. Wow, right at the highs there. Some stops definitely went off in the S&P. 2,500 contracts traded in a second, up right above that high a day, and continuing to push higher. Yeah, I think we're going to 800s. I don't know if I was supposed to say that out loud or not.
Not financial advice.
Definitely not financial advice. George, how long have you been trading?
Futures about almost 4 years.
4 years.
Trading wise, almost 6 years. Yeah.
Gotcha. Nice stuff. Well, that is some great progress. I just realized what time it was. We were just kind of getting mesmerized by these markets right now because we are just continuing to grind up. But we got to take a break soon here for shoulder tap. We got Jack and Aaron coming in for a shoulder tap, and then after that, Hogue, Anne Marie, and Hoop for group coaching. George, last comment here that that Topstep rain jacket is fire right now. It's raining in Jersey. I got a green one. I got the lime green one somewhere. I got to find it in my closet and go take a walk outside. But nice jacket. And if you're wondering where you can get that from, shop.topstep.com. I'll put the link in the chat. Dolby time. We'll see you in a little bit. You're coming back for Power Hour with Andre and Mo. This is Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. We got shoulder tap coming up after this. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, and I'm joined by Manager of Risk, Aaron. Aaron, how's it going today? Once again, love the background.
Thank you, thank you. I'm doing well, Jack. It was a good weekend. I had all week off last week for my birthday was on Saturday, so got
Nice.
to relax a little bit and just take some time to not look at charts or markets or anything. But here's what we're doing today: is looking at charts and traders and trading cards. So I'm glad to be back.
Well, we've had a little bit of a misdirect today. We sold off a little bit after the open, bounced all the way back, making new highs right now in the ES. How have our traders been navigating this today?
They've been doing pretty well. I don't know if we want to call this range bound or insanity or what we can chalk this up to in the markets, but we've had a few folks be able to take advantage of, the tops and maybe an opening, an orb trade, watch that puke happen, and then the rebound. We've had a couple more take advantage of the bottom there. So we can go ahead and pull up our leaders from the day. Give some kudos to those folks: Samuel, Kyle, Tyler, Arthur, and Collins, all well above that 10K mark. Samuel was able to take advantage trading the NQ. So shout out to all 5 of those traders. Make sure we're not giving any profits back, or as many profits as we can keep from giving back. The risk team will, of course, step in and help you out where need be. But again, shout out to these 5 traders for taking advantage of the price action on a Monday.
Yeah, awesome stuff, especially on a Monday. No Monday slowdown for them. So we do have a card as well that we'll go through today. Would you like to introduce us to today's trader?
Yes. We are going to highlight Justice R today. He's trading with us from Lithuania, country I have not been to. I would like to go at some point. I think there's probably a lot of culture and history that I'm not privy to knowing about, but gets a little bit of knowledge and education hopping across the pond and going to visit at some point. So anyway, looking at Justice's metrics and some of the things here on this trading card, discipline, I think, is the word of the day for Justice. Average daily P&L of $116. He's trading primarily and only the NQ. He's been with us since March of 2022. He's relatively new in the live environment, but he's performing extremely well. We'll jump down into the third box there real quick and look at some of the tidbits that I wanted to add in here. Trading really small. He's averaging 1 lot. He's taking $2,700 in payouts. Looking at the trade report, keeps profits when he hits a profit target. He locks himself out for the day. I'm not seeing that he's given a whole lot back. If he has a high watermark on the day that he wants to continue to trade and take as much as he possibly can while potentially giving some of that back to the market. So kudos to you there, Justice, for having the discipline to get out when you need to get out and take little bites of the pie. 89% winning days, almost 90% winning days over the 18 days he's been in the account. Again, he hasn't been in the account for more than 20 days, so we have a pretty small sample size that we're looking at here. But nonetheless, 82% win rate on those trades after averaging a 1 lot. Reward to risk is below 1. I know we talk about that quite a bit, Jack. Those metrics don't necessarily need to add up to where, if it's a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1, you can be profitable trading that way just the same as you can if you have a 90% win rate and you're winning 82% of those trades. So I think he's exercising a lot of discipline. Hold times are pretty short. I wouldn't necessarily consider it a scalping strategy, but he knows when to get in. He snipes those entries, snipes those exits, takes what he can, and walks away for the day. So discipline is the word of the day. I think he's moving in the right direction, taking payouts from this account, and if he continues to do what he's doing, I think he's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, there's a lot to like on this card. The one sort of warning I would probably give is that on the 90% of days he wins, he's doing very well. It's a 150K account, right? And the 2 losing days are both DLLs. And there's nothing wrong with taking the DLL from time, but with the current account balance, I would caution him against risking $4,500. That to me seems a larger chunk than you would want to do at this point. But other than that, yeah, very disciplined. Lots of days, making $500 a day, 1,000. The high P&L days, $2,000 in this account. Once again, small sample size, but looks like Justice knows exactly what he's trying to do here. Really, my only suggestion would be, until you grow that account, maybe don't risk that entire $4,500 daily loss limit.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. And maybe that's the psychological aspect we could dive into for a moment is, taking small bites out of the pie every single day improves your account balance overall and gets you moving in the right direction. On the flip side, when you're, the 10% of the time that you're not winning, might be, I think it could reverse. I think there's something in the air that's going to make this work out and turn this into a winning trade. When you see that invalidated, don't let that run all the way to $4,500. If you're winning $500 consistently a day, make sure that you also only lose that much, and we're not letting that run all the way down to $4,500 worth of a loss, because account balance can get diminished and eaten up pretty quick if we let that happen a couple more times. So
yeah, I like that comment from I Am What I Am. I used to snipe and would have a very high win rate, but it was hard to cut a loser. Yeah, yeah, I think that's part of it. If you have one of these super high win rate strategies, you have to be super disciplined about cutting it when the time comes. But yeah, good stuff here. That's all I have. Is there anything else you want to say about Justice, Aaron?
That's really it to start our week. I think this was a great card to look at. Something that the viewers and the rest of the community can keep in mind is, markets are rather hectic. There's a lot of volatility. There's not some clear-cut direction. It looks like in most days we reach a low and then we rebound and come and touch either the opening price, or we go above that and try to go for those highs. So keep disciplined, everybody out there. Trade for tomorrow. We're not out here trying to make, to those leaders. Again, kudos to you. But to stay alive, we just take little bites every single day. Keep jabbing.
Yeah, speaking of little bites each day, I'm told by Andre we have 9 subscribers to go until we get to 189,000. So if you could do that, please, it would make me very happy. And, I'm brushing the snow off my car now. I could use that pick me up. So like it, subscribe, because guess what? Next we got group coaching. Hogue, Hoop, and Anne Marie, I see her in the green room, is back. Get your questions. They'll take some trades maybe. This is Topstep TV. Subscribe. Damn you, subscribe. We'll be right back.
It's the best time of the day. It is time for group coaching. Hopefully, you've got your Euro sandwich or your cheeseburger. You're eating your lunch, and you are ready to have some great questions answered. I've got the great, wonderful, lovely, and tremendous Anne Marie just to my right there, and I've got Hoop just to the right of her. Anne Marie, it has been a minute since I have had the opportunity to be on screen or even talk to you. Very happy to be here with you today, and of course, always with Hoop as well. But Anne Marie, how have you been? How are things? How's the team
Good.
going?
Which one? Which team?
VIP.
Oh, that team. Yes,
Mhm.
because I got my son's basketball team. I've got
You
my
got a lot of
daughter's
teams.
jiu-jitsu team. I've got the VIP team. I've got so it's going fantastic. I have been so fortunate to have the most lovely traders. They really are just fantastic. Fantastic group, trying their guts out and just staying after it, which I'm proud of them. Trading's not rocket science, but it's also not easy. So,
Mhm.
yeah. How's yours?
Good. I've had a couple of kind of joint sessions lately that I think have gone really well. I spend as much time as I can trying to talk to the team and see how they're doing, and I think it's going very well. I enjoy the opportunity to work with these traders, and I've seen quite a few of them being successful in their VIP trading combines, and that's what makes us happy as traders. Is and as coaches, we just want to see them do well. And I think overall, I think the outcomes have been positive for Hoag's Heroes. At least I hope so. And got a meeting after they're all at 2:00 today. Meeting with Coach Vince's team this week. Couple more meetings. And it's going really quick. Seems like it's just ripping by. I know we've got just a couple of more weeks left, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. How about you, Hoop?
We had a meeting Saturday. We kind of went over the emotional journal stuff we talked about Friday. So when you start the emotional stuff with trading, it tends to get a little long. So it was like almost an hour and a half,
Oh.
especially at the end because people are pressing, right? They want to
Yes.
pass, and
Yeah.
and I'm like, is it okay to pass? I got $1,900 to go, and I just go, I'm kind of mixed, right? I want them to stick to the strategy, stay with their plan, but they're trying to hit the goals. So do you press as a trader? Man, it's I'm kind of mixed on that one. I think, we talk about putting a trader in an uncomfortable situation. Do you execute different?
Yeah. Well,
Are
most
you
of us
slow and
do,
steady
right?
wins the race? I mean, it's once again, it's a combine. If you're trying to get a goal, that's the place to try it, right? I mean, so I'm kind of mixed, but ultimately, with 2 weeks to go, there's some emotional stuff going on right now, coming down the homeward
A little
stretch.
pressure coming on now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Hogue.
Yeah.
Yep. Mhm.
A lot of psychology studies say that though many of us have different levels of pressure that we manage, at the point that it feels like pressure, it becomes negative. And so that reframing mind, like what's his name from the Kansas City Chiefs? I always forget his name. And he said,
Mahomes?
yes,
Patrick Mahomes.
pressure is a privilege, is one of his favorite things to say. And so it really is about how you embrace what's ahead of you. Some people just end up, losing their minds when pressure comes and they melt down. They prefrontal cortex shuts off and they're out of there. But some of them can manage a little more pressure than others, but everyone's got a cracking point. So, I have the same thing. We're talking about, what do I do? Coach Robert made a really interesting spreadsheet that he put up in our resources that said, hey, if you want to trade and pass a combine in this many days doing X, then here's what you have to do each day. And some of my traders in the room have taken that on board, and they've just, they make their $300 and they lock it down and they go, all right, I'll see you later. And that's another thing. If you actively trade more than 3.5 hours, your ability to concentrate just flies out the door, right? I mean, we have TopstepTV to keep us company,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean that we are headlong in trade 6.5 hours a day. That's our brains can't handle it.
No.
Well,
And
and Marie, as we kind of talked about on the side a little while ago, when we ask the good Lord to help us handle pressure, does he just fill us with the ability to handle pressure? Or does he give us the opportunity to be able to handle pressure? And
Yes.
there's plenty of that when it
So-
comes to trading.
So true, Hogue. So true. And such a
And that's
great
the-
line from Evan Almighty.
Right. Well, and that's the athlete. I mean, and that's the competitor in all of us too, right? I
Yeah.
used to say, I look at things that I did, as an athlete, and as a freshman, getting trapped in the corner and calling a timeout, and we didn't have any. The Chris Webber. When
Right.
you're put in stressful situations, again and again and again and again, eventually, you start to, you just look at it as a golfer. The first time you break 80, and then the first time, for me, I broke 70. You're not thinking about what got you there, but you're just
Are
thinking.
you talking on the front nine?
No, no. Mhm.
Come on, that was a good
Yeah.
golf joke.
That was a
That
good
would
one.
be a joke
Yeah.
he could use it at me for sure.
Yeah.
We know that.
But it's just being in that situation again and again, and
Yes.
not feeling, I guess, intimidated by the moment too, right, guys? So
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Well, speaking of being intimidated by the moment, we've got our first question that I want to ask everybody here, and it's from Unbroken Moves. And we do hear this a lot, and they're just looking for ways to improve. Unbroken Moves is saying they just passed their first trading combine, and they're looking for any tips on how to improve my trading from here. It's been a long journey, but I'm here at Topstep. I know this can change my life and lifestyle. Any information would be greatly appreciated. So we're moving from trading combine to XFA. Hoop, what would you tell Unbroken Moves? What would you suggest to him moving forward on how to continue to improve in the XFA?
First, I want to say limit bid in the cattle. I'd have both my hands up and standing in the
Ah!
pin hole. Limit up. So, yep. So, yeah, if you
Seriously,
go to my
limit
screen, you
up
can see
again?
that. Oh, yeah, it's limit up. Yep. You don't see limit ups a lot. You see limit downs a lot, but not limit up.
Wow.
So, yeah, there's 300 on the bid at limit up. And
Well, there's a question for you about that as we
Yeah.
continue moving on about
Yeah.
cattle.
XFA, man, that seems to be the magical question with everybody, right? How come? And once again, I think it's more, when people pass a combine in 3 days and then they jump in an XFA, can you carry that same, what got you there in an XFA? So I'm always going to throw it back to you. Is what you're doing in a combine able to translate to the XFA? The same risk, the same leverage. And I think you would get mixed reviews from traders on that. Psychologically, they say they trade different. I think a lot of people typically trade smaller, and then they feel kind of squeezed and pressured, and then it kind of hits a at least from VIPs from 3 seasons, is people start saying, they just felt so constricted at one point, and then it kind of comes to a head, and they just, it kind of, you know what, I've had enough. I don't want to deal with that way. So I think, it starts in the combine and being able to scale that into an XFA. I mean, that's the first thing I would say. I mean, don't you think that's the most important thing, Anne-Marie, right? I mean,
I would agree.
scalability.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. Does your strategy actually translate into a space where you've got a very limited drawdown event, right?
Right.
But
Mhm.
also, here's the thing. You've got a practice account, 150K practice account. When you're a golfer, you take a practice swing. When you're a baseball player, you take some swings before the game starts. You pitcher, you take some throws before you get warmed up when you're, on the mound. Get to that practice account and go, hey, is my head in the game? I'm taking myself a practice trade here. Let me look at that. My thought is you get to your XFA, you want it to go well. How about going to your practice account and going, all right, here I am. It's the real deal. Let me see if my strategy is actually going to work here, and take a look at it, and don't be in such a mad rush to get a payout so you can go put a down payment on your Lambo or whatever. Don't be so. This is a business, folks. It's not a slot machine, right? The hardest things, the greatest rewards come with great effort. And that great effort is going to come from those practice events. So, how do you improve your trading after passing a combine? As coaches, the three of us don't know anything about your trading. We don't know anything about your strategy, but you do. So you can put it in that practice space and go, let me give it a go. Let me see if I can do this 2-3 days in a row. Make sure I'm staring down the right things. And then don't stress about saying, oh, I wish I had that trade. That was real money, or it doesn't matter. If it's good enough, you'll be able to replicate it.
Yeah, I mean, my first question would be how did you get through the trading combine?
Yeah.
Did you YOLO it?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
if you think YOLOing is going to continue to pay you in the XFA, it may for a period of time, but eventually it's not going to work for you. So you need something, something repeatable and something somewhat reliable to get you through the trading combine, to get you to continue that in the XFA. So if you were treating your trading combine like a business, keep trading it like a business in the XFA. And if you're dancing with the one you brung, and the one you brung is going to continue to pay you, then you just keep doing that. Be patient.
Yep.
Like Anne-Marie said, it's gonna take some time to build yourself into the trader that you eventually want to be. And you can do this on broken moves. You can do this. Just take your time, be patient, and be accountable for everything that you do. Be accountable for
Yeah,
everything that
so
you do.
important.
Mm-hmm.
Gold.
Whoop.
Gold.
We're gonna ask your cattle question now.
Mhm.
John C. This question is directed towards Soup, where he looks at the cattle markets. Do you think live cattle is in a temporary rebound? I was hoping for a bounce off the 200 session moving average on the daily chart before considering a long entry. I also have some cull cows to sell and hoping to time it correctly. So today's rally and limit up, is it
Yeah.
just a temporary rebound?
Well, I think the biggest thing we've seen in cattle is, it's no, I mean, once again, just because I think in agricultural markets, it tends to show up a little cleaner, maybe, but I was talking about it in Discord. We've had 5 days in a row of drop in open interest as we went down, Hogue. And I'm like, those are longs getting out, longs getting out.
Mhm.
They're taking, and then there's to a point where, like you said it and we've talked about it, eventually longs getting out can help, the other leg going back up, right? Because they're just liquidating. And we saw that for 5 straight days. And then
Yeah.
actually on an up day on Friday, we saw open interest continue to go down, which means, hey, there's nothing really going on here. Nobody's really buying or selling, but everybody's kind of got out of their positions. We kind of hit the zone again this morning. And then if you can just see, we got through VWAP and we were gone.
See ya.
And, the president came in on Thursday and said, and I think he's still going after box beef guys is what I had read in an article on Friday, to get those beef prices down. Good luck with that. They're a pretty big entity. But ultimately, what we saw in here, to me, is the market just got over its skis. Everybody got a little bit too short, and we've rallied now almost $10 off the bottom here. So those are, cattle has been, and you know what, the ATR and the daily ranges inside this market. You can see this on the daily a little bit better. I kind of had that area down here at 218. I'm just not used to seeing us move $10 in basically 2 days.
Yeah.
So, ATR has increased, and this happens, in markets that get, everybody, Emery, I've heard you talk about, everybody gets too long or too short. And when things turn around and people get trapped too short, what happens? Here we go in an ag market, it's limit up. So you got it. I was waiting for that. So, and we're just kind of in that position right now. So, right now we've taken $7 off this move halfway back. It's probably 5, 6 big. I would start looking at fib levels here, but yeah, today the shorts are trapped. Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely looks like a squeeze candle. It looks like the biggest size that we can see just about all year.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think everybody got and once again, the magic 200-day was pretty dang close there. And, I think ag markets, we talked about that, Hogue, they really respect those long moving averages more than sometimes even equities. I think just a lot of institutions look at those levels, and if we hold, look out
those
going
old
the other way.
farmers are still looking at them.
Unless you're trading gold, which just keeps going higher today. Anne-Marie, what's your feeling on gold now, real quick? I'm curious because I knew you were pretty short, wanted to be short there,
pretty
and
bearish.
then, man, once we hit $3,900, man, boy, did we bounce now. So, what is this a good opportunity to short? You think up in here?
I do. I would not. Here's my thought. If we stare down just a 4-hour chart, we can see a great big fight club round and about between 4170 and 4078. So it's almost $100 of noise. And interestingly, today we've been stalled out at that 50% marker, 50% between the range. And so what I'm looking for is a pop that moves down, but I'm of the mind that gold is bouncing here again because what do we have? 50-year mortgage, and which we have a 50-year mortgage, and now we have these ideas of, oh, don't worry, everybody's going to get $2,000 now because of a tariff tax or whatever, and all of that is compressing our fiat currency. And so it's just, I believe that this is some sort of reflexive bounce, but I do not see gold going back to its all-time highs before the end of the year. I really don't. Now, where am I going to be wrong? If it gets up above that 4170
70, yeah.
and stays there more than a day or two, it's going to head back up. But that big area where they have literally 4 days of massive volume just compressing in that spot, if it gets up over there, it's going to shift the flow.
Yeah, that market when it gets momentum, man, it's it's
Oh,
a
get
face ripper.
out
That's
of
for
the
sure.
way.
Out of the way.
Oh,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And that 4170 area is a
Big
line
one.
of single prints from the
Yeah.
21st
Yeah.
of October.
Ooh, I
Then
like
2
that.
highs up there, and that was it. Katie bar the door to the downside. So
Yeah.
that is a very,
Oh, good.
very
I like that double
interesting.
analysis there. Yeah, I think I do think it's the same, and that's. I mean, I made 2 trades today in gold, and that's why my combine's up. Right? I mean, it was just the move was a monstrosity. You just stared at it and went,
Yeah.
"Wait, what?" Yeah, huge.
Yeah. You know to get on that train and not get in the way. Yep.
Yeah. Leave
Right?
the
Just
desk.
jump on.
Put
Yep.
a stop in. Put your
And
target
leave.
in and leave the desk.
Awesome. All right. So now I have a question specifically for you, Anne-Marie, because I've used these particular tools and I've seen you use them. Daniel's asking, how do you use GAN boxes or fans?
Okay, so a fan, if you like drawing trend lines, then a fan is a beautiful thing for you. So let's just take a peek at them, and let's remove all the drawings. So we just have our absolutely fantastic Topstep
Yes,
levels.
remove all the
and drawings. And let's take a look at there are a couple of fans. I don't know which one. I don't use them. So let's use an Andrews pitchfork fan. So, right. So here is a fan. Right. And so if you like trend lines, a fan can tell you, hey, am I moving within relative trend? And when price action begins to shift higher, you can shift it up to the different levels and you can see, well, here we are at this midsection. That is the trend line that attaches one low to one high, just in terms of trend, and you put it in there. And what you can do is just trade from one region of the fan to the next region of the fan, actually in both directions. Now, in best case, you figure it out the right way and you can use the fan and it sends you to your targets. My thought is the following. I am not a fan of the fan. Instead, I like the GAN box. Now, why is that? I tell people all the time that we traders, we really are simpletons. We look for a 50% level. We look for where somebody's bought before. We look for where somebody's sold before. And we put our orders in. And we go, all right, here's my risk. Right, gentlemen, though? Would you agree in large part? Yep. Right? And so what a GAN box does, if we use it appropriately, a GAN box can tell you, okay, where is inventory accumulating? And if they break through to the upper edge from that inventory event, where can it move next? Or will it move back into the space? So let's just take this for instance. Here's my GAN box, and I'm going to say, all right, I'm staring at this chart all the way from October 17th, it's way up here, and I'm looking at this and I notice everybody is either buying or selling in this range. Now, they're going much further to the bottom there, but you can see them making higher lows. And this is last week's low. So you know that one sort of matters. So you think to yourself, okay, that's where they're holding. For me, in a GAN box, I would say, all right, I know inventory is accumulating here. Why is the market in existence? It's in a market's in existence to facilitate trade. John's taught us that over many years. So we know, okay, if they're facilitating trade, that means everybody's collecting there. Some of them want to sell it down, some of them want to buy it up, but they're agreeing that these are fair prices. And so whoever breaks to the north or whoever breaks to the south is going to win if that's the area that the price action goes in. So what I like to do is I will clone my GAN box and I will put it right on top of the other GAN box. And this would be a measured move. So what I would see is, hey, accumulating inventory for, holy smokes, what is that? 2.5 weeks. Accumulating. It breaks out in the pre-market. And so your brain should say, okay, that's distribution. So these people that have been buying here are now going to continue to watch price action move, particularly maybe add to their trades. But all those shorts that were accumulating there, they got to get out of the building. And so the combination of the buyers buying the breakout, the buyers holding on and not selling out, and the sellers selling out gives you that push. And your first target is going to be that halfway point in a GAN box. And that's the simple version of how I use the GAN box. I use it every day. And I will go down to my 30-minute chart and I will say something like, okay, here's what's happening with gold right now. We accumulated in this area and we broke out this tiny little 30-minute box. Everybody, they were buying right there. So we know if they hold there, what do? I clone the box and I put it up just above my zero edge. Hello, right there. And I go, okay, first place, 50%. If I've got 2 contracts, I'll take one off. If I have 1 contract, I can move my stop up well into the mid-range. And then I just walk it up into the top of the box where I know it's got a measured move. And I go, good night, Irene. I don't care if it goes $300 more to the north. That's the trade I planned for. And that's how I use the GAN box. It keeps me right in the square of things. It tells me what I'm supposed to see if I'm correct. And it also tells me what I'm supposed to see if I'm wrong. Notice this same accumulation box that I had in the first place, they come back into that same inventory.
Sure.
And they go, let's do that again. Let's have wash wins. And that's what they've absolutely done. So that's how I use it.
Excellent. And thank you for the explanation. I'm sure that Daniel, very appreciative of it. And Daniel, thanks for the question. Folks, we got a little bit of a news break here. We got Visa and MasterCard striking a deal to lower merchant fees. Let's check this out.
There could be some changes for people who use plastic at the register. Visa and MasterCard have come to terms on a deal with retailers that's set to lower merchant fees. The Wall Street Journal says the agreement would end a 2-decade-old dispute with merchants, which would result in lowering fees that stores pay while giving them more power to deny some credit cards. But it may also threaten consumer rewards programs. For example, a store that takes one sort of Visa credit card might not have to take all Visa cards. Although the deal has been announced, it still requires court approval before it goes into effect.
How about dropping the rate to 20% from 27? How about that?
Yeah.
Not worried about
You
the
know,
fees.
the bar or restaurant that I worked at
Travesty.
when I was younger and I was learning how to trade, I worked there for 8 years.
Mhm.
They only took cash. And to
Mhm.
this day, they still only take cash.
That's crazy,
Because
man.
you take credit cards, you have a partner. They're
Mhm.
taking some of your profits. And
Yeah.
they were like, "Nope, we don't need any partners. We're doing just fine,
Yeah.
cash only." There are a few places in Chicago like that. As far as I know, Chicago Pizza and Oven Grinder is still one of them.
Cool.
And maybe Twin Acres, if you remember Twin Acres, the rib place. Oop.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. That was a place that Sinatra actually frequented when he was in Chicago for the ribs.
So
Was
many
Twin Acres.
some
Interesting.
great
You know,
old school
when
places.
when I was in Finland and in Scotland last year and the year before, you didn't get cash. You couldn't use cash anywhere.
You couldn't use it at all.
No.
Really?
Yeah, it was card only. There was not one place that I walked in, and we were all over the place. No cash.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. They are really trying to push the European, all of the European Union. They're really trying to push them into a completely cashless society.
I just remember as traveling to Europe with my mom as a kid, like 13 years old, and we had to go through all the converting all the currencies. I mean, it was Swiss francs and
Oh,
I'm like, holy cow, what a mess this is trying to get conversion rates. And, so I get it now. Trying to be like, there wasn't the euro dollar back then, there's the British pound and nightmare, going from place to place to convert currencies back in the 80s. Pretty soon it'll be crypto, right? You'll be able to pay, you're going to be able to play with crypto. That's going to happen probably more and more. That'll be another
Is there
one.
is there anything scary about that?
what's not
I
scary
guess.
about that?
Yeah, crypto's it's a whole.
Oh my
The only
gosh.
thing that makes me feel better about crypto is at least as a trader, and I think Hope, you and Anne Marie have seen this, where you can now uh, the Chicago Board of Options Exchange, you can trade options on Bitcoin. So at least there's somewhere where if you wanted to hedge and lock in
Oh,
profit, you can. So, and I think that's one thing that's made um, Bitcoin more attractive to institutions is they have somewhere to lay off their risk. So,
hedge.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
yeah,
For sure.
I think eventually, yeah, you're going to be able to pay with everything with it. Yeah,
Crypto. Unreal.
crypto.
Folks, I'm just going to go and talk a little bit about pricing in these markets right now. We just had gold
Yes, it's
just
cooking.
put in a kind of a new high here. Currently trading $41.15. Almost got a kind of a reach up to that weekly kickoff high, 41.27. NASDAQ new highs above the initial balance high. Currently trading 25,672. ES new highs, new session highs. 68.47 last. We got a naked point of control or a point of chill up here at 68.50 that is easily being targeted. And we've got crude oil came off those lows pretty good. It's currently trading 59.94. 59.94. These markets have
How
certainly been rotational and offered a lot of opportunities today. Hoop, what were we going to say?
how bad did ES look when I was listening to you and watching it and going, I'm with Hogue, man. When the ES went down to 67.90 area, broke 68, and everybody's like, oh, it's going to roll over. And I'm like, 30 years of post-traumatic syndrome in that market. I'm like, nope, just get in here and just take a little bit of heat because we're going to go back. And you said it, Hogue. It would not be surprised me to go test highs. And everybody's like, really? And I'm like,
yeah.
Seen
the tempo,
this thing
the
too
tempo
many
was slow.
times.
It
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
doing what it needed to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And you know,
And
that's
the big
that's a
thing.
super important point. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That tempo, pay attention to a fever pitch, right?
Yeah.
The fever pitch, the speed, the timber and flow. It's something that you
Oh,
can't
that's a
learn.
$100 word. Timber.
Yeah.
That's a $100 word. I like that.
But it's true, right? You get to start
Absolutely.
feeling it, and it only comes from screen time. It only
Right.
comes from screen time. And you know, I got all hot and bothered. Andre got a tickle out of it because I got all hot and bothered a week ago when somebody said something like,
Oh,
"Does
yeah.
anybody learn anything on here?" And I yelled at him in all caps. But really, when you are looking at charts and listening to the traders, watch price. It is telling you such an incredible story about how the traders feel about where they are right now in terms of price. Just look for the story in there. You'll see so many interesting things that will give you a depth of understanding that you won't get if you're just staring at going, hey, it's holding this moving average, or it's, it's got the VWAP is measuring XYZ, or,
Yeah.
my momentum indicator is saying something. Price is so rich with information, and just paying attention to it and how these traders and coaches talk about that, you can learn invaluable things. You really can.
There's that video of Linda Raschke. She's like got 8 screens up, and she goes, "If you think you can process all this stuff, you're nuts." And she goes, "My eyes are right here," and she's pointing to price, and just the net change of watching it go back and forth, back and forth. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely a little bit of old school, but you're right, Anne-Marie. We spent, all of us, especially from the floor, spent our time looking at quote boards. So we're just used to looking so much at price that, yeah, it's just one of those things is that, the speed of how we didn't break there was just like, kind of seen this before, that all of a sudden we'll level out and start to grind the other direction. And here we are. We just made high of the day. So,
Well, tempo is everything when it comes to price. What is price other than the advertising mechanism of the market?
Right.
Exactly.
If price moves too low and it cuts off participation, well, then price has to go back the other direction to facilitate trade, which is the job of the market, right? I mean, even if you're selling garbage cans at a
swap meet,
hardware store, if you price them too expensive, the activity is going to shut off up there. Nobody's going to buy them up there. That's your sign that says, okay, these are overpriced. We need to advertise price lower in order to move these garbage cans. And it's the same way in markets. If you can see it, if you can read it, if you can feel it, if you can get the sense of when momentum and tempo and timbre, it's a great word, timbre of the market.
Dumb it down for yourself, because we traders, we dumb it down for ourselves. There's just too much to think about, right?
100%.
We literally dumb it down. And so it's very worthwhile to do that. Very worthwhile.
So there was one question here, and I think maybe we just go over this just real quick before we're done here. So we've got James asking, what do you mean when you say overnight inventory to the upside or to the downside? Well, these markets are open 23/5. So last night in the NASDAQ, the market opened with a weekend gap. So there's a little price gap between where the market closed on Friday and where it opened last night. And from that point forward, the overnight buyers just kept pushing price higher and higher and higher. So that is telling me that because we're in the overnight, we're probably looking at shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, but they're getting longer and longer and longer as the night goes on, and as we get closer to the regular trading hour session. So when we say that the overnight inventory is long, we're talking about traders, weaker hands, overnight, pushing price one direction or another. So I would say that the overnight inventory from last night in the NASDAQ was long. Okay, what are they looking for? They're looking for when the regular trading hours open, they're looking for price to continue to push higher and to pay them. In the NASDAQ, with the opening range at the dead low of the opening of the regular trading hour session, they got paid to a point. And then they decided, okay, we're out. We've made our money. We're gonna get out, push price back to the opposite direction. But with all of the nuances that we're seeing, and this is getting a little bit deeper than just overnight inventory, the market is continuing to push higher. But that's what we're talking about when we say the overnight inventory is long, or in the opposite, the overnight inventory is short. Sometimes you can create opportunities by recognizing, hey, the overnight inventory is long against a larger area of resistance, then you might have a deeper pullback or even a gap close, something like that. Because if you have a lot of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, and too long or too short, sometimes they can create a good opportunity. In this case, and I'm sure Anne Marie and Hope would probably agree with the nuances we saw and the gap and everything. I would have looked to use the overnight inventory push in the opposite direction to look for opportunities for longs for continuation. And to a degree, they did give us that. We saw the market rally. We saw it come off. We saw the tempo get slow. And now we're seeing price continuing in that move to the upside. So overnight inventory.
Natural gas did the same thing, Hogue. Natural gas gap opened up higher, got over its skis. And then, unusual, we've been talking about not a lot of gap fills. We just gap opened up higher. And then the market just kind of runs out of steam, fills the gap, and then just, it looks for balance, right, Hogue? That's what it's always searching for, right? Is balance. Like I said, gap opened up higher, we rolled over and just, it found balance, not here at the bottom, and then bounced. Yeah. Like Anne Marie said, it's not rocket science. Yeah.
Well, Anne Marie, this has absolutely flown by, Anne Marie. I miss you.
It's been fun. I love being with you guys.
Yeah, me too.
Don't get to talk to you that much.
Great
to be on with you again. Always a pleasure to be with you, folks. We are so appreciative of all of you being here. We are here for you. We get to do this because of you, and we do appreciate all of you. And we are looking forward to Trade with Topstep coming up here. Jack and Domi are going to be here with Alfie, already up a cool grand in his Express Fund account. But there will be more opportunities for growing that account left in the daytime. So stick around. Anne Marie, blessings to you. Blessings to all of you. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. Lots more to do today. Let's go.
Topstep TV. Let's go. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. We have Alfie with us, along with Dolby. Alfie, how are you doing, my man?
Doing great. Yeah, good to be here. How are you guys doing?
Very
Doing
well.
just excellent. Yeah, right now we are flat. I hear you've made a little bit of money in your XFA today.
I have, yeah. Stark contrast to last week. Took a bit of a beating left, right, and centre Monday to Friday. So starting as we mean to go on today. Short 1 micro of gold at the minute from 41.23.1, and then I had a few other successful gold trades and one ES trade. I tried ES through 6,800 this afternoon for me, and thankfully got out before that wild reversal, but picked up some cash in the meantime. So good.
Yeah, we had quite the reversal while I was eating lunch just to take a walk through the markets. Right now we're trading 68.45 in the ES, pushing near the highs of the day there. Looking at stocks, we got first, the VIX is back below 18, 1778 at the moment. Bitcoin still holding up all right, 105,440 in the spot. All of the Mag 7 plus Broadcom are up, leading the way. Nvidia's up 4.6%, Google's up 3.7%. Those are really, really big companies, so that is a hell of a move. So where do we go next, guys?
To the moon. I mean, Nasdaq is still up almost 2% here, so try to find ways to get long. I think, Jack. Find ways to get long.
I think so as well. I mentioned earlier that I didn't want to get involved with the short ES until we get up to around 68.75 or so. So that's still a ways off. So I'm on board with buying.
On board with buying. Alfie, what say you? You're short gold right now, but if you had anything in the Nasdaq that you are interested in,
Because I'm a little bit jilted for not taking the long on the reversal. I think I'm just going to leave the NAS and ES for today. But yeah, that really in reality, if you bought that gap last week, you took a bit of heat, but you done pretty well based on today, right? So just goes to show like these moves feel crazier than they are, and like sometimes even if they're over, the reversion can be back on. So I do wonder if we're going to visit the prices we gapped up from in the overnight this week at some point, or maybe next. But yeah, I'm just reluctant with the Nasdaq. I was burnt quite a few times. I think I might have to go on the methadone that is the ES, just to wean myself out of the volatility recently.
Yes, there has been a plenty. Let us know in the chat if anyone caught that dip today. Love to hear your stories. Right now, we're kind of hanging. Yeah. Well, not compared to Friday, but we're kind of hanging out to where we started crashing on the open on Thursday. Was it last week? Right around, right here, right now, 68.43 or something like that.
Yep.
Dolby, where would you be looking to buy here? Like, how big a pullback do you need?
I mean, I keep on waiting for pullbacks, but it seems like it's never pulling back far enough. I mean, I'm looking at the 1 minute, so I'm just looking for kind of like stair step patterns to see if like on the short term buyers are coming back in and supporting price and seeing if shorts are covering, and that's all we've been getting is just kind of range over range, stair step higher. We had a nice little range on the 3 minute, maybe even the 5 minute. Yeah, like the 5 minute right at the highs around 12 o'clock. We kind of shot out, tested those 680s, came back, found support right in the middle of that previous range, and now we're back up almost 30 points again. So as long as we're making higher highs and higher lows, totally fine. Just trying to get long. Hindsight, 645s would have been amazing. But, I don't know if you want to be buying right here, right now. It'd be kind of a premium. But if someone's willing to pay a higher price, then, that's a discount to yourself. So we'll kind of see how this plays out. But I would love to see a pullback, though. At least 20 points. At least 20.
Okay. So I'm looking at the SPX right now. I'm sharing the chart. I kind of like, if you're getting long to fill this gap from back last week, also coincides with 68.50, the big fat round number. So there's room to the upside here. Somebody asked where I see the Mag 7.
I just have a TradingView account and I make all sorts of watch lists. Here you see the Hateful Eight. I think I have one called Thematic Garbage. There's some fun stocks in there. They're probably
Jack, does
doing
that-
great today.
That gap you were referring to, is that about the 25,700s that you're seeing in
The
NASDAQ?
SPX is, I would have to look at the NASDAQ chart. I try and
Yeah.
avoid looking at the NASDAQ when possible.
Yeah. Sorry, I got it. Oh,
Mhm.
Hogue, we did. Jack, 189,000 subscribers.
We did it, guys. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you all
So,
so
Alfie,
much.
And
what
more
are
to
you
the big
seeing?
200.
Yeah. Oh, 200. Unfortunately, there's no new plaque until you get to 1 million. So we need a few
Wow,
more
long ways to go.
eyeballs. Yeah, but so Alfie, you're in this short micro gold right now.
Yes.
Can you kind of talk to us about like what's up with that trade? What got you in?
Yeah, I just saw it quite overextended on the daily. I think it got to the third standard deviation on the edge for war. So my kind of ears pricked up. I tested out the shorts. Took one off, took a couple off at well, it's pretty much 1 hour CTR, so it's about 4 points. And I wanted to let this run because I ran the statistics from 7 my time to 7:05 as an initial balance, and I think 68% of the time you get a single break of this 5-minute up, high, and low. So if we break above, I've kind of given my stop a little bit of standard, a little bit of deviation for it to go above, but I don't really want to be involved if we flip that from 20 level. So until I'm just going to kind of sit on my hands, and if it does, it wants to do a double break, but it can still go in my direction, then I'll hold it. But for now, it's just sit and wait, I think.
All right. Sitting and waiting. What else is happening in the market right
Yeah.
now? Looking at the news, not as many headlines flying as I thought. Looks like we're gonna get the government open sometime soon, Dolby.
Yeah.
How's that make you
get
feel?
the government being open? Oh, Jack, let me tell you, the government shutdown has really impacted my life over here. It's really changed I haven't noticed. Hopefully it gets reopened. Hopefully it does. I think the market's kind of anticipating this getting done today, which is probably why we're up 2%. And if that's what the market's so excited about, then I'd get out of the way, because the only other big news we have that's civic related would be the Supreme Court decision on tariffs. But they're just now hearing arguments, so they still have a ways before we get a solution. Jack, do you know about how long it takes on average from arguments to decision for a Supreme Court hearing?
It can vary wildly.
Okay.
Usually they have a window where they do release them. So I think we'll hear more about that as it comes.
Mhm.
Definitely the possibility there to cause lots of headaches. Oh, a little sell-off.
Yeah, a little bit. But the sell-off we need to get long. It might be. Man, that happens so fast, though. It happens so fast. Yeah, Jack, I just kind of wonder if there's enough news right now to really push things, down, keep them held down. But with bullish news, I think, kind of on the horizon, this might just zombie rally to the upside. Probably also a lot of people who thoroughly enjoyed getting short, and they might be paying the price now. So there could be some short covering as well.
Yeah, we're through most of the important earnings as well. The only obvious outlier is NVIDIA.
Yep, the caboose of tech earnings.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, I'm really happy you didn't play Vuvuzela this morning, and instead decided to go with the what is that microphone keyboard? What would you even call that thing?
Yeah, I forget I don't know what you actually do call these things, but they're I don't know.
There's a
Alfie,
name
what would you
for
call
it.
this? There is a name. Put it in the chat.
Key quarter? Chat knows. Chat TST. What is the name of that? It's almost like a simplified bagpipe to some degree.
It is. It's loud too.
Vocoder. There it is. It's a vocoder.
There we go.
Is that what's going to go off
Oh,
when
wait.
we hit all-time highs again, Jack?
Melodica. Oh wait, hold on. I got
That's what it's called, melodica. A vocoder is a microphone that goes into your like synth, so you can talk like Daft Punk.
Yep. Andrea was right. Tim, you're deducted points for being incorrect. Andrea, you get points. Congratulations. Alfie, how much gold have you been trading recently?
Pretty much even with Nasdaq at the minute, to be honest. So tends to be a little bit more active in London for me, or a little bit more reliable. So yeah, US session I do love Nasdaq though, but trying to stave off it every now and then. I'll have a look, but like now.
I think some orders in here. Chad, are you bullish or bearish right now on Nasdaq? Give us your thoughts.
Well,
Just wondering really if
60% long.
60% long.
When does a zombie rally become a Santa rally? Is it like December, or do we just? Is like at what point does the year-end rally come back into question? Right.
Yeah, I mean, if the markets are at all-time highs, right? Not like a lot of people are going to want to be selling for tax purposes.
I just keep seeing stuff as well. I don't know about you guys, but the midterm year that is ahead of us in 2026. Is there typically a sell-off you would look for? I mean, like weakness. S&P doesn't always go up. I know over time it goes up and up and to the right, but the rate at which it's been going up since 2023 scares me. I'm not that it's not without reason, right? But I'm wondering if there would be that kind of sentiment shift as we enter that midterm year as well.
There could be. It's just hard to know at this point. As we get closer, I think it could have more to do with specific industries or if there's a change in the house flips or something like that. There could be certain companies that's not the best for, but I wouldn't worry about it like this far out.
Alfie, do you get
Just
annoyed?
got it drilled into my head with. Sorry, go ahead, Dobby.
Do you get annoyed that you have to keep up with American politics because you're trading U.S. markets?
I mean, I was in for a penny, in for a pound, right? I love all this stuff, so it's not really a chore. But yeah, I know what you mean. I think sometimes it's easy to drown in the macro, right?
Yeah. Do you have any like low key favorite U.S. politicians? Not for anything that they're doing politically, just kind of like their swag.
This is such a dirty question to put on our boy Alfie here.
He's foreign.
I'm trying to think.
It's not his country. It's totally fine.
I mean, Rand Paul,
really
man.
cool?
Ron Paul, even. Ron Rand.
Ron Paul. Dude, he's a G.
It's happening meme. I always see the it's happening meme. And obviously,
that was a great answer,
back in the Fed since day one, right? So can't not like that. Personally, but.
I remember my Ron Paul days. Those are fun times.
But you got some characters over there for sure, as we go over here.
Yep, it's part of the system.
It sure is.
Personally, I think you'd have to be out of your friggin' mind to want to enter the arena of politics.
Yeah.
Unless you've been raised since birth to do so.
It's just a target on your back these days, isn't it?
I don't know if it's in either of our bloodlines, Jack, to be political. Nasdaq hitting up here again. Not get these deep pullbacks. Kind of a Dorito pattern too in the Nasdaq up at the highs here. Just more indecision.
Oh, apparently Apple have just delayed the release of the iPhone Air a midweek sale. So I'm just going to take a look at what's done to Apple.
Yep. Apple being the darling child too of the sell-off on Friday. I think Apple is the only one that was green, or was just barely green.
Oh, by the end of the day, several of them were.
Okay, good. Hey, all those iPhones, someone's got to buy them. Bullish the iPhones. I might be in line for an upgrade. I'm thinking about it.
324 lot at 68.50 in the ES, but we're just kind of hanging out in this region right here, just below the high of the day.
Yep. Getting back up there, 680s, about 6 points away right now. Long candlestick too on the 3 minute, so this looks pretty bullish. See if we can pop up into these 700s. I don't know if there's a short there. That would be interesting. It has been a wild Monday. JG, everyone should be happy. The bears should be happy, and the bulls should be happy. You had good trends on both sides today.
We also didn't spend enough time, in my opinion, talking Dolby. The reason for the melodica thing was today's the 50th anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Hmm.
You big Gordon Lightfoot fan, Dolby?
I don't even know who that is. Is he the author or is he the captain?
Neither.
Great.
He's a Canadian singer-songwriter.
Is he the he did a song about the Edmund Fitzgerald. I have to listen to it. I haven't listened to it. I know of the beer though, from Great Lakes Brewery. Pretty tasty. Would recommend.
I'm just obsessed with the whole story of all that that happened in 1975. Seems like from another time. So
yeah, like 1600s.
I couldn't convince my wife. We were driving through the UP, and I couldn't convince her to go like 4 hours out of our way to go to the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum to see the bell.
So many.
But one of these days, I'll get there. I'll get there.
Seems like it'd be a cool trip. The shipwreck. There's so many. The Great Lakes have an incredible history. Incredible. It's a History Channel show now. Let's talk about old boats.
Until the ES moves 5 points in one direction or the other, I'm fine with that.
Boats only. This is an aquatic stream now. Alfie, what's your favorite boat?
I couldn't even tell you, man. I'll let you know when I get a few more payouts. Yacht, I guess.
I figured everyone from the UK, would have a favorite boat. That was kind of your guys' thing for a long time.
That's true.
Yeah, until it's true. But then I think in the 70s or 80s, Labour done a boat tax to try and drum up a load of revenue, and they just forgot that people could just go across the channel and buy a boat. That was like a whole scandal. But like the tax system back in the 80s. But yeah, I'm a city boy, man. I'm nowhere near boats where I am at the minute, so not for now.
You don't have like a favorite British admiral or anything?
Probably gonna butcher my history knowledge here, and I don't, to be honest with you. Anyone that won any significant battle, I'll just give it to them. That mantle.
Well, Ho's going to go with me to the Shipwreck Museum. By the way, Dolby,
nice.
Yes.
Little tidbit. On that drive, I drove 10 and a half hours completely through just the state of Michigan, from Copper Harbor to Coloma, Michigan, through the UP. 10 and a half hours.
Wow. I did not think it would take that long to get all the way up there. It always blows my mind just how big the states actually are. They're huge. Absolutely. They look tiny on maps, but man, they are just so big. So big. Like Wisconsin still blows my mind. That state is massive. It's not even the biggest one. Still huge. Alfie, how's your gold trade doing? And also, how long have you been in that trade for? You got stopped out. Okay, good to know.
So, and it was about 40 minutes overall total duration. Moved relatively quickly on the half-hour fill. I remember Hogue was mentioning in the pits, he used to put in the orders at the half hour and the hour for someone, I think, on TopstepTV last week. And it's just really interesting, especially with gold in like active trading hours. I'm really seeing who's maybe not that exact sequence play out, but there seems to be like these kind of like emotional moves one way on the close of the half hour at certain times of day, and you can get like some really nice entries into like a contrary position as they fill out that like top wick of the 30-minute or the hourly. I know Aaron Trades talks a lot about that in the morning. I'm probably butchering what he's saying exactly, but principally it's the same, right? It's just trying to get in at like the premium with that 30-minute candle. But then from the start of this hour, where I mentioned earlier that the single break happens 78% of the time of the IB of the first 5 minutes. That happened, and that stopped me out on that gold trade, which is why I'm flat at the minute.
I see. I couldn't tell because you're
Your
on a
world
1,000
seekers
chart,
always.
and I was like,
Oh, right,
either
right.
you've been in this trade for a really long time, or it's more of a scalp. I think it was more of a scalp trade.
Yeah, that was on MGC. Yeah. So
yeah. Are you so you have a 1,000 tick chart up right now? Do you do it like Dakota, where you have one in time and then one in ticks, or you just all ticks all the time?
So on Topstep mainly ticks, but I've also got the DOM on another screen over there with like a volume chart for, I think it's on the 45 seconds. So I was coming into a bit of trouble with using any lower than that, especially last week. Just I kept missing the forest for the trees by like seeing like massive spikes in delta. There'd be a big candle selling off, or what I would think would be a sell off, and then it would just get reversed straight away. So I'm trying to up my time frames. I know it's only 1,000 ticks, but it's better for me than 15 seconds.
Nice. So, did you ever use time charts before, and like what kind of got you switched over to tick charts? Is there like, did it give you an edge that you feel like?
It feels like it just compresses it a little bit better, especially when it's like, not every minute's equal. So, especially in like Asia or in a liquid session, I like tick charts just because it just seems to paint a bit more of a compressed picture to me. So just something I've stuck with, and I always wanted to try it out on TradingView, but I think it's on their like most premium package. So another little free sales tutorial for Topstep X, right? Because it's like $50 a month and you get tick data, so it's pretty sweet.
Nice.
Still got any orders in there, Dolby?
Not right now. I would love to see a pullback down to like 630s or so. See if we can kind of just test these lower highs and maybe find some support. The buying just is so speculative and just expensive up here, just relative to the range. You're really at it. It's almost more of a momentum trade at this point. The only other trade I could think of would be like a short at the high of the 15-minute range, but that'd really only be for a scalp at best. Maybe you can get 15, 20 ticks on it. We're so close to the 700s, which is a big round number. So here we go. A little bit of okay. It's gonna get up there and start testing, I think. It's just like these zombie rallies are so tricky because they really force you to keep on lifting your bids further up the dome, pulling your bids further up the dome in attempts to get filled, and it just gets you your stop further and further away from where you really want to maybe have it or feel the most comfortable. But if we can get, because it's like ideally the bottom of the range is 630s, right? So if you miss 630s and you're trying to hope for a pullback, but then it doesn't pull back all the way, it goes like 15 points higher. So then you try to get an order below that, like maybe 640s. That doesn't get filled. Then it goes to 650s. Okay, I'll pull my order up to the 650s. Then that doesn't get filled. It went to the 660s, and you keep on having to pull it up. And then, of course, you have that big fear that you get the big flush, and then it ends up coming back up again. So it's so hard to do those zombie rally markets. I mean, chat, do you have a strategy that you like using for zombie rally markets? Like, is there a how do you do them, chat? Let's get chat's idea here, because I think chat also struggles with zombie rallies because they're so tempting to short because you always get filled. It's like, I'll just get a scalp, and then you just get melted because it just shoots to the upside. And then to the downside, it's hard to get filled because it keeps on bidding above where your bid is. So I wonder if there's like a measured move or something, How do you...
Well, what's weird is it's so hard if you're flat right now to just get in this. Whereas I would feel very comfortable, like if I was in this trade from way earlier, just
way different feeling.
Walking away, way different feeling.
Yep. So we got up to 694s, so about 6 points off to 700s. I have a huge amount of respect for big round numbers in NASDAQ. So, I mean, if there was a short, maybe the 700s would be an interesting level for a short. But here for example, so we rejected a little bit the 700. So how far back do you want to take that pullback? Is it 20 points? If that's the case, then you're looking at 680s for a long. And if you're looking at 680s for a long, where are you setting your stop? 67s. So that's like below the last kind of lower high it made. Like that could work. That's what 13 points of risk. You only need to make 26 points. It gets you to 2-1. Like that could be decent. That could be decent. Let me see some of my chat's answers. Hold on. Okay. So Suresh Babu. Love this market. Zombie rallies 5 and 9 SMA and EMA on 5-minute trends. Nice. Okay. So it looks like a lot of traders are using, at least 2 of them are using EMAs.
Okay.
EMAs are pretty good here. Okay, here we go. 700s. Come on. Like, let's throw out, you said 5 SMA. So moving average, I've got that. Let's draw it up. And then he said EMA on the 9. Do a little color change.
This is riveting, Dolby.
Watching me how to do charts. Yep. Learning with chat, though.
I'm contemplating a short here in the ES.
I mean, what?
Just want to see it react at 68.50. Just very conscious not to just blind short a round number just because for the sake of it, if you know what I mean.
You said 68.50?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things I've been looking at is I don't know if it's the right way to say it, but catching it on kind of like the back side of the move. So it pops through a whole number, web of kind of blindly entering on that pop of the whole number. I'm trying to kind of get in on the momentum side rather than preempting it. So that seems to be where a lot of the pain is, right?
Did you get filled on your 650s or not yet?
Oh no, I'm still out. I just want to kind of see if it kind of breaks through with decent volume.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Jack, you're more of a swing trader, right? So would you ever look to short 700s for like 20 points?
In the NQ?
Yeah.
No, not really.
No, yeah.
That's also has me kind of waiting. I probably don't want the short of this ES until at least 68, 67, but really like up in this range here around like the 850 SPX might be worth a flyer, but we still got to grind up more for that.
You do. I'd also want to look for maybe like a range under range sort of setup to kind of confirm maybe at least a short-term change trend in direction. So that would just be sort of let's say we form a range under 700s. We'd want to see if we could get maybe to like the 680s and then range under the 700s. And that could be the start of a trend change to the downside. So in this current situation, we would want to see 680s turn into resistance. If it can trade underneath 680s, come back up, fail the test, and then roll back down. So it kind of leaves this consolidation, this 1-minute consolidation kind of on an island just at the top. Because as of right now, it's just range over range to the upside. So let's see if we can get a switch.
So one note, I saw some people asking about the market hours tomorrow. Stocks and most of the futures you trade are open. I think bonds are closed tomorrow, but we will be here. And
as long as equities are open.
Well, our hard and fast rule is as long as these, stocks themselves are open. If it's just one of those days where there's futures but no stocks, we tend to take those days off the air.
Tomorrow is Veterans Day.
Yes.
PB Bandit. So kind of a confusing holiday for the markets and traders because bonds are closed, but equities and stocks are open. So do we know, do you have any data on Veterans Day? Does it tend to be a quieter day? Or Jack, do you have any previous knowledge of like bonds being closed, but indices being open? Kind of, does that market state change things at all?
I mean, maybe it's a little bit slower. There's so much going on though with the government reopening stuff like that. I can't remember from when I traded bonds. I honestly can't remember. Maybe we had those days off because the bonds were
maybe.
closed.
Mhm.
Yeah, that seems most likely.
I know schools are off, I think. Well, my wife's not working.
Oh, I hope that my son's school does not have the day off tomorrow. That would just make my life more complicated than it needs to be.
A little bit more complicated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, getting kind of that pullback here. So, do we see 675s hold? So we have this kind of nice higher low trend line. That would put us at around 675 to see if we could get a bounce. It's already pretty bouncy. Well, wait and see here. Can you show how to
Let
take
me
a
know if you-
partial on mobile? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Oh, go ahead. Help that person.
I would love to be able to show you how to take a partial on mobile, but we are not on our phones right now. But if you were to take, let's say, I don't have a practice account here, but let's say you were long 3, you would just want to sell 1. So what I would do is I would use kind of these numbers down here to change your lot size. Then you can use the minus or the plus sign to adjust that. And so if you're long 3, you would just sell market 1. And that would get you down to 2. I do not trade on my phone a ton, to be honest. I know Braden does. He's a phone trader. Maybe when Braden
No,
comes
I've
back
never
on,
done
you
it.
can ask Braden about mobile trading. But
The-
I would recommend
the
this.
only time
Is that you don't have to have the answer right now because you can open a practice account, hop into your phone, and just start placing a bunch of trades until you get comfortable. And then to all traders, I'd recommend doing that because you never know if you're going to lose internet or anything like that's going to happen. So if you can get comfortable opening and closing trades on your phone, it might end up saving you a lot of money down the line in an emergency situation. So brushing up on that, hop into a practice account and just mess around. Sorry, go ahead,
I was
Jack.
going to say the only
Sure,
time
guys.
I've ever placed a trade on my phone was out of necessity, and it was not a good situation. You said you're short here? Yes.
I am, yeah. Yeah, short from probably the low 68.49 there, but risking up to 68.56.
Awesome stuff. Well, we're short the market, but in the meantime, I know Gabe has some news for us. If I'm reading this right, it's about a Pope documentary? We'll find out in a few seconds here.
We're just watching the whole thing right now.
The Vatican has released a documentary about the life of Robert Francis Prevost before he became pontiff. The film is titled Leo from Chicago. It centers on the personal history of Pope Leo XIV and his U.S. roots. The documentary uses interviews, footage, and images to tell his story. The in-depth interviews include with Leo's brothers Louis and John Prevost. The film is published in 3 languages, English, Italian, and Spanish, available on Vatican News YouTube channel.
All right, I got my Friday night plans. 68, 49.5 in the ES right now.
Yeah, I went to the pre-screening. It's solid.
Here, there's a great car chase.
Yep. It's true. Pope Mobile, man, undefeated undefeated.
True story.
What's up, Gus? What's your position, Alfie? What's your trade right now?
3 MES
68.35?
from
Okay, perfect.
yeah,
Nice job,
68.49.
actually.
Sorry.
68.49.
Yeah.
60. Okay, we have to update the board. 68.49 short 3. Perfect. What got you into that trade, Alpha? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about this ES trade here. So you got short.
Yeah, so
what popped up?
I saw it pop above 68.50 for the second time. Able to kind of hold above there for what I deemed to be an appropriate amount of time. Noticed that the 30-minute candle was opening, and just wanted to try what I've been trying with gold on the ES here, and just see if we are getting that deviation from that first opening minute or so of the candle, and we come back into the range. Hasn't really done it as quick as I'd want it, but also hasn't kind of shown me any acceptance above 68.50 yet, which, you know, I believe at the minute is quite a psychological level for most participants. Probably people looking to take profit from, you know, earlier longs perhaps, or, you know, maybe getting out of positions from other days prior.
Nice. Okay, cool. Now I gotta go split screen. Keep an eye on your trade here. Awesome. This NASDAQ still is just higher highs, higher lows. It is a beautiful uptrending market.
Yeah, we now have Google's up 4%. NVIDIA, hold the phone. NVIDIA is up 5.4%. I love quoting on market cap. It's up $10 today. That's $230 billion in market cap.
That's
today.
Crazy. How many companies can you fit in that, Jack? I feel like a whole lot of them.
Yes, many.
Many. How many RTYs can you fit in that? Infinite amount, all of them. What's your stop on this, Alfie?
68.56 and a half.
56.
Sorry, I might have
Nice.
out there for a sec.
56. You say 56 half?
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. Keep an eye on that one.
So 230 billion, Dolby,
Yes.
is worth, and they'll hate that I say this, an entire Goldman Sachs.
Wow. An entire Goldman Sachs.
Salesforce.
Oh, I mean, who cares about Salesforce?
It's more than a Disney. Crazy stuff.
Mickey's not happy.
Oh yeah, Mickey D's either. McDonald's $212 billion market cap, so it's up more than a McDonald's.
Dude, I love those stats, Jack. Those are so funny. EMS again for you, long boys. Any targets or reasons besides they buy in now? Yay! I mean, ideally, you want to get yourself lined up with the trend. We were talking about it, EMS. How do you get long zombie rallies? You know, I think it's one of the trickier plays to set up. Because the longs just always feel a little bit too expensive, waiting for that pullback that never comes. NASDAQ, about 5 points below 700 right here. Ladder starting to get a little bit wiggly. Yes, also pushing highs. Pretty active 1 p.m. segment, all things considered. We had a good range. I got 50 points. Okay, new highs here. 700s. Almost touched him. Almost touched him. I don't think a short's worth it here. It'd be a lot of
Maybe during power hour.
Yeah.
Maybe higher still. Like
That one's
68
higher
to
than
70.
this.
Give it to me. Let's go. But first dump so Alfie can win.
That's all good. Cost of doing business, right? I just wanted to test this idea out, so we'll see if it stops me out now.
we still didn't get that formation I was looking for at the highs, which is a range under range. We just turned it straight into stair step highs. If we could maybe reject off of 700s and maybe form some like a 1 minute consolidation or a 3 minute under the 690s, I mean, that would suffice as well. But if we're just looking to keep on doing with what the market's doing, I'll just be looking for longs until further notice.
Do you think there's a risk though when it does finally kind of turn on, either whether it be the shutdown continues or ends? If we do get acceptance of lower prices, I suppose what I'm trying to get at is, at what point does it become dangerous if like a waterfall sell-off? Price just keeps getting lower prices. And is there anything you guys look in particular other than like tempo and volume, I suppose, to indicate whether those type of days might emerge?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Just in the long, shortest way possible to say it would be, what do you look at to make sure after prices get accepted in lower value, if that then gets retested, i.e. if we go back to the gap that we've just created and just filled from last week, does that make you worried about market structure and therefore the potential for those kind of limit down days, macro or news aside?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what it looks like when, because we were talking about this last week. Like, some people don't even care about gaps, like, at all. Like, they just do not think they're important. And other traders, that's like the lifeblood of their strategy is going to regular trading hours, drawing out the gaps, and then seeing how price behaves. I think my answer would be like, what's the range like within the gap? Are we like range over range? Are we consolidating down there? Because unless there's like a really solid range, I find it hard to define risk, because that's the beauty of the range trade, is that you're just trying to get your stop outside of the range, so the market has to prove itself. And in this situation, and I guess if we're just trending upwards, as long as we're making higher highs and higher lows, it's just how do you find a way to get long into a pullback that's also within like a range that you can find to easily define risk.
Cheers.
Here we are. 68.53. Yes. I mean, once again, NVIDIA is just going crazy. It might get back to 200 today. It was trading 180.
That's so much market cap just swinging back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
So much. Okay, a little rejection off the 700s. It's only like 5 points, though. It just looks a little bit more extreme because I'm on the 1 minute. Getting a little bit wiggly in the dome here. If we can pull back to 80s, I think that would be interesting for a potential long. I just don't know if we can get that big of a pullback. We'll wait and see. Alfie, you feeling good in your short right now?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I kind of accepted the risk. It is probably a bit early on balance, but I'm happy to risk 112 to find out. I quite like for longs 68.20 if we do get a pullback, but I don't want to chop and change what I'm looking for too much this session. But I'll just be kind of aware of that level if and when we come to it.
Right. I mean, 90s, 80s. It's so tempting just to get long. Nice little 1 minute range forming up here right underneath 700s. But okay then. The more you talk about NASDAQ, the more it wants to bid to the upside. So
yeah,
NASDAQ
it has
trading,
a way to do that.
7502s.
Senate Leader Thune It is unclear if we can vote today. Nothing in the red here.
Oh, fives trading? Man, this is cruising.
Oh, we got AMC and GME have entered the chat. Let me check.
What? Getting down to values we previously had meme rallies. I mean, GameStop, legendary stock. It's like $20, $21. It's been around that price for a long time. It hasn't really moved.
Saying. But I think we're getting at here if we go to.
I mean, they own quite a bit of Bitcoin. They got to be. I wonder what their average entry is on their Bitcoin. Maybe chat knows. They're probably pretty happy to see Bitcoin back over 100K. I mean, AMD's up 5% and Reddit's up 7%. Blows my mind. Wow. It's funny. Apple's only up 0.38. It's like Apple's. Jack, do you think the personality of the Apple stocks look kind of strange? It almost seems like a. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of contrarian to the rest of the Mag 7 because they're not super involved with all the AI stuff, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's been a lot of days recently where it has bucked the trend one way or the other.
Is it like can't be a hedge. It's a tech stock, but it's almost like a consumer staple. It's like, oh, Apple, got those iPhones. People are always going to be buying them. So there's our safe haven.
Pretty
for
much.
tech is Apple. It's like, oh, people are always going to be buying cereal or ketchup or whatever, But like only up 0.37%. It doesn't have the hype that Nvidia has, Tesla, Reddit, AMD's up 5%.
Yeah, but if you zoom out to like here, 1 second, I'll pull it
pull
up.
some charts.
If you zoom out, Apple's been on a pretty good tear recently. Let me go to the daily here. I mean, nothing wrong with this. It's basically since August rallied from 200 to 270. That's a cool 35%. So it's like, what more do you want out of it?
Yeah. What was Dakota's joke? Some like green apple or something? Sour apples? He was workshopping it for a while.
It was like the concept for a joke more than.
Okay. We're getting there. Work it out in the writer's room. Alfie, still in the short?
Yeah, we're still here. I've got about 2.5 more points to go until I'm stopped out.
We might finally be getting potential reversal pattern here. Or continuation stair step. But nice little 1 minute range at 700s. So kind of formed a nice base at like, let's say 693s or so. Let's see if we can. We can't even break that. What am I saying? Higher lows, 1 minute range. Ooh.
Yeah, I think this is me now.
Yeah, you might be.
Quarter of a tick away from being stopped out there.
Love it. Alfie's still alive.
So something to remember with Apple, Dolby.
Mhm.
People talking about like the valuations and stuff. They've bought, they make so much cash. They've bought back so much stock. Back in 2011, sorry, in 2012, there were 26.5 billion shares of Apple outstanding.
Mhm.
Today, there are just under 15. So they've bought back,
Oh, wow.
almost half their stock. So that's what adds to that too.
Nice input there. Still looking
we'll
at
stop
Mo in the
there,
green
guys.
room right now. You're tagged? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice trade,
so
though.
I'm flat now on this account, plus 187.
Nice. Took some risk, measured it out, took the trade. Good stuff. Azzy, 710s. Where do we start this segment at? 645. Well, only about 60-point move. Sure felt like a lot more, though. But still stair-stepping higher here. Super clean trend. We'll find a way to get long on Power Hour. Maybe we'll call the top two. We'll see what happens. We got Mo in the green room. We got Dre coming up.
Both interesting options.
Yeah.
So Alfie's flat. So you said up 187, it looks like. Nice.
It's a great day. Thanks. Yes, it's cruising now. 1 minute's just long green candlesticks on the 1 minute. Accelerating to the upside. NASDAQ doing the same. Now we're trading 25,715. Hung out at the 700s for about 6 to 7 minutes. And that was enough. Now we're breaking out to the upside. Alfie, what do you got? Any goals this week for your trading? Anything in your journal from last week?
Be more deliberate, like Hogue was saying today. I think last week I went back to funded a few times, and I had a 41-day green streak ended, and it ended on like a blow up. So just no blow ups is the goal this week, and just be deliberate. Like it's kind of embarrassing to say, but stay accountable. I should, actually trade in the plan, staying kind of like on task and mindful, and not taking the unplanned trade, even if it looks like a low hanging fruit. Sometimes you've got to be discretionary in this game, but I think this week I just want to be deliberate over discretionary. So that's the goal.
Nice. It's a great goal for a Monday and good focus for the week.
Indeed, a good goal. Well, Dolby, you're sticking around, but we're just about out of time here. We got Power Hour coming up next. I know you love him. I see him in the green room. Muhammad is back. Mo will be joined by Andre and Dolby for the end of the day. Alfie, thanks for joining.
Pleasure.
Good day of trading. Good cut. We'll see you soon. But remember, what was I trying to remember? Dolby, I think I'm having mental difficulties right now. Oh, nothing. Just remember to like and subscribe. This is TopstepTV. We'll be back right after this. Let's go. That's TopstepTV. Let's go.
Oh, yes. It's a Money Monday. You know, that means we got Mo in the house. And man, look at that smile. Absolutely love him. Man from Riyadh joining us right now on Power Hour, Topstep TV. To the right, you saw Dolby Time previous segment. It is Power Hour time. Mr. Mohammed up about $1,000 in an XFA. Thoughts coming into first Power Hour of the week. Look at this thing go, Mohammed.
Yeah, it looks that it will be a very interesting week. Market started. This machine is not stopping. This machine is just going up. Trying to fade it is asking for trouble, and I'm not looking for any trouble today.
Or any day for that matter. And for that matter, let's take a look at these prices. ES trading 68.59. 68.60 half. Session highs about a point away from that. Looks like we're about to tap on that. Make new highs. Take a look at the NASDAQ. 25,711. High of 25,716. Gold pushing higher here. We'll get into those more prices. But right now, Dolby time. Let's get into it. Got a trend day happening
Long
here.
one or long
Nice. What price?
712s. We'll see if we can add into the 700s.
712.
All right.
Trend.
Hot power hour.
Trend. All right, Mohammed, hot power hour indeed. Long one from 1 micro, 25,712. Mohammed, we like to play a game around here called Above Below. I'm going to ask you what you think the price, the NASDAQ, will be on the close. And we'll throw it to the chat, and the chat's going to vote. You'll be above.
I
or
looked
below
at
that
it
price.
before power hour. This market is keep pushing up. Buyers are looking for a pullback. Maybe if we are lucky, we can get it at 25.63, and then we ride the sucker to 25.850. Looking for 850 at close. 850.
850?
Let's go.
850.
25.
Is that our above below? Is 850, Mo? 150 points higher?
Yep.
All right. 150 points higher. Mohammed is bullish. Bullish.
Wow.
Yes.
Dre, we're long
do it.
two.
How can we get
08 3/4.
Long two. Oh, wait, getting with the trend.
Okay. So you add your position after above and below?
Oh, yeah. Mohammed, you said it.
Hey, Mo, if you're
Long
bullish,
two.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
all I need.
I mean, Dolby, you'll be safe if you keep adding up, averaging up.
That's what we plan on doing, Mo. We have another bid in at 700s. Where'd your stop be, Mo? We're going to try to accumulate 3 contracts, probably around 705 evens. How much would you risk on that trade?
3 contracts. So the problem here that NQ could be valid long as we are above 641. So we have 60 points below.
Okay.
641. I mean, and again, this area could be just a trap for buyers. I know in Q. So I will exit if I'm long. If I'm long right here at the high, looking for higher highs, I will place my stop at 640. If that turns to be a trap, I will jump in again after making that.
Your stop
just
would be
capital
at
reservation, yeah. So it's a temporary stop. So it's.
I don't know if we can risk 640, Mo. That's a lot of risk.
640. Okay, so maybe you can exit
60 points
at 675, and then re-enter again at 640.
675 we could do. That's only $130. We can do that. But we're also going to buy 700, so it's probably going to end up being a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, nice.
We long 2 or 3 Dolby time.
We're long 2. We're long 2 at 8 3/4.
I don't see invalidation of the buyers as long as we are above this 640, 630s. I mark it here. So in ES, I have a plan. I don't know if this plan will work. I'm looking to buy about 30 points lower.
I just sold one accidentally. Hold on. I need to buy one back.
I'm not buying up here. Although that I have a target for ES at 68.84. 68.84. So that's about 25 points from here. So I'm looking to buy 25 points below here, so we can at least test the high and then go even higher.
Okay.
Right.
We accidentally sold one, Dre, so now we're only long one at 705. So we lost $9, but this might just give us actually an opportunity to get more at 700.
Okay.
Maybe we'll even actually try to get another one at 95s too. So we'll try to bid 700s and then 695s. We are kind of getting. So I was talking about a formation in the last segment, which is a range under range formation on the 1 minute, and we're kind of getting it. But it might be breaking right here, right now as well. So we kind of had this high, this 1 minute range high. I'm on a 30-second chart right now, though, but it was at like 54, so about 12 minutes ago. And now we're starting to get another 1 minute range that's just kind of hugging these 712s, which was the low of the previous range. So if we can't get over 712, that might be a range under range formation. So it could be a new trend forming.
712. Well, I'll tell you what, the ES just tapped on some new highs. And looking to do so again. 6860.75 new session highs there. Quick delta update. 2 minutes ago.
Joe,
the NQ is
no,
plus
definitely
6,700.
today.
Go ahead, Mo.
Buyers are definitely not wooden today. They are not wooden by any means. They are from diamond buyers. They're strong. So once I see weakness in the buyers, I will just wait for sellers to try and fail.
Okay, nice.
Yes, stay in bid right now. Oh, there we go. A lower right-hand corner of the screen. You got the countdown clock. 52 minutes till the closing bell. 42 minutes till MOC. On close. Take a look at crude. We got oil trading $60, 15 cents a barrel. Gold trading 41.21. 41.21. New.
Now we're
highs.
above.
Yes.
Yeah, 7. So that range under range pattern didn't resolve. So that broke. We're still higher highs, higher lows.
Oh yes.
Damn. Wish I didn't sell that one contract. That's unfortunate.
It's all right.
It's okay. We'll rock this one. If we can always get back in. I mean, this market will be glad to take more buyers, I'm sure. If we can break out of these 720s, maybe we can find a pullback and then buy 720s for a continuation. Because we've been doing range over range since let's see how far back we can go. Like this morning, like 11 o'clock.
Yes.
It's just been all range over range.
In the NQ, yep, 11 o'clock. Yep, around 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We were trading right around 24,000, 460 or so. Now we're trading about 260 points higher. It's a gradual grind to the upside. Last trade, 25,000, 716 in the ES. New highs there, 68.62. Pretty methodical.
Nice. Cool.
Uh-huh.
Do you think that will get 7,000 in ES this year? I think it's not far away.
Well, we can put it to a poll if we'd like. Put it to a poll.
Why not?
Polls, that poll is up. Mohammed, above, below. He did say 7,000. Did say 7,000. Oh, he bought 700? Yes, that was the NASDAQ trade. We can take the poll down. 55%, Mohammed. We're saying below.
Yeah, that's stretch of the target, actually.
I love it.
We're going to rebid 710. So that was the order that we accidentally closed. See if we can get back to our original trade here.
Popping anywhere else? Dow. Same thing. You guys there. 47,504. 504.
No size to note, really. There's 94 at 720, like 95 contracts at 720s. It's 50 at 732. Nothing crazy sticking out right now. It is thin, yeah.
Market is no orders.
Which is honestly most probably why we're just zombie rallying, because the market is thin.
There it is. Poll is up. Do you think the ES will hit 7,000 this year?
I'm saying yes.
I'll vote yes.
It might hit like. What if it hits like 6,999? That would drive everybody crazy.
All-time high is 6,950, somewhere up there.
And leave those stops above 7,000? No way.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Yeah, right.
All right. The bids are in. Continuing to push higher up here.
That 50-something fill, Dre, at 720s.
Oh, okay. What I like is, we were talking in the previous segment, how do you get in on one of these, trend days, grind higher?
Trying to do it.
Yeah.
Pull back to the moving average. Today is the 21 EMA play.
What price?
You can see this from this low. I mean, all day long. From every time they come back to 21 EMA, they jump like crazy. Look at this from the beginning. The orange line, touch it, new high. Touch it, new high. Whenever they fail to do the new high and they break below it, you can see here this high. Now they make a range around here. Once they started to go below it, just wait until we get above it. Wait until we get above it, and then buy this pullback, which I took. That made me 1,000 today. That one, exactly that one. Then we higher from 6,812. We move higher to make new high. Continue touching the moving average. Do it again. Moving average. Do it again. And now we are away from the moving average. So currently moving average 68.58. 68.58.
Okay. Last trade 68.62.
Yeah. Runaway market. Market's trying to run away.
Nice. House count we were long one. MNQ from
just one.
That's okay.
720s could be interesting to bid. I had an order in at 712s. Did not get filled because we have that nice little range on the 1 minute that we formed over. So we're still doing range over range. Kind of just looks like this.
It's okay, Dolby. You have to be stingy today. You have to.
Yep. Nothing wrong with being stingy.
Mohammed, I love it.
Getting the price you want.
So, in trending markets like this, in terms of having a take profit or an upside target to get out, how, if any way, do you even have you can take
just
profit?
Trail your stop.
Trail your stop, Mohammed. Thank you.
I will just trail. I will not get out until the market asks me to get out.
You guys, how do you trail your stop? Where do you know? How do you know where to place it as you trail it?
I use a technique.
What are you looking for?
I use a technique using the 2000 tick chart. The highest green candles, I trail my stop below it. If already hitting my target, for example, let's say that I am in and my target was 68.63, so I should be out. Instead of getting out, I just put my stop a little bit lower. Last two green candle. I'm not looking to be right or wrong here. I'm looking to take as much as I can from this market. I should be out already. However, I decided to risk a little bit of the profit.
Correct. There's no reason to get out of the long.
Somewhere.
There's no reason to get out of the long.
So I trail it after each green candle. You can do it in the 5 minute as well.
You guys, yes.
You can see the 5 minutes
in the orders.
The 5 minutes. Last time they break the last two candle was 68.45. That was the last time. So you exit here. Now they give a new entry. Since that one, the last two green candle have never been broken.
5 minute candle.
But this is a condition. You should. The price should achieve your original targets. Let's say that you have 2 to 1, but the market is rallying in zombie way. So just trail your stop in a zombie way as well.
Exactly.
You have to think like a zombie if you want to trade like a
Absolutely.
zombie.
Little pullback here.
Yeah, I will be out if I'm long. I will
big
be
pullback.
out right now.
Something changed. Yeah.
If I'm trailing, I will be out right now.
Do you have news?
I do not. That was a
Because
little
they
more
have
aggressive.
this.
Or is that a
So-
pullback to get long?
It's probably just BS then if there's no news.
We still in?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Still trying to find ways to add more. I mean, was there
Just here's your pullback,
any
right?
technical reasons? Yeah, I mean, any
No.
technical reasons for this to fail? Any like big candlesticks up here? I mean,
Down to reload. Just
no,
to reload.
it's just reload.
Agree. A little pullback there in the the Nasdaq, back to 25,708. Right, well, back to 708. Now trading 25,000.
691 is a nice area to add, Dolby. 691.
All right. We got in for a second right there at 12s, 11s. So now we're long 2.
From 11.
So the second one, yeah. Let me just double check. It was like 11 or 12. It was
Moving average in NQ
712
is
evens.
712. Very good.
25,700. 25,700 is the moving average, but I'll take the lower band of the moving average, which is 25,069. Sorry, 692. 25,692.
Nice.
They should hold it there.
Yeah, we got
buyers.
We got bids down there too.
Okay. Gold pushing lower here a little bit. 41.15. Down about $6-7 since power hour began. Nothing on the tilt right now. 50-50 across the board. Go back in the ES. Called 5 points off the session highs. Last trade 68.59 in the ES. 12 minutes till the bottom.
We are at moving average in ES right now. We are at the moving average, the lower band actually, 58. So now I'm looking for sellers to try and fail. So they are trying right now. I want to see them failing twice. Even though today, days like today, buyers, they don't give you 2 tries.
No. They're not that generous, Mo. They're not that generous to give
stingy.
you more than real stingy.
Yeah.
We did
We
not
got-
get filled on our 700s.
Sorry, we're long 2.
Not-
House count long 2 MNQ from 25,712.
08 half.
Wait, half.
no, 08
Wait
half.
for the second try, Dolby. The sellers, do you think this is the only try for sellers? They might try again.
They want to get 700s at least. Yeah, Dre, the average is 08 half, but 712 was the add of the second.
Very good. Wait, half. It could be a little profit taking up here.
Yeah, right. This is the big fear, right? Like this move I'm
they're gonna
circling
call
right
it
now,
top.
that is what makes everyone so nervous about buying higher lows, because you don't know when this is going to happen, this 30-point retrace, because that's going to knock out a bunch of stops that people had as they walk their bids and walk their orders up.
What is the scariest trade? Well,
Scariest
longer
trade?
short
Probably still longs, to be honest.
Is it? Okay.
I think it's kind of scary. Because we're already up 2.16%. So, do we think we're going to get 3% today?
Good question. There it is. Waiting for that in the chat. There you go. Longing the high of day. LOL. Well, if you're longing the high of day, no, hold on. If you're longing the high of day, that would be starting like 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So about the last 2 hours. If you kept longing the high of day, you made 100 points in the NQ.
I mean, honestly, for the most part, though, if you're trading, ideally, you want to be making your trades that align with what the market has been doing already, not what it hasn't done yet. So if it just so happens that we call the top, then we call the top. But my mental capital is not going to get drained because I went long while the market's up 2.18%. My mental capital would drain much faster if I was trying to call tops perpetually.
Yes.
And maybe there is a system in which, reversal trades make more sense during power hour. So maybe there could be something to be said
then
there.
Dolby, then why are you shorting? Why are you going counter trend? I mean, either way.
Exactly. You can't win, Dre. Let's be honest. You can't win.
Getting with the trend. 25,712. Let's trade NASDAQ.
If this is a range day,
it's not
by
range day.
any means. If we had a strong move down at the beginning of the day, yeah, I might look for a short if I see buyers try and fail. But now, all what I want is to buy this market. So to buy it safely, I will wait for seller to try and fail. So still now, they try once. Now they are trying again. If they show me a strong green candle here, that means sellers are failing. But so far, they are not. They are trying. I think we get 700 right now, or not?
704 last trade. 25,705. ES, about 7 points off the session highs. Last trade, ES, 68.56.
Still in it. Okay, long 3.
Okay. Why are they lose the moving average right now? If they want this to go even higher, they need to protect this area.
05 3/4. And then our fourth is going to be at 95. It'll probably get us down to about 700s if we can get filled on it. Our stop is at 80. Total risk will probably be about $200, give or take.
68.55 last trade in the ES, about 9 points. Lows gold, fighting a little bit of a bid. Bottomed out in gold at 41.13. Back up to 41.15.
Okay. There's some bids, 700s.
Phoenix, pretty much.
Did not get filled in our 95s, at least not yet. We might be getting a range under range formation now. So this could be a head and shoulders pattern here.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the 32nd.
You're adding at the neckline if it is hidden shoulders.
Yeah, it's almost like a break neck and then see if it can put the head back on again and then rally. Oh, this was that kind of formation I was talking about, that range under range.
This is a ghost. This looks like a ghost.
Yeah, is that what that is?
These new shorts coming in?
Ghost pattern.
Oh, what's the tilt's 50-50. What's delta
It is
at?
50.
You got delta?
It's been increasing in the NQ most of the day. Last we checked, it was plus 6,700 about 20 minutes ago. You can bottom the hour at 5 minutes.
Okay. Let's see.
Turn around.
I just, with so little news, Dre, and
Government's
the only
back,
bit
no?
of news. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? So here's what I'm saying. Like, if the only news we have right now is the market waiting for the government to reopen, and it seems like it's going to reopen, I just don't know if there is a case for shorts right here, right now.
Thank you, Billy.
That seems like bullish news to me.
Back above 25,707s in the NQ trade. ES 65. I'm sorry, 68.58. 68.58 last trade. New 5 minute just open.
3. I am long 3 MES.
Let's go.
Okay.
My stop at 54. Long at 68, 57, 50.
575.
My stop is just below this way.
Oh,
This,
Mo, let's go.
Nice entry,
Mo.
man. Nice entry.
The timing.
Yep,
All
nice
right,
entry.
Trey, we're long. Just to recap: 3 MNQ 05 3/4.
Good.
Mo, you are long 3 MES 68.57 half.
Thoughts on look at the range, Though. We're talking about range. Thoughts on perhaps peeling one off at session highs, 25,728.
Yeah, love it. We got 3 contracts, which is kind of our happy place because we get to take, middle range, higher range, and breakout. The range we're in right now is pretty tight, so we could probably skip the middle range because that'd give us like 13 points, which is fine. We're already pretty close to higher range here, so let's see if we can get like 25s for one.
All right,
and then we'll let the we're working right now. We'll let the rest of them cook. We're gonna stick with 3 contracts, so this is our total risk for the trade.
Yeah.
Our stop is at want to keep it around like 94s, 95s. We don't want to see this formation break down and fail. So we're risking
taking my profit at 62.
Nice job. Nice
You
job.
get there yet?
62. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. This is 1 to 1.5 risk to reward. First target. Second target
Well
at
done.
the high. Then I will trail. Risking only $56.
Nice. And we're only risking 64. So we're already almost 1.5 our risk reward on this trade. If we just went flat right now, it'd be
Okay.
about 1.5.
It's also something to consider, WB, on a trade like this. If we do get the 25s, closing on it, and we are ranging, we're near the high day with about 32 minutes left. Make sure we keep this let's see what happens here.
What, go to break even?
Let's get the 25s first. And then, make sure we keep a winning trade.
I was going to say, because if we don't like the price action, we should just go flat right now and then just re-up if we can. But if we don't...
Still valid. Long from
it's still a great trade. Yeah.
Muhammad.
I mean, the 5-minute range is really solid. Our average is okay. I would say we're probably just under the halfway point. Yeah. By about 6 points.
Yeah.
So we're in a decent spot as far as the range goes. It's not perfect. Like we'd rather have an average closer to 700s than 705s, but it's only a 5-point difference,
right?
Which is nothing in NASDAQ, but technically speaking, it would be nicer.
Look at the ES there, Mo. Buyers tried, right? We got up to the
That was the
68,
first
60?
try.
Uh-huh.
First try for the buyers. Now the sellers are coming back again. Let's see how would they be successful or not. I don't like the 5-minute candle if it closed like this.
Yeah, I'm watching that too.
What's your
We'll
5-minute
turn
look like? Yeah.
And turn
Our
around.
5-minute looks okay.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see.
can
The
see
30-minute
this
should be
is
very
fair
interesting.
value gap. Fair value gap has been
fair value
closed
gap, all right.
to the tick. The fair value gap is closed to the tick, which is not a bullish behavior.
Let's see if
Let's
so
have
see if we can
some
stay
some
over
key.
09s.
Holding bid here on the hour, 15 seconds. Let's see what happens here. 68.56 last trade.
Oops.
Oof. A little wiggly.
Yeah, that close is
Our-
not good.
Cut.
Now, there's our 30-minute candle.
My stop at 53.75. Still. And nope. Still there.
Yeah, line in the sand.
Hold on.
1,000.
I'm gonna see if, and this range is still pretty good. It'd be nice if we could get long, like a couple more at like 95s and like 94s. We take like very little risk on those, but it might stop run that, do a little wick test down there. Ooh. And it's starting to get really wiggly.
Yeah, they
Hello.
keep tapping on this.
Stay away from my stuff.
It's right there.
Yes.
Right there.
Literally one tick. Literally one tick.
Sellers try. They've tried 1, 2, 3
700s.
times. Yeah, so we've had 1,707.
Still, it's
And
not.
Q.
Okay.
Definitely in a range.
That's
We
the definition for strong buyers. When they protect
Or
an
weak
area
sellers,
like
yeah.
this.
I mean, we have good wicks on the 15-minute. You know, they're bullish at least. Buyers have come in, like it looks like almost twice here.
All right, James,
See if they can maintain it.
All right.
Also, maybe a little Dorito formation going on here. We have our 2 points of lower highs and higher lows.
All right. Well,
Come on,
as far as
buyers.
news, been pretty
Don't follow
quiet
through.
as far as news goes. And are we getting closer to a deal? Government shutdown day number 40. We have a deal. We're getting close as the end near to this government shutdown. Let's run this. Let's get a little update here on TopstepTV where we're at with the government shutdown showdown.
A Sunday night breakthrough in the Senate is putting Congress on a path to potentially end the shutdown.
Our long national nightmare is finally coming to an end.
8 Democratic centrists broke with party leaders to join Republicans in a 60-40 vote to advance a federal funding measure in exchange for a future vote on extending enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies. However, Republicans have not guaranteed to extend the health care subsidies that are at the heart of the fight, frustrating party progressives.
That is a totally meaningless gesture. You can get 100 votes here in the Senate. Won't mean anything because the House is not going to take it up.
But for the senators who chose to break, the compounding impacts of the shutdown, including unpaid federal workers, snarled travel due to air traffic controller shortages, and the loss of critical food assistance through SNAP benefits, pushed them to cut a deal.
We need to get the government open because we have millions of Americans who are suffering.
If the battle plan isn't working, you change the battle plan, you try another tactic.
What Democrats do get out of a deal to end the shutdown includes jobs restored for thousands of federal workers fired during the shutdown, protections against mass federal layoffs through the end of the fiscal year, back pay for furloughed workers, and fund SNAP benefits through the 2026 fiscal year. For the millions of Americans feeling the shutdown pain, the end may finally be near. In Atlanta, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
And for selfish reasons, like to get some data back. Got to know 2 non-farms missed. CPI, PPI scheduled to come out this Thursday and Friday, respectively. Government shut. If we do have a deal, we will get those numbers.
It looks that you're doing just fine without the government, guys.
So far, so good, Mo.
Yep.
Other than the flying thing. They got to figure out the flying
Do
thing.
you need one anyway?
Okay, you heard it. We don't.
Dre, we got extra bids in at 98 and 96 to see if we can scoop
I
up
also
some
added
cheap
one
longs.
micros.
Nice.
I added one micro.
Buyers have
Same
done a
stop.
good job of coming in under these 700s, and we'll add a little bit of risk, but our total stop on those is going to be like 5 points and 7 points, which is not that much with micros. Man, we are Doritoed pretty thoroughly right here, right now.
Golden bid.
That's right. How is NVIDIA doing? That's the most important thing.
I gotcha. And then the VIX as well. Let's take a peek. NVIDIA trading $198.89. Almost up 6% today. New 5 minutes just open. 14 minutes till MOC. Video trading right around high of day.
Can we break this Dorito pattern? I hope so. Mo, you stuck around break even right now in your trade? Yeah, you're like in the same spot we are.
Yep.
Waffling around our entry. You know, Drake, taking those profits and readjusting would have looked pretty nice right about now.
Well,
Hindsight
here's the thing:
capital tuning in.
we never got to the 25s. Okay, and I guess where I was going, we never got to the 25s. Something like this with we got the clock. We see when the bell's going to ring. We know we're at the high of day. Have some profit taking. So you guys,
hello,
pop there indeed. In the chat, Scott Vaughn. Hey guys, passed my first combine the other day.
Well done.
Put a deer in the freezer today. Feeling pretty blessed right now. Well,
yeehaw.
Bad day to be a
Sounds
deer.
good.
Nice
rally here.
Okay.
Glad we sized up.
Yeah, worked
Look at this.
All right, so maybe we still working 1 at 25.
Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah!
All right,
hell
cool.
Yeah, hell yeah!
Man,
We're going to breakout land. Right?
We ain't there yet. Come on.
Not the 25s yet. We're damn close though. We might just hogue this one. 10% this bad boy. Get this taken care of. All right, we 10%ed it. Locked up $21. Oh, let's let these two run here.
NQ, yeah. So we got high session highs 25,728. If we make new highs, if we break that and they push it, we trail stop up to session highs.
Yeah, if we can get session highs, we can go to break even on this. We're not quite there yet, though.
But yeah, I guess we'll see what happens here. We got an Nasdaq about 5 points off the highs. ES 68.60 last trade, 4 points off of the session highs there. Gold 41.18. 10-year not doing too much.
Okay,
Just
push.
new highs. New highs.
Take one. Take one out of the 4.
We're pushing.
Nice. We might take one at 50s because that is the midpoint of a old 1 hour range that we had in November 5th. And then from there, I think we try to get 80-20s would be our 2 targets.
I think you should take some here. This is the high.
You already did, Mo.
You don't want to see a
Already did.
double top in
Trail.
there.
Yeah.
Or
We'll
trail.
start trailing.
Yeah, just make sure. Yeah, we got a winning trade. Make sure the winning trade stays a winning trade. If it doesn't go, if it doesn't go.
We don't want
right.
to see lower low anymore now.
It's the thing. It's just we're
break even.
We're high day 20 minutes to go. Obviously in the background, are they going to take profits? Will be profit taking up here? Perhaps. Delta is continuing to grow. Or hey, and if they keep pushing this thing higher,
sure. Oh, we got some size, Dre. Here's something noteworthy. 200 being offered at 750 in the NQ.
750. Let's see if we go get that. Let's trade 730.
Let's put our sell order at 49.5.
Love it. We go get that.
Just ahead of that.
20 points higher. 20 points higher. ES catch a little bit of pop there as well. 68.60. One of the down 68.62 trades. 2.5 points. All 3 points from new session highs.
Take another one.
New highs.
Another
new
one.
highs.
So I'm only long 2. Only long 2.
Go, Mo. Let's go.
Fire stepping in here.
Can we get a 100-pointer, Dre?
No, we'll
get a
just work
100-pointer on this one.
Work that 49 and just trail it, and market will tell us.
49s are good. 49s are good.
Yeah, I got 200 on the ask. Up it's 25,750 in the NQ. ES.
Okay.
Push and push.
Come on, sellers. Show me your stops.
Let's
Come
go.
on, sellers.
Let's go.
Show me your stops.
Pullback.
Yeah. Oh, we've had stop at 719 and a quarter. If it pulls back a bunch. And then we'll have a break even too. So kind of split the difference there.
So let's give it another shot there in the NQ. 719.
Yeah, if this doesn't hold, this might really poop the bed here after if we fail the highs up here.
Minutes till market on close. Last trade, yes, 68.60. What's the Dow doing? Find some buyers in the Dow. Hold here. Buyers got to hold it right here.
This might megaphone, actually.
5,725. What do we got next?
You know, my stop at 68.56 now.
5.6. Okay.
For the remaining two. So
okay,
basically
nice
entry point.
They're just lifting. They're just working the bid. Till 50-50.
Just imagine this candle reaches there. Do I really want to stay in this trade?
Where's there, Mohammed? What's the
There,
price?
68.56. Just imagine this is happening. That is a rejection of it's a double top basically. So I don't want to stay long anymore. Until now, we're still halfway this strong green candle, which is fine.
Yep, we're still range over range. But does the 730s in micro NASDAQ turn into resistance here? Now we're just back into the range again.
We could.
I moved one of our take profits up to 720 3/4.
I like it.
So half is there, half's at break even.
Anything jumping off the ladder? We got that through, what was it? 200 lot offered in the NQ at 25,000. 750.
It's down to 150s now. I mean, I won't get back up there though.
Got in the ES. Anything jumping off the ES? Nope. 100 on the bid, 100 on the ask. Saw a couple thousand lots earlier in fast markets.
Yeah. We want to see these 728s just get melted through, just straight to the upside.
You know, right candle just turned
This
green.
was good. NASDAQ's way more fun to trade when you're aligned with the trend of it.
Let's turn around there. Looking to make new highs in the NQ. About, I'll call it a point. And new highs.
And we get 749 stray. 749s.
New highs NASDAQ. 25,737 half. Ooh, buyers just lifted the offer there. Where's Billy? Billy, what do we got for that delta? What are we looking at that delta? It was plus 7,000. We looking.
Deuce. MOC is at 2:50 p.m. Central Time. We still got 7 minutes. MOC
Yes, we
is
do.
every day, Monday through Friday. Power Hour's little special gift of volatility. No other segment gets it.
Well, Diablo and Q's way more fun when you're winning.
Way more fun.
Every market's more fun when you're winning.
All right, moving this other stop up to 722s. Now it's up to 724s.
Damn.
I just want to make sure we get profit on at least half of this one.
Delta growing in the NQ up to plus 7,300 now.
Wow.
At high day, ES is plus 100. Essentially, there's no reason. There's no reason to, let's say, 5 minutes on MOC. What's happening here is the other aggressive buyers are aggressively reloading with their longs.
It's one of those days where
lifting
shorts
offers.
are just getting ripped, Dre, because they keep on trying to nab the high.
Yeah, and to that point, Dolby. So those that are getting short and calling the top, right? They're getting stopped out. So what do they have to do? They got to buy it. They're probably obviously they're paying higher prices, so they're also fueling the rally. So a couple things working here for a push to the upside.
Yeah, wasn't someone in chat being like, "Why are you buying the highs?" Because the highs can go higher.
Can't go higher than the highs.
I mean, that's actually honestly, it's like common sentiment. I mean, for a lot of traders, it's like, oh, it's too high. I have to go short. It's like
We see it all the
just
time.
go higher for forever.
And
There's so much money to make this market move. It will go where it wants to go. There's no point of saying it's too high. No, we'll just keep on going.
7,200. Continue. Trending days like this, especially that we know markets, the daily charts. Yes, markets go up and to the right. You got to look at yourself and say, except say I'm okay. Losing money being long.
Yeah, I'm okay losing a trade.
Manage the risk, right? Manage the risk.
That I feel is in continuation with what the market has already been doing. That is okay.
Yep, and then you got Delta. I mean, now buyers just stepped in there in the ES. They a little more aggressive there. ES about 3 points off of the highs. Session highs 68.62.
Nice.
New highs in NASDAQ.
Okay. All right, we're walking.
Come on, buyers, finish them up.
This TP.
Finish them up. Mo, they're doing it. Mo, they're doing it. They're doing it. They're doing it.
Yeah.
They're doing it.
Let's go.
New highs. NASDAQ.
Don't give them a chance to escape.
3 minutes MOC. 741 quarter. 742. 744 is now trade.
Corner those sellers.
Let's go.
Trump, what's this?
You want to add? Add. You want to add? Go ahead.
Is that the T word?
President Trump, we're making a deal with India. Different to one we had in the past. We are getting close.
I'd assume that's bullish.
Are we moving the stop up, Dolby? Trail this.
Oh, hell yeah, we're moving it up. We have one at break even. We have two all day. One's at break even, and one's at 731. That's just getting walked up underneath the 1 minute candles.
Absolutely.
We're really close to these 49s. I might just
let's see who gets there.
No, you think you can get it?
Yeah.
You want me to hug it?
We got 200. We got 200 offered at 25,750. Closing in on it.
All right, we're gonna pull our 749s, and we'll just walk our stop up. Oh, we're still good.
The last two candles in queue. Last two candles.
25,
70, 720.
When you get
25,
C-fills
720.
Like that, they might turn around up there. We got
They
12
might turn
minutes
it.
till
Okay.
bell. Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on it.
Plan. Yeah. ES can't get to session highs just yet. About a point. Again, we working those 949s. Oh.
Yep, I got him, man. I put him back
very
in.
good.
All right, we just got him. So now we have one. We have one.
New high.
One left.
New high.
Beautiful. New highs, 25,751. Now 52 trade ES. Like pulling teeth. All right, new highs.
Yes, new high.
ES 68.65.
Let's go. All right. One contract left. We're at 738. Mo, what do you got?
I'm still 2.
Nice.
I'll just have one stop.
More buyers. 754.
Below
See how they turn around
59.
Trey, what do you want to do with this last one? Just diamond hands till end of the session?
Trail our stop. Trail stop.
Well, we could do it. Stop trail. Off
What was
of
the
candles.
728 was what we just had to get through.
Yeah, 728s. You could put it there. Let's do it at 730. That puts us 30 points in profit on this last contract.
Beautiful.
Let this last one cook.
That is. Make sure you got Mohammed's still in here.
Do the last two candles.
Last two, like 1
Also,
minute.
Dolby,
Last two 1 minute.
What if we,
Last
what if
two
we-
green
If
candles.
we worked a wishing order up at 800, we got like a huge 50-point
Last
pop.
two green candles in NQ is at 27 right now.
Okay, 27. Oh, perfect. Yeah,
This
we're good.
closed like this.
We worked 800s. If we get a huge pop on MOC,
Yep, I got 800s in.
Get to
whoa, where we long from? All right, MOC market on close coming at us in. We might not be getting it. Shit, 5 seconds. These
38 Dolby.
I'm not getting
38.
it. We don't get it. We don't get it. I'm not getting the numbers.
I think close.
38s. Heard Chef. Got him at
What were the-
38
was it?
half. Almost out.
Don't have the numbers. I do not have the numbers.
All right, we're
I'll-
flat.
Okay.
Plus 169 on that.
Very nice. Beautiful trade. All right.
Take it.
Beautiful trade.
That's
A little
it.
selling off here. Nice job. Turn around. What were those numbers?
I'm flat as well. I am
Nice trade.
flat as well.
Well done. All right, we just made print some highs here at 25. Okay, we will not be getting source we're using, service we're using will not is under maintenance and will not be reported today. Apologize for that. Anyone got it? 25,734 last trade in Q. House count flat. Dolby time. Nice trade
We
there.
are flat. We are flat. Yeah, that was a super solid trade.
Buying at the high days. We're still coming in here in
Plus $1,070.
70.
Yep.
Nice job, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Again, those
That was
numbers
great
can and
trade.
will change. And in about 3.5 minutes, we will another injection of liquidity. Anything else really moving? They are still loading up long on this. Delta growing plus 7,700 in the NQ. All right, we took a peek in fast markets. We were taking a look at some of those live leaderboard. Take a look back in here. There has been a little bit of movement. Samuel up 24,000. Kyle up 17. Collins up 16. Juan up 12. And Arthur up M. I believe there's 2 Arthurs on the board earlier today. Well done. Tricky day. And buyers just step back in. Good luck. I mean,
A nice long entry.
just relentless bid.
This
Relentless
still
bid.
might zombie like super high. The problem with power hours, like the last 10 minutes, can just get so wicky and wild that it sometimes is
And
it's
to
better
be
off.
honest, the buyers wasn't showing the strength that I was anticipating. I mean, if it
they are
is
the
a
NQ
strong
model.
rally, it should continue stronger than this. They should stay above the high, but they didn't. They did a rejection from the high, which means that we are in a range at the top of the day, and you want to get caught, at the high for any strong pullback.
No. And at the end of the day, you could have a strong pullback and
Profit
it would
taking
still
up here,
be bullish in the greater market scheme of things.
This bid is
This
very,
is
very
strong
impressive.
entry setup. It is a strong entry setup right now.
Yes, a little different
If we
story.
had more
though,
time.
Yes, Mohammed, you see how it was a little bit more difficult making new highs in the ES. Eventually we did. NASDAQ a little bit easier. However, that's just the case this time around. Obviously.
Yep. Even the NQ didn't pull back strong as ES.
Correct.
So NQ is stronger actually.
Correct, it is. 25,746. Now 747 trades. About 9 points off session highs. Let's see the ES. ES, are they going to take the lead? They're going to take the ball and run with it. About 2 points off the session highs. ES 68.63.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, go make new highs. Do it. Where did we get out of our last trade at?
Maybe above and below will happen.
New highs. New
will
highs.
happen overnight.
25,760. 760. The bid is very, very strong. I'm sorry, Mohammed. Can we get to your 850s? Is that what you had?
Maybe after the close. Maybe in the pre-market tomorrow.
Nice trade.
Maybe another gap.
About to make new highs. New highs incoming in the ES. New highs just popped 68.65. See what happens here in about 30 seconds. Another injection of liquidity. We got the Dow making new high. Not quite yet, but ES. More.
This could get rowdy, Dre. This could get rowdy.
Saw some bids getting hit. Yeah.
Both ways.
End of the day range.
Yep.
See what happens here in 5 seconds. 55 after. Turn this around. What was it?
Great little like see, we might get some like 30, 40 point ranges in the last 5 minutes, which is it's like It's such a double-edged sword
Yeah.
because on one hand, you could have like a 40-point winner turn into like a 120-point banger in the last 5 minutes, or you could just have be up 50 points and lose all of it. in,
We
like,
got
a
president
minute.
coming in here. President
Look at
coming
this
in
sell-off.
here. Trump on supporting a funding bill. I would say so. We got president coming in here right now with about 4.5 minutes left till the closing bell. Seeing the market sell off. Nothing really that bearish. We are
Crazy.
going to be a country very quickly. The
That's
deal
fine.
is very good. It's coming from the president right now. We're selling off. We're seeing about 40-point sell-off in
I
the
mean-
NQ off the
I mean,
highs.
Dolby, we just
721.
we just took
Hold
what
on,
we wanted
Mohammed. Hold
from
on,
the
Mohammed. We
market.
got breaking news. Oh, we got breaking news. Markets are moving. We will bring India tariffs down at some point, says the president, but we are seeing some profit taking up here since the president has begun. We're 8 points off session highs in the ES with about 4 minutes to go. Crude catching a little bit of a bid, $60.20. More room to the downside. We got president saying we will issue a dividend to middle and lower income people of $2,000 thanks to tariffs. Another one from the president on the shutdown. We want healthcare where we pay money to people, not healthcare companies. Again, we have 3.5 minutes till the bell.
Mo, and this is why we have tight stops and manage our risk during power hour. I would give you a high five if we were in the same room. The market is doing exactly
Yeah, we
what
can
we
do
were
it right
very
now.
afraid of in power hour. It's like the market
can do
looks
it right
super
now.
bullish,
No,
and
that's-
all of a sudden
We've seen this.
sell off
There's
40
something
points.
we've seen this, right? Up at the highs here.
100%.
I mean,
See it all
yeah,
the
getting
time
long
in
at the
power
high,
hour.
getting long at the highs for sure. Yeah, with the
We
clock.
just-
That's why
we
the
just
clock
took-
is very, very helpful. You know when
What we wanted from the market, Dolby.
We got exactly what we wanted.
We'll see.
It's just in power hour, you cannot trust trend continuation for forever because people want to close their trades. They want to be flat for
Yeah.
Tuesday. There's all sorts of reasons for an uptrend
when-
to pull off in the last 5 minutes.
when that 200 lot gets filled like that.
Yeah, that was
All right.
nice. That was a good call, Dre.
25,728 last trade in the NQ. What was MOC? I don't know. 68.57 last trade with about 2.5 minutes. Alpha Trader, me both asking that question. Mohammed flat, correct?
Sure.
Sure. Yes, Mohammed. Looks like we are.
Good day in the house
gold.
account today, Dre.
41.17. Yep.
Hogue had some great trades today. Where's his P&L at?
We got 600 on the bid to the downside. 68.56 ES. I'm talking 68.56 bid 600 times. About 2 points below here. We can fill. See some selling coming in.
Nasty Dome is thin.
Yes, it is.
Nothing of note.
Partials. We're gonna run from it. Anything beneath there again? Let's drink 68.57.
600 lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's 656 and a half.
About a point beneath. Catch a bit of a bid. They're front running. They're trying to front run that bid. What does that mean? They're just stepping in front, buying in front of that size.
No. Do you want
Front run at 56 in the orders. What will we see here in the next 60 seconds? 60 seconds. Oh, they're holding it. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ trading 25,724. ES definitely the weaker. Nice read there. Mohammed made highs in the ES 68, 65. 500 lot fill. Pushing them over here. 60 seconds.
Yeah, I wish there is time.
It's the problem with power hour. It always leaves you wanting a little bit more. But the good news is,
is that
Tuesdays
true?
for it.
Trump, we will hit 1.5% inflation pretty soon. It's coming from the president right now. India's tariffs are high because of Russian oil purchases. India is stopping Russian oil purchases. It would be an economic and national security disaster if the court ruled against tariffs. That's a story that's ongoing and developing. We got 25 seconds till the closing bell. Let's see the action. I like to pull up the ES ladder and look at all that size on the bid and the asks. 68.55, 10 points off the recent highs we just put in. NASDAQ looking at about 20 points. 20 point sell off here. 5 seconds to go.
Happy we covered Mo.
Power hour, actually.
Always is.
That's fun, Mohammed. Look at
Interesting
all the
power
size. Look at all those bids coming in here. Well done. Look at 2,000 on the offer in the ES. 2,000 filled on the offer. What was that price? Anyways, we are not done. Mohammed, absolutely love when you come on Mondays. Don't be time. That was a beautiful trade. With
Good
that
stuff.
being said, markets are moving. Shout out to all the bellers. Weird day today, but it's just Monday. Got a whole week ahead of us. That being said, go to my main man, James, Dr. Volatility. Harden, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Ooh, baby. First time he's ever done this. First time he's ever been on mute. He was going to say absolutely.
There we go. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Dolby. And thank you, chat. Thank you to everybody out there for joining us bell to bell. Whether you've been here since 7 in the morning or you're tuning in now for At the Buzzer, thank you. We really appreciate your time, your views, your energy, your attentive, and your trades. We love it all. We love you guys, and we can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. But for now, I know what you want. You want more trading action, and we got you covered because At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is starting right now. At the Buzzer is the segment where Coach Jay and Coach Paul are going to break down the entire market action from today to get you ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. Then once the reopen does come, you want to tune in right here on our YouTube channel at 7:30 p.m. for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. All right, it's the internet trading show that has taken the world by storm. Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Come see what everybody is talking about tonight at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Then later on at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades will be back with London Open. Deanna is going to be hosting Eurotrade at 3:30 a.m. So we still have tons of trading shows coming your way. Just hold out a little bit longer, and they'll be here in your devices. But for now, we're going to go off air, and we'll see you tomorrow. At the Buzzer's up next. I'm James Harden. You're the chat, and this has been TopstepTV, and it's only Monday. Let's go.